Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I request you to please take your seats? Okay, good morning and welcome to the 10th Annual Indonesia Economic Forum. Yes, it's the 10th year. And 10 years ago, Shoaib, who's here, and myself and a group of people started the Indonesia Economic Forum. And I still remember in year 4, when Pastor Andy Uno came to us, he said, "You're at year 4. That's an achievement." Today we are in year 10, and we could not have come this far without the help of a lot of people. Many of you are in the room today, but definitely Pagita and Ibu Shinta, who have been on Ibu Shinta has been on our advisory board from the beginning. Pagita has always been opening the sessions of Indonesia Economic Forum. So a warm round of applause for Pagita and Ibu Shinta. Thank you. I'll just give you a little background about what Indonesia Economic Forum is doing now, because a lot of things have changed. We started as a conference, and we expanded into roundtables. And the pandemic forced us to shift from being an event, which is attended by between 300 and 800 people, to amplifying the messages that we have on digital. So in 2020, 2021, and 22, we were largely online. I think all of you were sick and tired of Zoom conferences. We are lucky that we are back now to a world which we are more familiar, but things have changed. We have moved into a format where we have a much more intimate setting of 20 to 25 thought leaders and opinion makers. And the session is recorded. It is broadcast live on YouTube and Zoom and on Facebook. And the real outreach of what we discuss here today is done over the next 30 days. Because there's a time zone difference, a lot of people from the US and Europe are not able to follow the session live. In fact, Pagita was also supposed to be logging in from Stanford. And I got a big surprise yesterday when he said, "I'm in town and I'll be there." Great. So I would actually like to, get started. The discussion in the morning of the first day is always to set the tone and the narrative for what we do over the next 2 days. Most important part of the discussion today is basically the topic, which is unleashing the power of digitalization across the nation. As you all know, there is a broad consensus that the digital economy would be the size of $172 billion by 2030. That's an 18-fold increase. Now, that's not going to happen accidentally. There has to be a lot of deliberate action. There has to be a lot of concentrated effort in how do we actually come across a model that works sustainably so that we are able to reach $172 billion in contribution by the digital sector, which means it's not just digital companies. So far, I think digitalization has been focused on companies that are digital. You have e-commerce companies, and that's our view of what's digital. But in reality, all the traditional corporations, companies, state-owned enterprises, everybody is transforming digitally. So digital transformation is now going across to a level where it is now reaching even the far provinces and kabupatens of Indonesia. And you're looking at digital transformation happening across various sectors, right from agriculture to fisheries to food and beverage, etc. So with this kind of setting the tone for how do we get opinion leaders, decision makers, and thought leaders coming across and sharing their views will help set a kind of a narrative which we will be able to take over in 2024 through a series of roundtables, virtual discussions. Whatever we do today would be the theme for 2024 for IEF. And we also have the ASEAN Economic Forum being launched tomorrow, which would carry forward the thoughts of what's being said in this room here to across the region, to the 10 member nations of ASEAN. So we have a lot of work ahead for us. So I would like to introduce Pak Gita. I think all of you know he doesn't need much introduction, but Pak Gita has been the former Minister of Trade for Indonesia. He has also been in the head of BKPM. I still remember, Pak Gita, you were the person who took Indonesia to the World Economic Forum for the first time. And that changed how Indonesia started portraying itself around the world. Today, Pak Gita is a visiting scholar at the Stanford University. I think many of you would have read that President Pak Jokowi was at Stanford. Ibu Shinta was there, Anindya Bakri, and a whole bunch of people were there at Stanford. And this speaks volumes for the kind of outreach Indonesia is now doing to get for the world more familiar with how Indonesia is playing a role in the global balance. So without much further introduction, I'm going to have Pa Gita have a session here. But also would like to welcome Ibu Shinta. Ibu Shinta and I go back a long way. She has been supporting the Economic Forum for various kinds of topics, including sustainability. She's today the chairperson of APINDO. She has been at the Economic Forum last year in her capacity as the chair of B20, which you know was a part of the whole G20 hosting of Indonesia. She's been involved in a lot of various other initiatives, and we are very proud to have Ibu Shinta here today as well. So the format would be, this is basically a focus group discussion. We would have So we would have Pak Gita kick off the proceedings, and then we would have a short Q&A session, followed by Ibu Shinta would then join the conversation. Okay? Thank you. So, Pak Gita, good morning. I'm your moderator here today. Okay. So I would like to ask you to give us your views on where you think we are heading. I think the geopolitical situation around the world has also changed a lot, and your views have always been very, not only contrarian, but sometimes embedded in truth. So what do you think is happening, and how do you feel we should connect what's happening in Indonesia with the rest of the world? Over to you, Pak Gita.
Thank you, Sachin. It's always an honor to be sitting next to Shinta, who's been, knowing me for the last few decades, ever since I was still wearing shorts. And it's always an honor for me to speak at the Indonesia Economic Forum, starting from 10 years ago. I want to just bring up 3 broad points to all of you this morning. The first is with respect to what I see as being 3 paradoxical observations. The first paradoxical observation is with regards to the internet. Several decades ago, the internet was supposed to be the equalizer for humanity, right? It did a heck of a good job in terms of democratizing information, but unfortunately, it did not democratize ideas. It did not democratize capital the way it was designed, the way it was supposed to. As a result of which, empirically, we're seeing rising Gini coefficient ratios pervasively all across the world, be it in developing economies or developed economies. You can see that in China, you can see that in the US, you can see that in Indonesia, India, Nigeria, and all the rest. The second paradoxical observation is what I call the paradox of sustainability. I spent a lot of time with experts in the fields of sustainability who, in my view, are a little too elitist in the sense that they bring about this aspiration of attaining carbon neutrality by 2050 without really being cognizant of the fact that about 85% of the population of the planet still are concerned about putting food on the table, right? And the only source of energy is really coal or anything that's carbon emitting. And it has become very, very difficult to reconcile the narrative of development, which resonates with the Indonesians of the world, the Indians of the world, the Nigerians of the world, much less the sub-Saharan people of the world, with the narrative of sustainability. Now, if you take a look how we're going to be able to reconcile the two narratives, you can put that in the context of supply and demand. On the demand side, I think it's very easy to socially architect or re-architect and re-engineer the behavior of somebody to stop using coal today, as long as the alternatives are affordable, right? So the demand side is actually a much easier piece of the equation. Whereas on the supply side, there's two elements. The first is really the technological part of the supply side. We have alternatives that could actually resolve the problem or the issue by way of solar, wind, hydro, nuclear, geothermal, and all that good stuff. But the reality is, if you speak with each one of these technologists or even entrepreneurs, they're still at a level way beyond the purchasing power of the developing countries. If you talk to most of these technologists, we're talking about basically commercializing each one of these alternatives at a price of about 15 to 20 cents on a per kilowatt basis. Whereas the affordability for a typical villager in Chennai or in Banyuwangi or in Abuja is no more than 3 to 5 cents on a per kilowatt basis. So I think we'll have to really wait until technology will bring about whatever it can bring about to the table at a price that's going to be affordable. Until then, I think the irreconcilable nature of the narrative of development and the narrative of sustainability will be very difficult to remedy. Just to give you an illustration, India and Indonesia are electrified only to the extent of about 1,300 kilowatt hour per capita. 1,300. Singapore is at 10,000. If you want to define modernity, which is really the target or goal of any developing country, you got to be electrified to the extent of at least 6,000 kilowatt hour per capita. Now, you start thinking, right? What does it take to go from 1,300 to 6,000 kilowatt hour per capita? You take a look at the power generation capabilities of India and Indonesia. Indonesia is at about 75 gigawatts. So it needs to be multiplied by 5 times at least, so that the electrification per capita gets up to 6,000 kilowatt hour per capita. It will take India and Indonesia, at the rate that India can only build 19,000 megawatts per year, Indonesia 3,000 megawatts per year, it will take the two countries 100 years to get to modernity. 100 years is well beyond the 27 years left until we're supposed to reach carbon neutrality in 2050. This is what's paradoxical. So I've talked about the paradox of the internet, paradox of sustainability, and the third is really the paradox of AI, artificial intelligence. I'm spending a lot of time in Silicon Valley with technologists where I'm seeing hubris more than necessary, to the extent that these technologists are not too concerned, borderline cavalier, about roping in people of different backgrounds, people of culture, people of spirituality, people of economics, people of environment, people of morality, people of philosophy. To the extent my sense, or even sensation, is that the narrative of AI is not being ushered in an adequately multidisciplinary manner. What happens with anything when it doesn't become pushed forward in a multidisciplinary manner is that it results into a less benign consequence. And we all know that AI is basically a process of hallucination. A hallucination that's imbued by hypnosis. And hypnosis mostly coming from those with technological backgrounds, not diverse backgrounds. So there is a real risk here that it's not going to be ending up in the most judicious or benign manner. One empirical evidence or illustration of this is how OpenAI, which I know most of you are probably using, has made a decision to pivot from being closed source, from being open source to being closed source, has made a decision to pivot from being non-for-profit to for-profit. The concern with chasing profitability is that you lose balance with humanity, right? So these three paradoxical observations are what I think are going to shape the world. They're already shaping the world, and they're going to inevitably continue shaping the world. So this is the broad trend that I want to talk about. The second trend is really with respect to the global order. Most of you here, I would guess, are at least 45 years old. We were born in an era when the world was dominated by two forces, the United States and the Soviet Union. That bipolar order was basically a succession to the end of the World War II, but it preceded what we call the golden era of unipolarity. Ever since 1989, we enjoyed the era of unipolarity where one guy was able to tell everybody else what to do. We call that the multilateral era. However, since a few years ago, the global order shifted from a bipolar to a multipolar world. This multipolarity has basically come about by way of the revisionism that's been pushed by the new middle powers, inclusive of the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, and additionally the Turkeys of the world, the Mexicos of the world, the Nigerias of the world, and the Indonesias of the world, or even the ASEANs of the world. The irony about multipolarity is that multilateralization has become much more difficult in a multipolar world, whereas multilateralization was a lot easier in a much more unipolar world. So I think it's safe to assume that for the near foreseeable future, multilateralization is at risk. We're seeing this episodically in how India resisted in joining RCEP, in how Indonesia resisted in joining the TPP. The problem with the rejection or resentment or disillusionment with any undertaking to multilateralize is that you're forced into a position of having to bilateralize or even plurilateralize. The concern with that is when you're in a room with only one guy, you're exposed. Your weaknesses are exposed, your strengths are exposed a lot more transparently than in a much more multilateral setting. So what boils down is your ability to show marginal productivity. Whoever has more marginal productivity will win out in a bilateral negotiation. And this is where Singapore takes everybody else's lunch. Because Singapore's marginal productivity is at $200,000 on a per capita per year basis in terms of goods and services, whereas Indonesia's is only $25,000. So how do we move the needle from $25,000 to $200,000? It takes prayers, it takes burning a lot of candles, it takes burning a lot of sins, it takes chopping a lot of lambs, takes a lot of hard work, right? And part of that hard work is to figure out how do we put money on the table. So I've talked about the first broad observation with respect to the three paradoxes, the second with respect to how we've become multipolar and how multilateralization has become much more difficult in a much more multipolar order. The third bit, I want to be much more pragmatic. I want to talk about money. It takes money to move the needle of marginal productivity. Now, in the setting of Indonesia, if I look at money, it's basically manifested in three metrics: the ratio of money supply to the GDP, the ratio of banking asset to the GDP, and the ratio of the capital markets to the GDP. Each one of these three is at around 45%. To give you a clue, that does not compare well with Singapore. I'm not trying to sound like the marketing director of Singapore here, but Singapore's ratios, those three ratios, are at near 200%. If there is a guy with a great idea in Pulau Rote, if that idea can be attached to money, he or she has a good chance of becoming as good, if not better, than Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk. But the problem is, as much as he has a great idea, better yet, better idea than Jeff Bezos is, he or she does not have as good a chance as Jeff Bezos to be a Jeff Bezos, if not better. Because that idea or that great idea cannot be glued to money at the rate that your money supply to GDP ratio is only at 45%. So the only way for the middle powers to become better or bigger than middle would be to attain capital formation, right? Capital formation in a typical developing country like Indonesia cannot take place domestically. It can only take place externally or internationally. At the rate that the Indonesians learn to pick up an international language, at the rate that the Indonesians learn to understand what is it that defines capital formation, I think we could be a LeBron James in the next 20 to 30 years. But the problem is, we're not there yet. Less than 10% of the population of Indonesia speak English, right? I've always been thinking to simplify the goal for Indonesia to be LeBron James. Sorry, I have a female next to me. To be a Michelle Wee. We got to figure out how to get at least 100 million Indonesians to speak English. This is why we keep losing our lunch to the Singaporeans and the Indians, right? I speak with authority because I lived in India for 3 years. And the Singaporeans and the Indians, they know this. They have a competitive advantage because they can communicate with the world. Until and unless we have 100 million Indonesians being able to speak an international language, we're going to be shackled. Until and unless 400 million people in Southeast Asia can speak an international language, we're all going to be shackled. So that's the first. The second is the educational attainment. I look at the educational attainment in two categories. The first is really the non-tertiary stuff. It's manifested empirically in PISA. PISA is the measurement of the 15-year-olds attaining lingual proficiency and STEM proficiency. Indonesia scores 71st out of 80 countries measured. Singapore is number 2, China is number 1, and all of a sudden now Vietnam, out of the blue, has shot up and is positioned at number 2 in Southeast Asia after Singapore. Singapore and Vietnam in Southeast Asia are the two countries that have been able to score above the global average, whereas the rest, inclusive of Thailand, Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, of course, Brunei, Myanmar, Laos, and Cambodia, are way below the global average. So think about that. If the 15-year-olds are not attaining the global average for PISA purposes, on top of the fact that they do not speak an international language, how the hell are they going to be able to attain capital formation? And the reality is, most of the capital right now is sitting in Western liberal democracy countries. I call that M2, money supply. Money supply in the United States and all the other Western liberal democracy countries, inclusive of Japan and South Korea, and to some extent China, which is not a liberal democracy country, amount to more than $100 trillion. $100 trillion, which is about 100 times the GDP of Indonesia. So we've got systemic limitations with money supply to GDP of only 45%. We've got to go out and get the capital from all these countries that have, until 18 months ago, been exposed to an interest rate environment of less than 1%. Okay? But they didn't reallocate the capital to us. They decided to just move the capital within themselves or amongst themselves. This is paradoxical. Why did they not do that? It's simple. I've studied this. I'm hypothesizing. Capital formation is not a function of ideology. It's not a function of geography. It's not a function of whether or not there are natural resources. But it's a function of how trustworthy the system is. And let me give you some empirical evidence here. I call this FDI, foreign direct investment. The FDI on a per capita per year basis for Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, Malaysia, and Vietnam ranges between $100 to $400. $100 to $400. Anybody know what it is for Singapore? $19,000. On a relative basis, they stack up, way up there. On an absolute basis, in 2021, which is only 2 years ago, Singapore was able to get $105 billion worth of FDI. The next biggest recipient was Indonesia that got only $30 billion. So in absolute and relative terms, Singapore took everybody else's lunch in Southeast Asia. Why do people put money in Singapore? It's not because of an ideology that resonates. It's because you trust the system. As much as the interest rate environment until 18 months ago would have been around 1%. The enforceability of rules and regulations is imperative. We cannot just stop at defining what it takes to attain capital by way of bureaucratic reform. We've got to be resolute. We've got to be more deterministic about this in terms of how can we, the 9 other countries in Southeast Asia, figure out so that we become much more trustworthy in the context of the enforceability of rules and regulations. To the extent not, we're exposed. So that's the third bit. The last bit, just to lead up to the digitization of the region, inclusive of Indonesia, I think it's safe to assume that the baseline growth rate trajectory for Southeast Asia is about 5%. That's just on the back of sheer demographics, scale, and how we can basically communicate with the rest of the world. China has become the largest trading partner of every Southeast Asian country, every Asian country with the exception of Bhutan, and there's no stopping that. But this is bereft of additional attributes of what I call the game-changing innovation disruptions. I call them AI, genomics, blockchain, robotics, and energy storage. Many pundits around the world have pontificated that the value creation just coming from AI in the next 10 to 15 years will amount to about 50 to $100 trillion. 50 to $100 trillion in the next 10 to 15 years. The rest, in terms of blockchain, genomics, energy storage, and robotics, another $100 trillion. So just imagine if we did whatever I suggested we would have to do in terms of attaining a foreign language, in terms of being educated at the non-tertiary and at the tertiary levels. There is no reason for us not to be able to capture just a little bit, if not more, of that $50 to $100 trillion worth of AI economic value creation. If we didn't do that, they're all going to accrue to China and the US. Mark my word. So the onus is really upon us to pinch ourselves in the cheek and awaken ourselves that we got to do what we got to do. But it's actually quite simple. We just need to learn how to communicate internationally a little bit better in a continuously multipolar world. And number two, we got to get ourselves better educated. In the 80s, we had 16,000 Indonesians studying at all the universities in the US. Right now, we only have 8,500. We have 400 to 450,000 Chinese studying at all the universities in the US. We have about 150 to 200,000 Indians. We got about 100 to 150 Koreans. In 2021, those that got a PhD in STEM in the US, PhD in STEM, 6,500 came from China. 2,500 from India, 1,300 from Korea, 430 from Turkey. You know how many from Indonesia? 82. You know how many from Ghana? 113. Anybody know where Ghana is? Last time I checked, it's not a member of the G20. So these are simple factoids, right? Which I think we need to just be sensitive to and take a view on. I want to end with an optimistic tone. I've seen how we measure up to the Singapores of the world. I've seen how we measure up to the other developing economies. There are so many, or so few rather, low-hanging fruit variables that we can just pick on and take a view on. Now, if we did that, there's no reason for us not to be able to usher whatever narrative that will lead up to a golden era for not just Indonesia, but for Southeast Asia by 2045. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pagita. I think that's, I would say, it's fair to say that it sets a very good tone for an interesting discussion. Does anybody want to go first with a question for Pagita? Or should I ask the first one? So Pagita, in your view, you've been at the BKPM, you've been involved in how Indonesia is participating, and you've been the narrator of Indonesia across the world. And especially now in your role in Stanford, I'm sure you would be doing the same thing. What do you think is a starting point? Let's say we want to get actionable about these issues. Where would you think we should start? How do we go about in 2024 onwards? How does the government, the private sector, the public sector, or the academia, etc. How do we actually get our grips on a starting point to head in the right direction?
Well, I kind of alluded to it. The obvious is language, right? If you had asked me 3 to 5 years ago as to when or how long it's going to take us to get 100 million Indonesians to be able to speak an international language, my answer would have probably been 20 to 30 years. This was before I realized how quickly the AI bandwagon was moving. Having seen the speed with which the AI bandwagon has been moving, I sit here feeling a lot more optimistic. There's no reason for Indonesia not to have 100 million people being able to speak an international language in the next 5 to 10 years. I'm actually involved on the board of a tech company that's going to help with as many Indonesians as possible and as many Southeast Asians as possible to be able to speak an international language. It's proven to be really, really good. So that's the first. The second anything we want to do involves money, right? Fulus, ujung-ujungnya duit, right? Without money, you're not going to be able to achieve whatever you want to achieve. So we've got to be, I think, much more deterministic about what it takes to get money. And we've got to be realistic where the money is.
In Indonesia, I feel there is an unwilling learner issue. How do we overcome that mindset? That's one question. And the second one is geopolitical. Having lived more than the 45 years you alluded to, whatever is happening in the Middle East, is there a less hysterical reaction this time? Is it maturity or fatigue?
I'll start off with the second question, because this is still fresh in my mind. I just gave a talk on this in Korea. I think it's important for anybody to consider winning the peace as being far more important than winning the war. An empirical example of that is Vietnam, where the US actually lost the war, but they actually won the peace. If you talk to any Vietnamese right now, they are some of the most ardent supporters of the United States. They decided to jump on this TPP bandwagon for purposes of containment with respect to China. They're signing up a free trade agreement with the US on a whim. I'm in a camp that believes that the United States is having a tough time embracing multipolarity. And this is on the back of we in Southeast Asia, we in Asia, have a much easier time dealing with multipolarity. I would argue that in the last 2,000 years, Southeast Asia has been grazed by Buddhism for 400 years, Hinduism for 600 years, colonization, Islam, Christianity, independence, thereafter democratization for 700 years, with relatively very low bloodshed. Empirically, in Southeast Asia, in the last 2,000 years, there's only been 9 million lives lost. By way of differences in views with respect to ethnicity, race, and religion. That speaks of tremendous peace and stability in the region. That means we grapple with multipolarity in a really cool way. That's a stark comparison to, forgive me for saying this, our European friends. In the last 2,000 years, there's been 190 million lives lost by way of differences in views and opinions with respect to ethnicity, race, and religion. 120 million of which died in the first 2 world wars in a span of 35 years, right? So that, to me, tells me that I think we're having an easier time embracing multipolarity. So with respect to what's happening in Ukraine, with respect to what's happening in West Asia, I tell my American friends, I tell my Israeli friends, I tell my Jewish friends, that whatever you do, it's important to win the peace. Don't get too bogged down with winning the war, because winning the war might end up with not winning the peace in the short term, in the midterm, and the long term. I'm in a camp that also believes that at the rate that the United States is going to struggle in embracing multipolarity much more difficultly than we in India, in Southeast Asia, and the rest of Asia, I'm also in the camp that believes that China has proven itself to be a better embracer of multipolarity in the last 2,000 years. By way of its sheer homogeneity, 92% Han, they've been able to, I think, embrace multipolarity in a much better way than most people around the world. I think the onus is really upon our friends in the US and Western European countries. Until such time, then I think there could be some episodic stresses that could create a risk premium that some of us or many of us are not going to be able to embrace. So that's my answer on the first. On the second, whereas on the first, sorry, I forget, what was the first? Oh yeah, the unwilling learner mentality, to some extent it's correlated with the incentives. I've been in enough situations where if there is enough incentive, anybody is willing to do anything, barring certain morality, boundaries. And you got to basically figure out a way to tweak the incentives. And you got to basically be able to prove that AI is going to lead up to something tangible. I'm in the camp that believes that AI is not going to be too easy for us in Southeast Asia. I mean, I spent enough time with people in Silicon Valley. Now there's a splintering of the OpenAI mafia, the way we saw with the PayPal mafia about 20 years ago. They're all going to Salesforce, Amazon, Google, Meta, and whatever, right? At the end of the day, it's the guy that has the most money that's going to be able to propel AI more, better, higher than the others. What that tells me is that it's not a software challenge. It's an engineering challenge. It's a hardware challenge. So whoever can muscle more than the others will win in the AI battle. But again, I underline my earlier point. There is a sense that people are actually pushing the narrative in a too technological manner as opposed to multidisciplinary manner. So anybody that can basically put money on the table as to push forward this engineering process better and more strongly than the others, that guy is going to win. And that, I think, applies to Southeast Asia. But in my view, pragmatically speaking, in the next 5 to 10 years, we're not going to be able to create of AI by way of the monetary limitations. We're just going to be a user or an enabler. We're not going to be a creator.
Thank you. Ibu Shinta, if I may ask you to say a few words on the point that Pagita made about money and the availability of capital, and the right way to put it is attain capital formation.
Sorry, Sachin, because I prepared a presentation. Should we just ini what Pagita and then
oh, you want
should we move, I don't know, should we move to that?
Okay. Yes, let's move to that.
Okay, because I know that your time is also very limited, right? I just wanna say after what Pagita, it's always inspiring and we are always triggered, right? After such a conversation and sharing his views. I spent the last week or so, I told Pagita, with a lot of the economic team of the candidates because they are now kind of formulating their programs. And, one thing when we talk about Indonesia and after hearing from Pagita, I always feel like there's this big gap, Pagita, You're like up there and it's true. And we're here talking about what's happening, to these people in areas that doesn't even have access to digitalization. What I mean is, we're talking about Indonesia wanting to reach and golden year 2045, Indonesia Maju, and with the growth of 7% annually that we need to achieve. How are we going to, on earth, going to do that when we are so behind in both two aspects, which is the human capital and the productivity? And a lot of the things that Pagita mentions, definitely including capital, are still very far from where we are today. So perhaps what I want to share is more the Indonesian context or where we're sitting today. And I've been very excited to look at where is actually our next leaders going to bring us. I mean, are we going to ever move somewhere? I mean, do we see progress? I think progress is there, but I think the pace maybe is way too slow. And looking into talking about all these economic programs, we just had a session specifically on digitalization yesterday with all the three candidates team. We realized that, wow, I wish Pagita is there sitting and tell them what to do, really. You know, we're just still standing and talking about the same issues that we're facing. So I just want to, you know, just share some slides. I mean, I know a lot of the information maybe you know, but I want to come maybe from the business side. Why is so important for us when we talk about digitalization, unleashing digitalization? We're not talking about just the industry. We're talking about all the sectors. And we clearly know that, you know, manufacturing, agriculture, all the top sectors of Indonesia have to move into this in order for us to make that leap. So I think if we look at the Indonesia digital economic landscape that we already all know, we see, you know, that the numbers this is, of course, we have the largest digital savvy population globally. We have the fourth highest number of internet users. You know, I think in 2023, we have 230 million, or 77% of country, 270 million people were active internet users. We're also looking into reaching $77 billion in digital economy, and it's on course to reach 130 billion by 2025. So we do have a very big demand and potentials, and not just potential, but really we are moving there, you know, if we look at the population that we have. But again, this is what Pagita said. Indonesia will never become a digital creator, right? We are just an enabler for growth and an engine for value creation to the Indonesian economic sector. And I think we are still short of growth of 7%. In order to do that, all business, all sectors need to go into digitalization and move towards their structural reform. So if we'll addressing some of the structural issue in the next slide, we can see that many, you know, like many other developing nations as well, I think we see that the biggest issue of digitalization adoption is inclusivity and the widening gap in digital adoption for marginalized groups. This is definitely a big issue. 97% of our economy is SMEs. And how on earth are we going to do this if without them being, you know, being part of the story and have this structure issue. So some of these issues that I wanted to share, we've talked about yesterday also with it was so funny because yesterday we have the minister, Pak Budi Adi, we have also Minister Sri Mulyani, and then she was telling Pak Budi, I already give you all the money now to build your infrastructure, BTS and so forth. So you better deliver, you know, all of that. And then Pak Budi said, you know, the money doesn't come to me. It was before. So now I have to just clean up the mess. That's what he said. So you know, it's like, I think you know, it's digital infrastructure. I think it's definitely still a big issue. And when we talk about internet, we've known it's not just internet access, but we also know the kecepatan, the speed of the internet, which is ridiculous, of course. So we talk about the access, but we also need to look at affordability. I think those two are very important. The slide before, please. And then also we talk about the digital literacy. I think this is something that is still a very, very big issue for Indonesia. And I think it's not, this is even in the business itself. When we do the rescaling because of jobs, you know, the upscaling, I think this is still an issue. Cost of trial and error of tech adoption. I think with the limited access and ability to finance affordable technology, I think this is also a big issue. And burdening of adapting work models, especially in involving hybrid work, education, reallocation of workers, and so forth. Also, protection of basic digital rights and cybersecurity. I think this is something that I think, we have to really understanding the digital rights and efforts to protect them is very important, including regulatory measure, operational aspect of the company's cybersecurity, and so forth. And this is a topic I really love to talk about, which is the gender disparity. I think narrowing the gap in internet access and digital literacy for women and utilization of technology to expand for expanding business owners, which is 61% of the MSME are really gender women, but only 17% of them have the presence in e-commerce platforms. So this is still a very big issue. So what are some of the key determining factors for successful technology-based digitalized company? I think we all know the ICT, infrastructure, the human capital, also the business climate and cyber security. I think research and development and innovation, of course, the funding and investment, we talk about the money, and the policy and regulations. I want to also touch a few things. We did a survey actually about 2,000 companies for our economic roadmap. And the whole purpose of the economic roadmap is for us to submit a clear, this is coming from business, so this is not economic roadmap that presented by the economists. It's really from business, so it's the language of business. And the idea is to give inputs, and we have done this every 5 years, to give inputs to the candidates, which is included sectoral and non-sectoral issues. And the inputs including the policy metrics, because there's a lot of also regulations that are entailing in terms of the doing business. So this is something that we've worked together with all businesses, including also the foreign chambers, and we will launch this and have a dialogue with the candidates in the coming weeks. But I think we really clearly see that in the next slide that adoption of digital tools across businesses is still limited, and Indonesia's startup ecosystem has been rapidly deteriorating. This is very interesting, as depicted, I think, by the startup genome. The Jakarta historical ranking startup ecosystem has been declining from number 2 to number 12. And companies across Indonesia also validate this concern. So this is something that we come up with our survey as well, where 52% respondents from our survey agree that startup ecosystem in Indonesia is at emerging stage. Many startups are established, but operations are still subscale. This is the biggest issue. So we come up with many startups. Jadi what we call it now with SMEs juga, we don't want to just create SMEs, but SME naik kelas kita bilang, they have to grow. And also, I think Indonesia is still demonstrating lagging cybersecurity system. I think currently ranked at number 85 between the National Cybersecurity Index. This is further also validated by the survey where 20% of companies are not satisfied with the current cybersecurity practices. The next slide, we find in the survey that 4 key challenges that the MSME hold from adopting technology or digital tools. First, the limited literacy knowledge and capability along the technology and tools needed. Second is the lack of understanding of possible digital applicability for the business and its benefit. So there is still lack of understanding, believe it or not, on this. The third is limited budget to invest, I think money again, the budget to invest hardware, software, and also operations. And the fourth also is frequent network and signal problem, hindering the MSME to keep using technology and digital tools. And the survey has found that businesses are eager to adopt. So we have come to many of the specific sectors that are eager to adopt, and this is the top sectors that we have. So we survey over 2,000 companies, I think from various sectors, and we find that these are some of the sectors that are clearly wanting to do the adoption. In the next slide, we also highlight the key challenges in the ICT infrastructure itself. And based on the survey, we see that 48% of the respondents are satisfied with the availability of the telecom services. But we see that 49% are satisfied with the affordability, 45% with the telecom service, and 43% are satisfied with the availability, affordability, and quality of IT hardware and software. So these are just some numbers that I would like to share with you. And of course, some of the challenges are provided there, just to have an idea where business are really coming from. And what our proposal to the government, to future government, is expanding the telecommunication network, enhancing digital talent. So we've been focusing, selamat datang Pak Sandi Uno, Pak Menteri. I'm going to be very quick because I know everybody wants to listen to Pak Sandi. But just, so these are 3 proposals that we do from Apindo. Also, the digital talent has been something that we're really focusing on. And now it's interesting because when we work with the labor union, we're not just talking about minimum wage. As you know, it's been in the media these days about minimum wage. It will be confirmed today also for the Kabupaten Regency minimum wage. But I think we are now moving towards a training, including digitalization, because something that is important is moving away from the just talking about the usual of minimum wage and going more into the capacity building. So I think this is something that we're working on. And the third is affordability of hardware, software, and services. Now, I think I want to talk a little bit before I close about the jobs, because I think the jobs is very important. In the next slide, we see that based on the WEF figure, 6.6 million jobs in ASEAN are projected to be redundant due to the technology. And 41% of this lack of essential skill required for also future jobs. So we really believe that this is something that we really have to pay attention. When we talk about the figure in Indonesia, this is also still a very big gap. And understanding the changes that Industry 4.0 and Society 5.0 will bring to Indonesia business world is very crucial. And I think this includes also the digital technologies and automation that the companies can adopt, also the jobs that will grow in the future, and the skill needed for the job, and how to develop this skill. I think the underlining is how do we develop this skill. And I think it's, the 4.0, 5.0 has different priorities, as we know. The 4.0 industry are developing to use technology to ease people activities, while the Society 5.0 emphasize the use of technology while still relying on human as the main actors. However, I think they both are interconnected and complement each other in terms of technological development and social change. But I think alongside with machine, we have to see that the human aspect still provide an importance in terms of how we look at this. And I think we also look at the kind of future jobs, the 10 skill needed related to technological skill. I'm not going to go to details with this, but I think clearly we can see that the upscaling and rescaling what we need on what kind of jobs. And we've been talking to Minister Nadiem as well and providing, the right link and match. And it's been very difficult, but because even before this come to the picture, we know Indonesia now, some of the challenges that we face is the creation of jobs. And we look at, it's not just the kind of job, but also we don't even have enough job to create. So this is something that we are currently working with the minister also, how to find the right link and match, and how to really, businesses can really get involved in upscaling and rescaling. So I just want to close with 2 challenges that are very important, which is the human capital development, number 1. I think we have to really pay attention the fact that um, uh, those with education of elementary school is still 39.7%, followed by junior high school graduate is still 18%, senior high school is 19%, and vocational school is only 9%. So, you know, this is something that we really, really need to pay attention. So while we talk about digitalization, we really need to know that even the basic Indonesia education system, we're still very behind. And this also, I think, clearly said in the STEM, in the PISA exam, you know, clearly notice the numbers that we are still very much at. So we've been very much also promoting STEM these days, and trying to also put more STEM into the curriculum of, you know, even when we look at the education side, how to expand the STEM graduates. And also the number 2, which is the employment absorption. I just want to mention this because I think this is important, that we have to realize that in the next slide, that every investment that comes in now, the realization of workshop absorption per trillion has become smaller. And in 2023, only 826 workers were absorbed per 1 trillion. So that's now, compare of 9 years ago, that's only 20% compared to 9 years ago. So this is something that we really need to pay attention. So we've been very much promoting, sorry, next slide. Employment absorption, yes. We've been really much promoting also creating of SMEs sectors because of this, you know. So if we can't create enough jobs on the industry, because moving from the labor intensive to the capital intensive, we also need to create more of the SMEs, but SMEs that can actually what I call scale up. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think these are some of the aspects that Apindo has been focusing on. So I just want to close with the last slide, which is how do we move forward in the digital ecosystem chapter. We have, this is some of the recommendation that we provide to the candidates in our roadmap. So I'm not gonna, you know, just to give you an idea that we want to promote deployment of high-speed internet infrastructure, launch national one-stop online portal that enables workforce of all age group to access online learning, establish national technology zone for business player, roll out MSME Go Digital program. So there's a few concrete program that we want to propose. And this is something, what we're doing is now working with the economic team. So what's important is a lot of the ideas, a lot of what, because we are the one who's working on the ground. So we know what's happening, we know what's needed, especially when we talk about the policy metrics. I don't share here, but there's specific namanya, you know, aturan, which is regulations that really impacting. So it's to make it easier for candidates to also know what's actually happening, what works, what's not working. And this is something that I think is our contribution, and it is very, very important that we put it through to the candidate. Not to the existing government, but to the candidates, so that they know how we think and how we can move forward with the business. So that's from me, and thank you very much for this opportunity. I hope this gives you a bit sense on where business is coming from and where we're heading. Thank you.
A warm round of applause. So, Ibu Shinta, actually, we really appreciate this presentation's timing, because I know yesterday was the day that Apindo was with all the 3 presidential candidates' teams. And she had a good chance to share what exactly are their programs by each of the 3 camps. And I'm very happy that you have a finger on the pulse and you're able to give us a lot of insight based on how you see the 3 camps are thinking about digital transformation. Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome Pa Sandy Uno. A warm applause for our Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, because the main topic for the morning session today, after the opening by Pagita and Ibu Shinta, is talking about the creative economy. and tourism for two reasons. Because post-pandemic, we've seen that one of the strong emerging sectors that has come through with a strong potential for Indonesia specifically is the creative economy sector and tourism. And I think, Pa Sandy, you've done a wonderful job with how you have brought together the tourism sector post-pandemic. A big applause for that, Pa Sandy. Pa Sandy has consented to spend some time with us here. And thank you, Pa Gita and Pa Shinta, to stay as long as you're able to. Ibu Shinta and Pa Gita, yeah. Thank you for being able to stay as long as you're able to in this session. But I think Pa Sandy would like to share with us some of his thoughts and ideas related to how he sees the creative economy and the tourism sector progressing. And we would like to listen from Pa Sandy.
Pa Gita has to catch a flight to Singapore.
Yes.
Thank you for...
Thank you, Pa Gita, for your time here. Yeah. So, Pa Sandy, before we start with your presentation, I believe you have a presentation?
A very short one, yes.
Okay. Before that, I'd like to first thank you for being our longest supporter for the Indonesia Economic Forum. I remember when we were in year 4, Pa Sandy came and told me, and he said, Sachin and Shoaib at that time, as we were there, you come to year 4, and that's a big success. And Pa, today we are in year 10. So this is the 10th year of the Indonesia Economic Forum. You've been there as a speaker every year. Thank you very much. And without much further ado, over to Pa Sandy.
Thank you, Pak Sachin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to you all. And as in many life cycles, when you pass the 7th year, like when you're married to someone or you're in love with someone, the 7th year is the test of time. If you can pass the 7th year, you would go into the 14th year and then into the, hopefully, the next 7-year cycle. So congratulations to the Indonesia Economic Forum. And congratulations to Pak Sachin, Pak Umar, Ibu Sinta, and also a lot of very familiar faces here. Thank you very much. And we're in a very exciting times. This is the second day of the 75 days of campaign. And although election is coming up soon, we felt it's business as usual. So this is really good. I think business is hopefully continuing to invest. People who are here around the table have very confident and optimistic view about Indonesia, even election is around the corner. I'll be very brief to update you where tourism and creative economy sectors are. And I think to reiterate what Sachin said, it's the two sectors have emerged as now a new and renewable, not energy, but sources of growth, because it creates good quality jobs. It actually promoted the decent type of achievements in terms of SDGs. And so far, we have about close to 23 million of jobs created by the tourism sectors and the similar numbers on the creative economy side. So these two sectors combine 46 million quality jobs, and this number of foreign arrivals are out of date. How come it is on my deck? I don't even know. But this year we will close at 11 million foreign tourist arrival, breaking even our most optimistic estimates. And when I was running the private sectors, I give guidance to investors. in terms of where they would see our financials by the end of the year. And if we have a robust year, I would do one upward revisions of our guidance, typically around mid part of the year. But this time I revised it upward twice because of the strong, robust comeback in the sectors, because I need to prep the industry to put more money because we see the tourism foreign exchange value have increased. Contributions to GDP is nearing 4% to the traditional numbers. And the movement of domestic tourists is close to 1 billion trips. So this is a remarkable number. But more remarkable number is on the creative economy side, because I mentioned about the number of jobs. It's close to 24 million. But the value added to our GDP is at close to 13 trillion rupiah, close to 8% of our GDP, which makes Indonesia's third largest in the world, third highest in the world after the US and South Korea in terms of contributions of creative economy to our GDP. So if the US have Hollywood, Korea have Korean dramas, we have horror movies. Very scary, our horror movies. So if US have jazz, Korea have K-pop, we have dangdut. Dangdut is now the music chosen to be the stretching session music for Korean volleyball professional league. So it's, and the export number is close to 27 billion. We are very confident that this number will continue to improve, and within 5 to 10 years we will overtake Korea in terms of contributions of creative economy to the GDP. Why? Because of the next slide, because of the strength of digital economy. And digital economy have propelled the numbers of creative economy into the digitalizations and the number of startups. We are number 5 in the startup ecosystems. And I think this is going to be continuing to be the largest market in Southeast Asia, and also following India and China, we're going to be the third largest in Asia. So creative economy sectors has a unique potentials to contribute positively to sustainable economic growth, because the traditional sectors are culinary, fashion, and crafts are now being supplemented by games, music, film, animations, and my director in charge of music, film, and animation is here, Pa Amin. So his PhD is in music, and his thesis is music is politics. So when you want into politics here in Indonesia, you have to understand music. That's why I'm not so good in politics. Otherwise, I won't be here. I will be campaigning. But anyway, innovations, job creations, value additions, and environmental preservations would be this is actually, I think, not Taoism, but tourism. Maybe it's a tribute to our Japanese friends, Taoism. Well, some people make mistake, and this is millennials. They prepare the decks. So sorry for the typo. Why is the Taoism and creative economy is opportunity for new and renewable economy is this particular 4 pillars. And I think sustainable tourism is the only way to go. And we seeing the SDGs are being taken care by our investments in tourism and creative economy. We look at sustainable tourism management, sustainable social and economic environment, sustainable cultural continuity, and sustainable environmental sustainability. So this is all the 4 pillars. We call it the green tourism. Nothing to do with the color of my new party, but it's a way to go, green economy and green tourism. IP would be the next pillar, intellectual property. And we just launched Government Decree number 24 last year to allow financial institutions to use IP as collateral to advance credit. So we are moving higher in the global IP market, and we believe this is the next phase to add to our creative economic strength. Next is our collaborations with World Intellectual Property organizations. We believe that WIPO identified Indonesia because Indonesia's focus on strengthening our IP ecosystem. Next is achieving net zero. We are bold in saying that 2035 we will cut tourism carbon emissions by 50% and completely go net zero by 2060. So we are using village tourism, new and renewable energies, waste management, as well as carbon footprint calculator initiatives to push how we could plant more mangrove, mineral trees, restoring the coral reefs, in terms of how on a concrete basis we help cut this emissions of this part of our climate actions. Last but not least, we also have collaborations on digital space. Some of these are in the areas of artificial intelligence and also augmented reality and virtual reality. And we help Garuda because Garuda needs some help by bringing in foreign IPs also to inspire. So like Pokemon will start to be one of the official IP partners of Garuda, whereby we believe that this will bring not only more name recognitions for Garuda and Indonesia, wonderful Indonesia in the Japanese market, because Pokemon Go is still a $6 billion worth of IP that could be used to help more foreign tourist arrivals into Indonesia. So thank you very much for the time. I'm sorry I can only stay for another 15 minutes because I just got a call by my boss, Pak Jokowi. So we'll hopefully be able to stay here until 9:45, where I need to have a hard stop and make my move to the palace.
Thank you, Pak Sandy. Big applause for Pak Sandy's presentation. We actually have here Pak Chandra Darusman, formerly from WIPO. Pak Chandra, may I invite you to come to the front?
Oh, we have a Indonesia legend, Pak Chandra, Wilujeng Enjing. Not only we have Gita Wiryawan, we also have Pak Chandra Darusman.
Yes.
This is from Sunda Empire.
Yes. Okay, so today morning, actually, we have a lot of stakeholders from the creative economy sector. And maybe I'd like to pose the first question to you, Pa, is I think the program and the design is very important because now there is a framework of how we can all participate. But what's your views or your advice to the companies that are actually going to be implementing or participating in some of these programs? Because we have a starting point problem of human resources are not ready yet to be able to partake in the programs that have been outlined. So how do you see the role of the government in interfacing with the private sector and the public sector, academia, etc., in order to be able to provide enough people who can actually undertake and make these programs into a success?
Human capital is key, absolutely critical to get us to the next stage of this creative economy. And because IP is the foundations, and Pak Chandra is have been advising us on how we move forward. So we invest a lot of efforts and resources into making sure our human capital is well first in terms of moving up the ladder and understanding that IP would be key, including our micro, small, medium enterprises. So we're facilitating IP registrations for our creative economy players. We are also protecting their IPs, and I was told it's some staggering number of close to 14 trillion rupiah yearly have been lost because of piracies. This is movies. By the way, anybody all have watched Gadis Kretek? Raise your hand if you watch Gadis Kretek. Beautiful series. I just finished the fifth episodes. Hopefully more seasons to come. And we are now creating a tourist package. It's basically tour packages around the movies. So yeah, I think human capital would be number one, investments in human capital. Secondly is creating a robust institutions. So Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy is one facilitator, but then we have other ministries taking care of this. And we have the police to make sure that all violations are... one thing that Disney, this is told to me by Disney, that they have seen globally, Indonesia has emerged as the top country in terms of cracking down illegal sites. So they really give credits to us on that. But we need to do more because we need stronger institutions. And finally, I would say soft and hard infrastructures that enable us to provide ecosystem for the creative economy players. And I think Pak Chandra will be in a much better positions to elaborate how we could create a much better ecosystem. So we do work with WIPO, we do work with other organizations, including communities of creative economy players to make sure our IP continue to improve.
In fact, once you leave, we have a roundtables discussion, and we would be actually taking up each one of these topics one by one to see how we can all play a role in it. Sandy, we just completed the Indo Fringe Festival. Yeah, for 10 days in November, we did a showcase. And the particular success story of Indo Fringe was the program that we ran in the schools. So we did a 30-day training program for 11 people in each school, who are all students, guided by a teacher. And we ran a collaborative learning and project-based learning exercise where the students would organize a festival. And they learned all different aspects of the festival, right? From production to videography to invitation to design to stage production, sound, light, etc. And you won't believe it, we had given them a target to involve 90 schools, but they actually brought together 382 schools. So this was a huge multiplier effect that we were able to find, and we found that maybe that's one way of getting the young people engaged in building SDM, or the human capital of the country. What's your view that should we be starting at an age of 15 and above so that people are able to take career decisions? Because you know what happens here? People move on. Everybody wants to be a doctor, lawyer, engineer, professional. And a lot of people don't know that there are career choices in creative economy which are as good, if not better. So what's your view on how should we be helping our youth prioritize getting into the creative economy?
I was looking at the Indo Fringe matrix before I left this morning, and actually we almost double from the earlier estimates with 380 events. My advice would be start as sooner as possible. And some of these future artists actually could be discovered when they're at such young age. And we have ample talent pool when you're able to take a deep dive. And school would be a great, and I think Pak Nadim would agree, that the future of jobs is actually quite complex. It's not just one particular sectors for you know, I have a 23-year-old, my second daughter, who's completely uninterested to have just one job. She wants to have at least 2 jobs, better still 3 jobs. Well, I told her her education is so expensive, but her 3 jobs combined have not really been able to provide a nice salaries for her living in New York. So she went and, just like your sister, graduated from Parsons, and that's a really expensive school. But she enjoys now working in the creative space. Culinary, she works in musics, and this is the reality. I think the future of jobs needs to be agile. It's the gig economy. And they're more interested in 1 or 2 type of flexible jobs in their career. And this is something that we as government needs to appreciate this, acknowledge this, and create policies that would allow such flexibilities.
Thank you, Pa. Another topic I want to touch upon before you leave is digitalization. I think our president has also directed that digitalization in this sector would be very important because it's a force multiplier. We have here in our room the Cam Frost from Megatix. Could you put your hand up, Cam? And Megatix has built an app for Bali. And it is an app that completely brings together the entire ecosystem of Bali on one app. It's an example. If you can do that in Bali, same thing can be done across 90 cities of Indonesia. And that is a force multiplier for all the SME sector, and everybody is able to be represented on that app. So in your view, Pa, like this, what are the approaches that Common Paragraph is now doing towards digitalization?
We are onboarding close to now 25 million SMEs into digital ecosystem. Onboarding this through the various programs, and I think there's one certainty. There's a lot of uncertainty in the world, but one of the certainty would be that we are transforming our economy into digital. And I think we need more investments, in particular on 3 clusters for our creative economy. First is payment. I think we need to, and this is something that I continue to talk to Central Bank and OJK, is to allow more startups to focus on facilitating payments. Secondly is on cybersecurity. As we move into more and more data and digital platforms, we need more protections for our data and cybersecurity. I'm not seeing enough investments yet in cybersecurity. And third would be fintech. And this is something that the banking giants are really moving fast into this, but not fast enough, because based on our survey, there are still 46% of our micro, small, medium enterprises within the tourism and creative economy sectors have not been able to access the funding that they need. So this is, we believe, how we move forward into digitalizing the economy, not just the tourism and creative economy, but the the large overall economy.
One last point, Pa. We have Pa Umar Hadi here today. He's from Kemlu, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. One of the reasons he's here is he's going to lead a discussion later on about the power of collaborating with other countries in the world. One of the tourism definitely is involved in that. We're looking at now how to involve them in creative economy side of it, in performance, performing arts, fine arts, etc. 35 countries, ambassadors, we already started working with them. What are your views on how should we proceed with creating more global collaboration between the creative economy here and with, let's say, the countries which have influence? What's your view on a direction that probably can be taken in 2024?
Pa Umar will be a great resource because he has huge experience in how Korea built the ecosystems on creative economy. And I think we need to broaden our global outreach and discussions, not just with the two countries that I mentioned, the US and Korea, but also to the powerhouse of China and India. India have emerged as a very strong collaborator within the tourism and creative economy space. Within a short period of time, without any direct flights from India, India is now the second largest foreign tourist into Bali. Excellency, from 1st December, which is like in a couple of days, we're going to have Vistara and Indigo flying direct into Denpasar. So yes, Pa Umar have a tough job ahead of himself, but I think he's well equipped. I think the government across the ministries and agencies were very, now Pa Jokowi is spending more time globally. I think he's making a lot of international trips, and I think this is making a huge, with our G20 presidency last year and ASEAN chairmanship this year, we have catapulted our positions globally, not just in tourism and creative economy, but a whole series of other engagements.
Thank you very much, Pa Sandy, and I think we've just run out of time. A big round of applause for Sandy, to spend time here. We will continue this discussion after a short bio break. So let's take a 5 to 10 minute bio break, get some coffee, and we'll continue back here in the room. We have a lot of interesting topics. We have a presentation from Populix as well to talk more specifically about the creative economy sector. Thank you very much. See you in 10 minutes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I request you to take your seats? I don't have, but I promise you to but if you want to stay my number, this is my number. Kindly take your seats. We will be started in 2 minutes.
In the wrong place. Sorry, Mom.
Good morning. Thank you all for being there in the morning session. I think that was a very insightful session with Pagita, Ibu Shinta, as well as Pa Sandy Uno. The purpose of actually the morning speakers is to give us a framework for our discussions as we go ahead. But it's not to just talk about what they said, but it's more about talking about what you want to say. Our biggest challenge that we have faced over the years working in Indonesia has been putting words to action. And they have been challenges for various kinds of reasons. So Indonesia Economic Forum intends to be an actionable platform so that the things that you want to discuss, the things that you want to say can be amplified, not only in terms of a report that's prepared and then submitted to the government, to the cabinet, but also in terms of how we can amplify the message using our social media and our digital channels. As you do know, we go to more than 10,000 people across the region in 49 countries. A lot of the messaging is also within Indonesia, and most of our content on our YouTube channels and social media channels is watched and viewed. This year we are going into TikTok, and our team is preparing short clips which can be amplified. Depending on the message and who the audience is, we decide what content goes onto which platform. So this session now is basically more of an actionable session. We have time till about 12:15, 12 to 12:15. We would like to encourage all of you to participate in the conversation. I'm going to go around the room, not necessarily in an order, but in terms of as we go through the various topics, I'm going to invite each one of you to say a few words. If there is something that you'd like to say in between, kindly raise your hand so that I can change that sequence to come to you. We have a very wide mix of people in the room. I'm going to get started with Pa Umar Hadi, who is here with me. Pa Umar is from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but that's not the hat that he's wearing when he's here today. He is also one of the strongest, I would say, proponents or I would say champions of performing arts, creative economy, and various aspects related to this in his various roles that he has played in the past. Some of you who have been here on Jazz at the Library know that for much, that Pa Umar and with Ilham have put together a show that is really aimed at the diplomatic community and the people who take decisions in supporting the creative economy and the creative arts. So Pa Umar, maybe I'll start with you. Some thoughts and ideas on what you feel was discussed this morning, as well as how you feel that Indonesia can collaborate with other nations. Diplomatic, bilateral relationships that Indonesia has can be put to much better use if we find a way to connect with them and engage with these countries on an ongoing basis and not just one-off projects. So any views on that, Pa Umar?
Well, thank you very much, Pa Sachin. Good morning to everybody. As a trained diplomat, I'm not used to an impromptu question because we have to do our research first. But as a trained artist, I can always how do you say it? Wing it, and improvise. I think before we go into collaborations with other countries, there are three main challenges, I think, that we need to discuss when it comes to promoting creative economy, including in the digital space, right? Number one is the discussion around freedom of expression. This is something that I believe in Indonesia and in many other countries, as community, we really need to come to terms with how far, how little freedom of expressions protected by the Constitution and the application of it. And that includes law enforcement and so on and so forth. I learned when I was in South Korea that actually when they had their political reform back in the late 80s, one of the first things they did in the early 90s was to really provide almost total freedom of expression to their people. For example, in 1992, they do away with the censorship regulation. And that provided a kind of launch pad for the artists to really, so that's why you can see the explosion of artistic expressions in South Korea since the early 90s. Hence we have now, there was a very fun example in the South Korean films before the 90s, when they include in the story about North Korea, it was always, they always pictured North Koreans as this, heinous, bad, cruel, but because the censorship from the government was very strong, and even a filmmaker had to submit the story first before get the permission to produce the film. But after 92, suddenly North Koreans become very nice, normal people. And I think in one of the most popular TV series they made recently called Crash Landing or something like that. Huh? You know that? So the good guy was the North Korean soldier. So that's just how freedom of expression can really influence creativity of the talents. Now I know in Indonesia, and I want to hear and listen the experience in India. The debate on censorship is still alive. I was a member of a film censor body back in the 90s, and I know how it worked, and I think it doesn't change that much until now. Even music or printed materials, so that's something we need to discuss and come to terms with, or maybe create some kind of a better system, for example, rather than censorship. In South Korea, there is now a kind of a rating system, but it is done by the industry, not by the government. Um, that's one. The second issues of discussion, I think, is on talents development or human capital, especially when it comes to education. Most of the times, at least in Indonesia, when we talk about education for creative economy, creative industry, is more about the main actors. In the art schools, you train the performers. In the fashion industry, you train the designer. But we often forget to train the how do you say it? The support system. In the film business, for example, we forgot to train seriously the lighting engineers, the sound engineers. So one of my hobbies is producing documentaries, and it's always very difficult to find a good videographer or post-production editing people. It's very difficult. So from time to time, we have to rely on still hiring foreign experts if you want to have a better quality of the production. So this is, I think, one area also to work on, how to train and educate and provide the skill sets for this, the whole ecosystem of when you talk about production of in the creative economy. And not to mention also about the need to educate or train more management or managers and producers. I was also posted in Los Angeles for a few years, and I visited many of their art schools, the Cal Arts or the George Lucas Film School at the USC. And I learned that even in the curriculum for performers, the first semester is all about production, right? So before a film student learn how to make the movies, he or she should learn first about the overall landscape of film production. And this is, I think, what we need to inject in our education system. The third issue is about the market. The debate in Indonesia is about whether you want to protect the market to allow the locals to thrive, or to open it to have more competition. And this is not an easy debate. I know, I think whoever is in power will always face this kind of debate. In South Korea, when I learned about their creative industry, actually what happened was they really opened the market. You know this, and actually the government stay away from the market and let or allow private companies to do the job. And I think it was, again, in the early 1990s when the government decided to open up the market for, at the time, at first on media organizations, and then on film industry, and then music, and so on and so forth. I think the game changer was Samsung, when Samsung Group decided to spin off CJ Group. That's why we know now CJ Entertainment, CGV, and so on and so forth. And these companies remain to be the driving force of the creative economy in all sectors. You know, actually, for example, in the CJ Group, the biggest part of CJ Group is not the film or music, but the food. Yeah, it's a food industry. So, and they call it now lifestyle industry. And I think this is something that still needs to be promoted in Indonesia. So I think those are the three issues that I want to bring in this morning, Pak Sachin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Umar. In fact, we have a good example of many of these topics represented in the speakers who are here today. We're going to go around the room and hear from them as well. Timothy, you had some stats and some data to share. Just a quick introduction, Populix, and Dr. Timothy Astandu is the CEO. Could we have the Populix presentation on screen? Timothy here is partnering with Indonesia Economic Forum so that we can share some data and insights. Populix is a new company that is into data and insights. We felt that it would be a great way for us to get a hold on the numbers, and that would be another point to fuel the conversation for today. So we'll listen to a few people, and then we'll get the discussion going. Over to you, Timothy. Yes.
Thank you so much, Pak Sachin. Thank you for the invitation. It is great to be here this morning to meet everyone, all the esteemed speakers, to Pak Umar and Pak Chandra juga. Good morning, and the rest of the audience. As Pak Sachin mentioned, my name is Timothy from Populix. These few slides, I have 3 slides here, were actually taken from a survey that we launched in December 2022 on tourism and people's year-end vacation plans. So as we emerged from the COVID pandemic, we wanted to see the rebound in tourism, and I will share some stats, and like you said, hopefully this will be some food for thought for the rest of us and a conversation starter as well. So yeah, this is just Populix. So what was interesting in this report, and I'm just summing up or taking a few bits and pieces that we found very, very interesting, was that even locally, and this is among young Indonesians, the demand for domestic travel was really, really strong. People actually want to travel domestically. So this morning we heard a lot about foreign tourism, but actually domestically we also have a very strong market. Interesting as well, Indonesia is an archipelago of 7 islands, but when they want to go, the same top key topic we thought was quite interesting on Bali. Maybe now beyond Labuan Bajo. How do we get people to explore other beautiful places like Toraja, like Sumatra, like Papua? These are very interesting places, and I've been to most of these places. If I may say, they're on par or even better than some of the more famous destinations in Indonesia. And I think what's interesting also, and I want to point this as the second topic, is that the way people now book their vacations have completely changed compared to, let's say, the previous decades, right? So young people nowadays, the length of time it takes them to book a trip is now getting shorter and shorter. So weekend getaways, city getaways, these are becoming spontaneous purchases. And so this is very interesting. Like most of the trips, almost all of the trips that they plan are under 6 months from the actual date of travel. And I think this makes us or triggers us to think, if we're in the tourism and creative economy sectors, how do we cater to this changing consumer behaviors? And I think in terms of transportation, accommodation, booking methods, etc., it's already quite obvious that you have to have a strong presence online. Gone are the days like in Pulau Gadung or somewhere you buy it doesn't happen. It's a must for all players in the hotel industry, in the culinary industry. You have to have a presence online. Topic which is, or we found many things, but two are strongly interlinked online. The way to know where to go online now. Like literally, based in Indonesia, first by hearing about the place from their friends or family. Then they would go to Instagram and they would look, oh, is this place beautiful or not? Is this worth the cost of going there? And finally, they would go to YouTube, find a YouTuber who's been there and look at, how they went there, booking flights, hotels, what are the destinations that they need to go. So I think that's the and hopefully it will be interesting discussion. Thank you so much, Pak.
So as you can see, we've got 3 topics from Umar, which is freedom of expression. Number 2 is talent and self, and the 4th is insights. So Timothy has pointed out how Populix is in the business of creating insights. And a lot of times we take a lot of decisions in Indonesia based on feel, network, people we know. We don't really rely on insights. And I think we should as we go forward. So that's another topic of, as you present some of the other topics, do think about using insights. There is one sorry. So there is bring Chandra to talk about, because Chandra has been part of, we tell us a little bit more about what they do, but his experience there has brought forward another important aspect that we should in this whole creative art economy industry. Over to you, Chandra.
This. Okay, good morning, Pak Umar, for inviting me today. Ladies and gentlemen, I follow the tours of Pak Gita dan Ibu Shinta. And I use the term inconvenient truth, a term coined by Al Gore, Mr. Al Gore, Vice President of the US. Before that, WIPO, let me give you a few words about WIPO, specialized agents, UN family, United Nations family, specialized in the promoting intellectual property. WIPO can assist developing countries in improving the system of intellectual property. So I had the opportunity to work for WIPO for 18 years. And during the 18 years, I must share with you, I have had the luxury in observing why nations climb the ladder with intellectual property. Obvious example was China and Vietnam. When I entered WIPO in low rank in patent grant and patents. One of 50 countries, the ranking. Now, China is the most patent application country in the world. Why did this happen? China was ready to boost their economy when they opened up the market economy, when they were ready with millions of engineers. They were ready. Now, compare it to Indonesia, where the most sought faculty in the university is social sciences, not STEM, not science, not mathematics. So that's why we have a lot of lawyers, politicians in Indonesia. No. My point is that in WIPO, there's the term that we use is innovation and creativity. Innovations relates to technology. Creativity relates to arts and all the branches of arts. So the inconvenient truth is I wanted to share with you is that as we all know that the manufacturing sector in Indonesia is percentage going down. This is an illustration that the country is not yet ready to boost industrialization because Indonesia does not have the technology, enough technology. That's why the manufacturing sector, which is heavy on technology, is going down. That is an inconvenient truth. Now, if you notice the figures of Pak Sandi, that Indonesia has the value of in this creative industry third in the world, I think it's not rocket science to say that Indonesia has a better chance to boost its creative sector as compared to the technology sector. Indonesia is running out of time. And to catch high order. If you see the figures of in ASEAN, Indonesia allocates only 0.2% of GDP. Philippines, less than that. But Vietnam is twice in terms of percentage of GDP for research. Twice Vietnam. Malaysia is twice Thailand. And this is of GDP. Now, if you see from that small for technology to research, it's very low. How? It's like you have a race. I'm using a bicycle, and Pa Omar is using a car, right? How better you? I will like mine. He will accelerate. Okay. Now, entering to the topic that today's I think main. Yes, digital economy can, but the digital economy does not work in a vacuum. It needs several pillars: legislation, administration, business model, awareness, and of course enforcement. Now let me say about just yesterday, with at the age limit of vice president. No. But I tried to convince the panel of judges, which was the whole team of the Institutional Court, to convince them that there's an article in the market like malls are obliged to eradicate tenants who sell. Convince the judges that Article 10 should be expanded, that marketplace is not confined to physical places, but also the digital space. Because if that word of marketplace is expanded, is stretched, also including the digital market, that will allow potentially 187 million users to be reaped. Just the notion of marketplace from not only physical malls, shops, but also to platforms like UGC and so forth. So what I'm illustrating is that yes, first, the inconvenient truth is that Indonesia has more chance in its creative sector as compared to the technology center innovation. And second, the digital economy does not work in a vacuum. It needs to boost several elements. One of them is the enforcement side, which I illustrated to you by trying to convince the judges that the marketplace includes platforms. Now, the last point I want to also to share with you is about the collaboration, and Pa Omar is, the champion of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in this regard. I'd like to give an idea that the network of sister cities could actually be ignited. completely. I don't know whether you are familiar or you've been to collaboration in the field of creative industry, in the field of music, which I'm very close to my heart, which can boost the creative sector and also help by the enabling by the digital economy. That's what I wanted to say, Pak Sachin, to give food for thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Chandra. So you added a couple of things, not only IP, but also technology, collaboration. You addressed the market thing. So we have some interesting hooks to get onto. I'd like to ask Nalin to talk a little bit about talent, because talent is the second point that Pa Umar brought about. Orbit is also one of the organizations that's heavily involved in developing talent outside the normal academia approach, because academia focuses on 4-year degrees and postgraduate degrees, while as I think the need of the hour needs to be skilling that can be done within months and years, a year at the most. So Nalin, over to you.
Thanks, Sachin. Before I speak on that, I had a light-hearted insight based on the data you presented. Suggestion from partner to go on a trip, only 28%, partner or spouse. And taking partner and spouse for a vacation, only 8%. What's happening? You are a minority. Came with your wife. I got from that, which was a little surprising. But yes, I had asked Pagita earlier that in Indonesia, you mentioned people taking social sciences. That's our experience too. I have visited 250 universities, and I'm surprised that there are classrooms full of people studying things like Russian literature. What kind of jobs will they get after that? Or something like that, equally abstract, which we don't find in other countries. See, the latest example of a country skilling up on the technology side is Vietnam, which come leaps and bounds in the last few decades. And before that, India. What happened in these two countries? Why did they succeed? It's interesting to see what happened in both these countries. India succeeded and Vietnam succeeded despite the government. That means the government did not interfere in technology skilling and skilling in general. They confined themselves to universities. They let private sector do all the skilling. They removed all the regulation, like you said, about the censor board, which you yourself were a part of. I didn't know that. Maybe you should have removed it then. But in my experience of just these two countries, they let it go. What's the result? Today, India produces 1.5 million or higher engineers, 500,000 doctors. Everywhere you go, and it's an observation I made to Sachin when I came to Indonesia 6-7 years ago. When I drive through the Indonesian highways, I see one major difference between Vietnam, India, China, and Indonesia. In those countries, every city you pass through, the signboards and billboards are of education institutes, private education institutes. India has a dozen of them with more than $1 billion market cap each listed on the stock exchange. In Indonesia, the only billboards you see is cigarettes. Those are the only billboards you see. You don't see, even now you see some political ones, but you don't see business billboards. You only see cigarettes. You don't see education institutes billboards. My view is that they should deregulate. They should let people study what they want to study. Today, universities in Indonesia are teaching what they have lecturers for, not what students want. We did a survey across hundreds of universities across Indonesia and asked students what they want to study. AI, cloud, digital marketing, that's what students want. But they are studying what universities are offering. I think the answer is to deregulate. It's some oversight, maybe. That's my view.
It's a good point, actually, because, for some of the jobs that Pa Sandy mentioned earlier, there are no courses. We don't have, many of the universities do not have courses for film management, for festival management, for courses. Courses like this are very in a handful of places only. So I think that is a food for thought that maybe we can work with Ministry of Tourism to find ways to get more of these short courses, collaborate with more international universities, etc. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to move on, actually. We have a few other examples here of projects which deal with these 7 different topics. I'll repeat the topics again. There is freedom of expression, the market by itself, insights, intellectual property, technology, and collaboration. So we'd like to hear a little bit from some of the projects that are in the room who are implementing a lot of interesting initiatives in 2024 and going forward, and try and put in context how they are addressing these various 7 different topics. So Cam, may I ask you, Cam, talk a little bit about the Bali app. So just to give an introduction, Megatix Indonesia is a company that's been set up to digitalize the sector by offering many solutions like ticketing, online ticketing, etc. But more than that, they have been seen as ecosystem builders. And Cam here, Cameron Frost, has been working very hard to set up an example of a Bali app. And since all of you have been on holiday to Bali, I'm sure you'll relate with it. It's to give us a case study. You know, the idea is to have a case study of how a digital technology platform is helping to connect the ecosystem. So over to you, Cam.
Yeah, thank you very much. We've had some great speakers today, but I'm going to be reading a little bit just to make sure I get it all right. So yeah, good morning, distinguished guests, fellow entrepreneurs and esteemed members of the Indonesian Economic Forum. I'm here to stand before you today as the CEO of Megatix Indonesia. We're a company that's trying to also not just revolutionize the ticketing industry, but has also embarked on a mission to enhance the cultural and experiential richness of Bali and beyond. So just a little bit about Megatix. So in 2019, we were introduced Megatix Indonesia, a ticketing platform designed by promoters for promoters. So we recognized the need for change in an industry where power was often taken away from the promoter and the creatives. So at the core of Megatix's mission is a fundamental belief in empowering event organizers and promoters in an industry where intermediaries often seize control. So Megatix stands as a revolutionary force, returning power to those who curate and bring events to life. Our platform is meticulously crafted to be a partner and not a hindrance. And unlike traditional ticketing companies that seek to dominate and control the entire process, Megatix champions the autonomy of promoters, ensuring they retain control over their events, their branding, their audience engagement, and their financial outcomes. So today I'm proud to share that Megatix handles almost about 80% of all the events in Bali now in just a few short years. Our focus this year and in the coming years is to extend our reach to the other regions of Indonesia, to which we've already had a lot of fantastic success. We've already supported many, many large-scale events around Java, Kalimantan, and Sulawesi, so we're looking to hopefully grow even further this year. These are just a few of the clients that we already work with, so you might recognize a few names up there like Atlas, Bali United, Bali Tourism Board. You know, basically if you've been anywhere in Bali, you've probably been to a few of these venues. So our journey with Megatix led us to a profound realization. While people were enjoying the events and tourism, they really struggled to connect spiritually and culturally with Bali and beyond its popular attractions. This insight gave birth to the Bali app, a digital platform designed to enrich the experience of visitors. So we've been working on this for quite a while behind the scenes, but we actually only just launched 4 weeks ago. The Bali app has already achieved around 30,000 downloads in its first month, and we're only just getting started. It even achieved for a brief moment there on the top 200 travel apps in the world. Where are we? And this is without using actually any marketing material at all. We haven't even started on our social media. We haven't started on offline advertising yet. This is purely just making the app an actual tool that you need to interact with when you come to Bali. So by positioning itself as a powerful tool for tourists to navigate cultural venues, connect with local drivers, tour guides, and to find events and activities, and to discover the true essence of Bali beyond the well-trodden paths. The Bali app is quickly becoming a must-have app on your phone while visiting the island. Oops, I haven't been pressing that button. So there's a good example of one of the features that we have is a transformative map feature. It's innovative use of interactive maps, enriching the experience of renowned locations such as Monkey Forest, for example. So when exploring Monkey Forest, our app provides users with a digital interactive map. I don't know if I can, yeah, as you can see there. So essentially, like a lot of people would go to Monkey Forest and they would just walk through the venue as quickly as they could, snap a couple of selfies, and off they go. I don't know how many people here have been to Monkey Forest, but did you know there's actually 8 different monkey tribes inside of Monkey Forest? Most people don't. So this app, we've actually worked with Monkey Forest and the village leaders to actually curate what they want people to know when they come into these venues. So you'll be able to, when you get, now, next time you walk through Monkey Forest, you'll notice there's these 8 monkey statues holding up QR codes. So you can come and scan that QR code and it will tell you where you are and what you're looking at and what it actually means from the actual people who come from the Ubud village. So we have all these tools inside the app that actually allow you to connect more culturally and deeper at these venues. So a good example is, I don't know how many people have been to the UNESCO site at Jatilui. So it's great, right? It's absolutely incredible. It should be a must-go location to everyone in Bali. So we went up to Jatilui the other week. Actually, it's my first time. I've been living in Bali for quite a long time, and ashamedly, it was my first time. And we just went, wow, how is this not one of the biggest tourist destinations in Bali? So we actually sat down with the management, again, with the village, and we said, what's happening here? How can we actually help? You know, and we realized that they're really under-digitized. You know, there's actually very difficult to find out any information. It's very difficult to buy your ticket. It's very difficult to know what you can actually do in the region. So as a case study, we're now working to, they basically came to us and said, Cam, help us, do what you need. So now we're working on actually, again, mapping out the whole venue. What are the best trails to get through the rice fields? How do you actually rent a bike to go through these rice fields? So what we do is we go to each location and we ask them, how can we make your customers' experiences better at your venue? Or how can we help attract more people to these regions? So, you know, it's something that we're just experiencing with all the villagers that we're speaking to. They're coming to us with open arms and going, yes, please help, we need this. So, you know, while popular travel sites are invaluable, we believe that actually people are yearning for a more deeper, more region-specific experience. So the Bali app is the answer to this. Supporting and understanding, you know, Bali on a level that transcends conventional tourism. Our goal is to expand that concept into other regions. So Bali is our first trial. We've already had interest from other areas and other countries that have seen this already and want to get involved. So as we launch the Bali app, we're convinced it'll redefine the way people travel on a more localized way. Although we're in the early stages, the overwhelming response in just a few weeks speaks volumes. The Bali app's more than a guide, it's a transformative tool, and we believe this app will fundamentally change how people engage with destinations. So, yeah. In conclusion, Megatix Indonesia and the Bali app are not just business ventures. You know, they're a testament to our commitment to empower, connect, and uplift. We honestly believe in the transformative power of experiences and the positive impact they can have on communities. So yeah, thank you for your time. If there's any questions, let me know.
That was outstanding. Thank you. So, you know, what I learned from working with Cam and when I first heard about the Bali app was, I was surprised at the way they looked at developing a technology. This is a true collaboration with the local people. You know, the words he said about, we wanted them to know what is it that they want people to know about their place. So the narrative is not driven by the technology company. It's driven by collaborating with the locals. And that's very important because then you bring the locals into the picture, right? They become stakeholders because they are telling their story of what they want outside people to know about them. The second thing is the unique application of technology is wonderful. I mean, you're trying to make a user experience, not just making an app. Because I know, I think all of us have traveled to a lot of places in the last 3 years, and we've always opened some app or the other, right? There's Agoda, there is TripAdvisor, etc. But it's the same experience. So at some point of time, you have no preference because it's the same. I go Google also, I get the same information. It doesn't really matter. Booking.com gives you the same information. It doesn't really matter. But if a specialized app looks at an experience so that you are getting a better holiday or experience while you're in that place, I think that speaks volumes. So, hats off to you at Megatix. The reason why I wanted Cam to present it is because I think this is a way forward. It's a disruptor to what's normally happening around us. This is not what you see on Traveloka or some of the other multi-billion-dollar technologies companies. But he's grown organically and he's working his way up in building a footprint across the country. And I think, something that you collaborate with Common Paragraph would be very good. I think Pasandi has asked that we will have a separate meeting to talk about the Bali app, etc. So I'm going to move on from Cam. If anybody has any questions to him, you can ask a quick question if you like. But I'm going to otherwise move on. I want to actually ask Gilang to talk a little bit about his project. Gilang is representing the Komodo project. The Komodo project is, I won't say it, I'm going to ask him to explain what it is. But I see that as a strong revival of a lot of forgotten things about the world of music and culture that we know about. And as we see ourselves modernizing, we see more influence of TikTok and YouTube and Instagram and Facebook. We tend to forget our roots and we tend to forget a lot of value that is there in our cultural heritage. So in that sense, Gilang is working on a project which has already started, but in 2024 he's collaborating with many people in the room here. I think it's very important that we have a short introduction to what is the Komodo project and the things that Gilang wants to do. Over to you, Gilang.
Okay, thank you, Sachin. Omar, thank you, and then Chandra and Amin, because this 4% is really my back, like really to help to make it everything's happen. This 4% really. So what I do is concerning about most of the day is concerning about traditional music. Well, if you mention music, your imagination will be like jazz, rock, or those kind of right. But if concerning about what I mean music, if it's mentioned Indonesian music, there's a lot of music going on in most all of region. So we're talking about, with Mr. Amin here and Chandra, there's a law. It's in number 5, and 2017 is about protection of our culture in Indonesia. So probably the traditional music is a part of, has to be protecting of it. But there's a lot of question about how are we going to protect? So, and then some musician, I know, most of it, but the business area, is there a market for traditional music? Might say probably, who listen to the music? Traditional music. It's kind of sad a little bit, but there's a big giant opportunity on the business actually. We could mention on all over Indonesia, we might have like, I would say the number of musicians is probably like 30,000 musicians all over Indonesia. And there's a lot of thousand traditional instrument all over Indonesia. But it hasn't probably putting on the modern management. It hasn't been go to that direction for a while. So in the meantime now we are trying to make like the ecosystem and everything. And it's not like, we're gonna make like a martabak, the next day it's gonna happen. It's gonna be like really taking time for this thing. But considering about the digital now, it's very interesting. Concerning about music, I might ask you all, in this time, are we listening to music or we see music? The subject. Are we listening or we see? Now, in this day, probably, I said, no, we're not listening, we see, because of a handphone. This is just a bunch of kids, probably, they want to see first, not listening. So that's a different area between my area during 1980, and then we listen. Now kids is more seeing first. So sometimes it's like probably making a great video, probably making a great video on the video clips, on those kind of thing, on the traditional music. And probably the things that we have to do is collaboration. The great things about the collaboration, probably, the traditional musician can be more collaborate with those foreign great musician, I would say, like a big name, the state or England or wherever, China, Japan. They really love to join with the traditional music. But then again, probably, those musicians, how can we reach them? How can we reach to the village, probably? Because we're probably living in a village. That's probably another question. Then, I have a lot of friends in Hollywood. I said, look, Gilang, what do we bring here to playing in Hollywood? There's a lot of stars who wants to play with all these great musicians. I said, yes, probably, we can do that. And then there's one thing we've been talking with Sachin, has to be like a festival, probably. Mr. Ramin has been doing so many festivals, going around. But the important, probably, everything is about sustainable. Sustain. That's one of the key. So the sustain, probably, it can cover by the business, probably. But the business people would love to make a festival all over the place by touching the traditional music, and can be like, if you're making like a festival, but the economy creative, like tukang baso can earn 10 times than he's selling on the street, right? So our stalls are all learning that. It's not about stage skill, it's about those who selling martabak, tukang baso, those kind of thing. Oh, okay, that's really, I wasn't concentrated with that at that time. But we have a lot of region that it has to be sustainable of a festival. That might be help on the economy of music traditional. And we have a lot of manufacturing traditional instrument. We've been talking with Mr. Chandra, because Chandra is also helping on maybe about the portal that we just open up how to sell instrument. But we've been talking also about, be careful, when you sell the instrument, there's so many orders. Is it ready or not? Yeah, that's also another things that I remember at that time we had a Congress. It's the first Congress for the music traditional, and I said, can we invite it from the minister from the Kahutanan? What is it? Forest? I said, what are you doing in the forest? No, we need wood. I said, because if there's no wood, there's no sound. There's much making the instrument by wood. So we have to make a sustainable of the forest. The bamboo and the wood and everything, and probably there's contribute with a 12 probably minister probably for the making of this progress of economy on the music traditional. And then we had about a week ago in Indonesia, it had just released that I've been learning also with Chandra. Also, it's what do you call, maybe Chandra can be more explained about Lembaga Management Collective. It's collective for the royalty for the music, traditional music. And then at that time also, there's a lot of people, hey, do they turn on the traditional music in the mall or in the restaurant or not? Not yet, probably. But considering of the law number 5 to 2017 that it has to be protected in Indonesia, so we're going to make the economy. So that's why probably the music is going to be survive. It's going to be just keep going till whenever. Because if there's no market, it probably our culture is gonna step by step is gonna be out of nowhere of this traditional music. So today we are considering of the greatest thing about this digital area, probably everywhere, whenever time that we can see the traditional music. There is so many culture all over Indonesia, but the greatest thing now probably that the festival is already in a certain area is already done, but there's also considering probably in a small village also has to be a festival and everywhere. So like again, it's the most important. It's the great management on and everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gilang. And I think a warm round of applause for the project on preserving traditional music. I think what's important here is it's not traditional music in the way that we may imagine, right? This is in fusion, in collaboration with young people from many other countries. So it's about making traditional music more mainstream and more popular, so that the youth can latch onto it and not see it as the music of their grandfathers. So I think that's the key here. So Amin, we're going to come back to you. I want to get a few more projects here because I think then we will get a response from the common paragraph on how can the ministry help in connecting all the dots together. So I have a few more names here. I'm actually going to tell you so that you know, you won't be surprised when I come to you. We have Ainsley, who's doing a Trust Foundation's concert with a huge orchestra and taking it overseas. So I'm going to hear a little bit about that project from Ainsley. Alistair has a lot of projects up his sleeve in preserving culture. So we'll have 5 minutes from you, Alistair, after this. We have Pak Gatot and Prakash here who are working on the Indo-Fringe project. We'll hear a little bit from him. We have Mo Siddiq here, who's building a footprint for Indonesian comedy worldwide. And I think he's one of the pioneers in that area, and he has a lot of challenges that he would like to bring here so that we can find solutions. We have, like we heard from Orbit, we had Nalin talking about how they're doing capacity building. We also have USAID here. Philip is here. And I think we can hear a little bit from you about how you've been approaching, supporting programs in Indonesia. But we'll come to that at the end. I'd like to go on to Ainsley. Ainsley, a few words from you about what your project is and some of the challenges that you're facing that we could collectively come together and work for. Thank you. Over to you, Ainsley.
Okay, thanks, Sachin. A lot of what Gilang said I resonate with. I'm not a musician. I'm not a concert producer. I'm not an artist. About 2 years ago, I was approached by the Trinity Youth Symphony Orchestra of Indonesia, which is the only community youth orchestra in the country. And they approached me because they're having trouble finding venues, having trouble selling tickets, having trouble attracting people, young kids to come into symphonic music. So we started to change their identity a little bit, and what we focused on was collaboration with other cultures. The first thing I ever did was actually collaborate with an Indian bagpiper with Indonesian musicians. So we did Scottish music. We filmed a video in Uluwatu. We had over 1 million views within a month. And that was also hopefully to promote Indonesia in a little way. And then after that, they've taken their own initiatives. They've done collaborations with Japanese themes. They've done collaboration. We did a collaboration with a rock theme from the UK. We're now going to take them, 70 musicians to the UK next year. And we're going to take Indonesian theme music to the UK. And we're going to collaborate with some musicians in Scotland, traditional musicians in Scotland. And this will be the first ever Indonesian musical performance on one of the main stages at the Edinburgh Festival. They'll be playing 2 nights there. And the idea is to give young musicians exposure to different types of music, not just one-dimensional, to give them stuff that they're interested in. And what we've seen since we started this is the number of young people coming into the music schools that are attached to the orchestra, I think, has tripled. The number of teachers coming into the music schools, or the availability for the teachers, I think, has tripled as well. So there's an ecosystem developing around this. And from what I can see is that there are so many opportunities for cross-cultural collaboration, particularly with the younger people. And where people like myself come in is not to drive the musical content, not to drive the themes, but to help the likes of the Trust Orchestra become more sustainable. As I say, when we were starting off, it was difficult to sell tickets. The last concerts we did, we sold 4,000 tickets in 10 minutes. We're completely oversubscribed. They didn't have any sponsors before. Now I get at least 10 corporate sponsors for every concert. The tour to the UK is entirely privately funded. We've got no government support, whether it be from here or from the UK. And the attractiveness is just to open up themes like this for collaboration overseas. And my ambition when I take them to the UK is to do the reverse. We will promote Indonesian theme music in the UK. We will promote collaboration with some leading artists in the UK. And actually, as soon as you mention youth, it's quite easy to get a leading artist. So, I think Alistair will know Julie Fowlis. She's one of the most famous traditional Scottish singers of all time, basically. She's a national treasure. She's going to perform with them. Nicola Benedetti, one of the world's leading violinists, booked out 5 years in advance. She will do something with them. So it's becoming more apparent that the top musicians are willing to collaborate if you can come up with the right theme. And of course, the idea is to expose the international audience to these young Indonesian musicians, to expose collaboration and hopefully bring some of these international artists back to Indonesia and further collaborate with Indonesian musicians. I think the traditional music theme and the fusion has got lots and lots of legs. I was talking to Gilang earlier, and I said that actually one of the biggest musical genres in my country is traditional Celtic music. 6% of the population speaks the language on a day-to-day basis, but it's massive throughout the country. Bands play in front of tens of thousands. Festivals are huge. So it is possible to take traditional music and turn it around a little bit, infuse it, and bring it to much wider mass appeal. And that's something I think that we should definitely support here in Indonesia. There's so much talent. After the Komodo project, I showed some of the videos to my work colleagues. They hadn't been exposed to any of this music before. They hadn't been exposed to some of these performers. So I think it's just a case of providing opportunities, exposing it to a wider audience, and it will take on a life of its own, providing us people around this table can find opportunities for these musicians to perform and provide opportunities for musicians like that to collaborate. And I want to start at the younger end. The youngest performer I have in the orchestra is 9. The eldest is 26. They're all talented, but to give them life-changing experiences, to go and perform abroad, collaborate with other artists, word of mouth will spread. There'll be more and more Indonesians encouraged to go into that sector. And for business people like myself, if we can help the likes of that orchestra structure itself in a better way, whether it be for governance, we're working with kids, we have strict governance rules and what they can and cannot do, in terms of preparing business cases, for pitching for sponsorship, coming up with themes that are sustainable. That's where the business community can come in. And finally, to Umar's point, when I took the command paragraph delegation to Scotland, it was most apparent that the performing arts colleges have a very, very strong business theme to them. So the people that go and study there, they don't just study their artistic genre, they study how to make their artistic genre more sustainable, how to do pitches to business, how to produce, the wider context. And I hope, actually, Omar, there could be more collaboration with colleges like that in the likes of the UK. They can add a lot of value here in Indonesia if we can get it going. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Thank you. Thank you, Ainsley. That's an interesting project that we'll connect you to as we go by over the few, because we are also collaborating with Ainsley. We'll be very happy to share more information about that project around January or in February. I'd like to move on to Mo Siddiq. I don't know how many of you don't know Mo Siddiq. Mo Siddiq is a stand-up, I think Indonesia's original international stand-up comedian. You don't need to stand up more. Let's hear a little bit about some of the efforts Mo is making. It's not just about being a performer on stage, but Mo is actually working with a group of comedians across Indonesia, not only in the English language space, but he's also helping Indonesian comedians. But I think Mo has spent a month in Edinburgh, UK, more than once. He has been, I would say, the representative of Indonesia stand-up comedy talent. We'd like to hear a little bit about what are you trying to do more as you go forward over the next few years, and how do you see the people in the room here collaborating with you, and maybe especially get some kind of help from the Common Paragraph, the ministry as well, in supporting the initiatives that are being done by you and your group. Over to you, Mo.
Thank you very much. That's my picture like 10 years ago. So what I want to talk about in this forum is my experience. Last August, some of Indonesian speaking English comedian, it's very few. We sent to Edinburgh to experience the festival by Kairos, by Indo Fringe, and also Common Paragraph. So thank you for that. And but what I want to tell you about is the experience, how in 24 days we perform 54 shows. So it's almost 2 or 3 every day. That's something that we don't have in Indonesia. Right now, stand-up comedy in Indonesia is really big. It's really, really big. We start in 2010. Unlike any other stage performances, we educate our audience to pay. Whenever there's a show, you have to pay. We educate them from 15,000, and right now almost every stand-up comedy shows in Indonesia in Bahasa Indonesia is, you have to buy tickets. The biggest one is by Panji Pragiwaksono last year. It's 5,000 people, 5,000 to 7,000 people. The average ticket is 1 million. It's sold out. So there's a lot of success story for Indonesian stand-up comedian. 100 of them. It's mostly Cinderella story. They come from a poor family, come from parts of Indonesian. One of them is like teachers. We have Mas Cemen. Mas Cemen is one of the best right now. He's a English teacher that cannot speak English. Yeah, so that's the fact. That's the fact. That's why it's better be a stand-up comedian than a teacher in Cikarang. But there's a success story, but not the one for the English one. In English scene, we are nobody. We are nobody in the world. We are nobody in our region in Southeast Asia. We are like I don't know why. We are even, some comedians from Brunei is doing better than us. Doing better as in they can sell tickets around the region. They get invited to big festival. They actually have their own special on Netflix. That's like, right now it's the biggest, the biggest achievement you can get. In Indonesia, the biggest achievement for a comedian get is thrown to jail because of drugs. And that's also the fact. But in the world right now, Malaysia, they already have 3 people have special in Netflix. Singapore have 2. Indonesian have none. Yeah. The problem is probably Mr. Gita is right, because the English, our English is not that good. But I think my English is also not good. But when they push us going to Edinburgh to do 54 shows in English in the front of English audience, you don't have any choice. You need to learn your English. You need to be funny in English. That's really hard. And in the front of, we have 2 shows, one in 3 o'clock in the afternoon and one in 11:20 p.m. Always full, but full with drunk people. So you have to speak in English. You have to be funny in the front of drunk people. That's skillful. 54 shows made us really good. When we come back here, most of us can do 1 hour of stand-up comedy easily in English. In Indonesian term, is next level. We level up really fast in only 24 days. I think that we should do what we should do. We should make because in Indonesia there's no culture of that. The last time we saw everyday shows in Indonesia is back in Solo by Sri Mulat. 50 years ago, I don't know, 40 years ago. They do shows every night. In Jakarta right now, they have JKT48. Yes. Yeah, they do shows every 6 days a week. But in Indonesia, we don't have that. We don't have like people in West End, they do shows. They do West End shows, theatrical shows, for every day. So the actress, the actor, the artist, they spend stage hours every night, every day, like we did in Edinburgh. That's why they're so good. That's why they have international, capability. And then that's why Malaysia have a lot of international actors and actors and also artists in the world. They have Michelle Yeoh, they have Ronnie Cheng, they have Nigel Ng, they have Jason Leong. That's international name. They can sell Ronnie Cheng, he lives in America right now. He have American shows at night. He's Malaysian. Indonesian Malaysian is like Upin Ipin. Like you're not supposed to get beaten by Malaysia. Our food is better. Right? That's why we lack of practices. We lack of stage hours because we don't have that in Indonesia. Maybe the culture. And probably because the place, the stage. We, in Indonesia, Indonesia lack of theater, lack of event space. We have great one in Jakarta, but not in any other places. But also in Jakarta, government theater is also curated by a whole bunch of Gen X and not this generation. Baby boomers. All the curators are baby boomers. They know nothing about today's art. Yeah, I got cut by the curators like 3 times. Because that's our government place in Indonesia is like team. If you rent the 400, the theater kecil is very cheap. It's only like 4 million. If you rent the GKJ, 400 people, it's very cheap. It's 7 million. If you rent the bigger place, Teater Besar, it's 28 million for 1,200 people. That's our government. That's really, really good. Because if you compare to the private one, if we want to do 400 in SCBD, in Suwana Hall, you have to rent 39 million. That's really hard for us. Because we have to perform, we have to promote, we have to sell tickets, we have to do everything. We have to do everything. We are the producer, we are everything. And to book 1,200 venues, it costs us 300 million in Ciputra Hall. That's the difference. And that's in Jakarta. In Bali, they have a very beautiful place. They even give you very free in Bali. But again, it's curated by baby boomers. Again. I don't know about Jogja, in Bandung, I don't think they have one. They have, the government have one, but it's, I think when you talk too loud, the building will collapse. It's just, the culture is not, I don't know why we rich in culture, but we lack of spaces. I think that's from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mo. Actually, you made a very good point on, it's actually the market. Yeah, big round of applause. You highlighted some of the key issues that even Pa Umar had flagged, and he'll comment on it a little later. Seema, you want to add something? Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Mo. I'm Seema, a foreign legal consultant in Indonesia. Mo, you spoke of language, you spoke of space, and other issues concerning the numbers. For the comedians who perform, is law a hindrance? Do they fear law? Does that come in the way of freedom of expression and censorship and everything? Because once you put your content on YouTube, you will have more traction. Would that come in the way? And this is, the question I have.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mo.
The Indonesian culture is quite good, actually. We are quite free in Indonesia. We are quite free. By the government, it's free, but by the netizen, it's not. So what we do is, every time we have shows, we make it really close. Nobody can record it, nobody can do anything. We will publish it in our, after we censor it a little bit. Because stand-up comedy is raw. It's a raw kind of art. Because it's an art of criticism. So nobody can, on the stage, in the front of audience, usually they can take it, but not in YouTube. That's why some of the trouble that we have is from the shows that leak. Yeah, that leak to the public by YouTube. But the government is doing great job we never have trouble. And right now, even in TV, the government asks us to criticize. The DPR, MPR have a session with comedian. They want us to roast them. And even the president, the candidate president, they want to be roasted by the comedian. So it's a very healthy, very healthy. The thing that really bothers us is the tax. Yeah, because tax is really, really high. I think the government of Makassar and Surabaya just give the knife to the artists, just make them stab themselves. Because the tax for the ticket is 15% for local. In Surabaya and Makassar. Jakarta in 5% for local, for foreigner like Coldplay is 15%. But in Surabaya and Makassar, 15%. Yeah, so just give them, don't perform your art, just kill yourself. And then for movies, for instance, we get tax when we make the movie. We got tax when we sell the movie. We got tax when we receive the money from the movie. So we got tax 3 times. Yeah, that's bother us. Censorship is okay. Yeah.
It's a good point. So, if you pay more tax, means you're making more money. Does not necessarily be true. Okay, moving on. I'd like to, actually, What he did not say was that the baby boomers curating is actually in the way because they don't allow many shows or they don't open out their facilities as much as they should do so because they don't seem to understand. So that is why the non-availability of some of the cheaper venues. The venues are there, but actually they are not being given out as easily as one would expect. So a lot of venues in Indonesia actually go underutilized. This is a fact even in Bali. Ainsley, you want to add to that? A microphone, please, to, yeah.
I'm in the real estate business, and there are so many venues here and operators of venues that don't really understand what they have. And they could make them much more available to the performing arts sector. Generally, I'm guilty of that. I have a venue. I never thought I could do musical performances, and I started doing it. So it's getting that exposure about what type of performers are available, getting it out there. I would love the equivalent of the Bali app for the performing arts in Jakarta, so I can know what's happening from day to day. But there are lots and lots of venues, and there are lots of operators who would likely give their venue for nothing, because if they can bring a crowd in, that crowd would then be maybe supporting the F&B in a different part of the venue, or in my case, going to have a look at show units or real estate. So we can be a bit more, I think we can be a bit more creative about opening up an awful lot more venues for performers here, because there's so many that are completely underutilized. This is a great venue, but it wasn't built as a performing arts venue probably, right? So I think just engaging the wider community and explaining to them what could be available. These venues can be curated. Now, someone like myself, I'm pretty open to what I put on. We have no hard and fast rules as long as it sort of complements what we're trying to do in the general business sense. But there are lots and lots of venues, including in Bandung.
Fantastic. So we're going to hear from Alistair and Poonam. I'd like you to talk a little bit about the Indian Bazaar, which is also a creative economy activity. So we'll hear from you as well. Alistair, over to you. And then Prakash, you also, after that, we'll hear from Prakash on Indo-Fringe. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alistair Spears. I've possibly been here longer than anybody else. This is my 44th year in Indonesia. So I've seen a lot of changes, including the Indonesians. If you don't mind, I'm going to start back with what Pak Gita was talking about, and then try and wrap this all the way through to where we're talking about now. Because it all has to fit together. The politics, the economics, and society have to fit together. If they don't, we won't have a proper ecosystem. He was talking about the internet, sustainability, and AI. And he was looking at the solutions to that through education. Now, education immediately comes into play in everything we're doing, everything. And the education system, as we saw, only 2.8% of GDP spent on education. We've known that for how many years? But why can't we put it right? And the way in which people are being educated, why isn't that being put right? Because we don't have cultural education. So therefore, there's no appreciation of culture. Someone was talking about why don't people go to Toraja? Because they don't know about Toraja. No one talks about the indigenous cultures, and in fact, in some cases, they talk negatively about the indigenous cultures of Indonesia, rather than positively through that great expression, unity and diversity. It's, well, actually, well, we don't really like the Manadonese or the Papuans. We don't really like them. We've got to be honest with this. We're not culturally educated, so there's a long way to go on that point of view. Secondly is this organization. How do we organize Indonesian tourism? Well, we organize it through the ministry, but if you ask the minister himself, can he tell the kabupatens what to do? He says no. So we've got 521 kabupatens and kota madhyas, which are virtually independent, and they have virtually no real training in tourism and culture. They've got a Dinas Pariwisata, but they don't have any training in it, and they don't have that top-level understanding. Even the Bupati of Badung, the single largest kabupaten, the Bupati doesn't care about tourism. He loves the tax, but but he doesn't care about it enough to curate it and look after it. He's the one who allowed the nightclubs to have the loudest possible noise. So we've got some very negative factors in tourism as well. Let's be very clear before we go any further. We're running out of water everywhere. I'll just switch straight into the problems and the challenges, because we can't go to digitalization of destinations which aren't ready. They're not ready. We have no water anywhere, Java and Bali. We're pretending to have water, but we don't have it. We don't have enough energy, and we certainly don't have enough renewable energy, which means that we cannot be certified as GSDC destinations, which Singapore can. Therefore, we're going to lose the international battle through utilities, which is a national government challenge. And we haven't taken that challenge on at all. We've got no water, we've got no waste management at all. We've just seen the great tragedy of the waste in the TPA in Bali going on fire. Disgraceful. We've known for years we have a challenge. How do you have the most successful island in tourism in the world with burning rubbish dumps that shouldn't be there? And to solve the problem, they then bulldozed paddy fields and put the waste there. Is that organization which is going to, do we want to digitize those messages and send them to the world? We're not ready. When you get off your plane in Bali, you run into 1,000 motorbikes before you've done 100 meters. And people are going, I've come to the center of culture in the world. Where is it? There are 140 giant billboards before you reach the first hotel. Is that the visual identity we want to have our destinations? This is all driven by government departments who don't understand the industry they're in. We cannot digitize, we can't promote around the world until we put the basic elements right. And we haven't got those right. Waste, water, and energy are not right. That means that we can't be certified as destinations which are sustainable. That loses our marketing edge against everywhere in the world. There are no subsidies. I'm working with 4 or 5 hotel groups in sustainability. There's no help from any government department. In Thailand, they subsidize solar. They subsidize retrofitting of buildings. Singapore, you want to put a green wall in, it's paid for. They have the technology and the subsidies. We have nothing to help tourism get into the stage of sustainability apart from the private sector itself. But what do we have? We have the greatest cultural diversity of any destination in Asia. And what are we doing about it? We're covering it up. We're not doing it properly. We're building over it. We are disguising it with, okay, we need bands and we need the nightclubs and so on and so forth. But we also need to preserve the things which are timeless. And I've been working in the tourism industry through publishing for the last 35 years. And we have a huge amount of content. And that content is hidden behind the modern, so-called more attractive part of tourism. I disagree. The most attractive thing about tourism is the uniqueness of the product, not the homogeneity. There are beach clubs and nightclubs everywhere in the world, but there's nothing like this anywhere in the world. And every kabupaten has this. Do you think there's one publication done by any of them of this quality? 500 of them? Not one. And that's disgraceful. And that means that we're not leading the way. We're not doing it correctly. We haven't solved our utilities problem. We haven't solved our traffic problem. We haven't solved our air pollution problem. We haven't solved our planning and zoning problem. Yet we want to go digital and bring more people in. I think we've got a lot more homework to do before we get to that stage. I'm sorry to be negative, but you know, when you're an alcoholic, you have to say, I'm an alcoholic and get cured. We are really not in the right place to go forward with confidence until we admit our faults first. Thanks.
Thank you. This is an important message, actually, what what Alistair is discussing here. To get our affairs in order so that the venues are ready for promotion, ready for receiving visitors, because otherwise they will not have the experience you want them to have. So I think that's a lot of work that is not just the government, but also the private sector. For example, hotels, do we have the right kind of hotels? Do we have the right kind of venue experiences? Do we have tour guides in the right places? A lot of work needs to be done, no doubt about it. I think what the issue of what digitalization can do is not just about promoting and bringing people there, but digital can be a way to educate. Maybe the digital platforms are the ones that will help scale up education at this high level, because to do so without digital has already been proven to be almost impossible. So maybe that's the real opportunity. Nalin here runs Orbit Future Academy. It's one of the companies that is committed towards education for the creative economy sector as well, and that's some homework for Orbit to see how we can play a role in improving the education for building up the ecosystem and the services that are there. Quickly, because we have another half an hour to go for this session, and Pa Umar has to leave at 12. So I'd like to quickly move on to Prakash and Pa Gatot, one of you. Just a quick overview on Indo-Fringe. What are you doing and what do you plan to do?
Thank you, Sachin. Hello, everyone. My name is Prakash. I'm from 360 Sports Management. Because I'm from sports, I would like to bring to the notice in today's discussion, since morning we're talking about a lot of things related with tourism, etc. Sports tourism is a huge sector where tourists will come into a thing. At the moment, we have the Under-17 World Cup going on in Indonesia. How many of you know about it here? Yeah. World Cup for soccer. Yeah, it's going on, and it's happening in major cities. This is where the information, the digital technology, things like that is very important to bring it out to the public, what's happening around the world. Right? Now, let me come back to the Indo-Fringe part of it, for which I'm here. We tied hands with Kairos to produce the Indo-Fringe Festival. The Indo-Fringe Festival is a festival of festivals. We would like to call ourselves as aggregators of festivals. We were in Edinburgh for the Edinburgh Fringe Festival a couple of months back in August, and few of the people around this table were also present with us, along with a delegation from the Ministry of Tourism. We met the government officials over there. We met people from the organizers of Edinburgh Fringe Festival. We learned a lot, and we came back and we put together a showcase which was over 10 days. And most of the people around the table were all partners for the Indo-Fringe Festival. Like, for example, we had Cameron from Megatix being the ticketing partner. We had Ainsley, who was providing us venue at his Savya Vyasa event. We had Nalin from Orbit Future Academy, who are providing education part of the certification for festival management for the schools, etc. I would like to inform you that over the 10 days of the showcase of the Indo-Fringe Festival, Sachin, you may correct me if I'm wrong with the numbers, we had close to around 1,060 odd talent that took part in the...
I think there's a slide that gives you the numbers. Can you move to the next slide, please? One more. The next one? Yes.
There you go. So we had planned for 1,000, we got 1,362 talents. In fact, the numbers are more because each group had, few hundred people also taking part. For example, we were working with a community at the Kota Tua. There was a community called MKB, which is the Kota Tua Street Performers Association. They had close to around 200, 300 people taking part in different kinds of art forms. And we had about 7,000, 8,000 people watching these performances. So we also had a few, not few, we planned for 90, but we got 382 schools taking part in the Indo-Fringe at Scola. And next year, we plan to take this to campuses, university campuses, and it's going to be spread over at least, our plan is to go to at least 20 cities. And eventually by 2025, we want to reach out to 50 cities. We're going to replicate the same thing around in different cities. This is not only about performers coming on stage, performing, and the audience watching and enjoying it. It's also about educative part of the festival, where we are trying to create people to, or create sustainable elements like, for example, how do you engage sponsors? How do you engage corporates to support your festivals? How do you engage philanthropists? How do you set up stages? How do you bring all these partners together? So we are trying to educate these people how to run festivals. So that's why we try to call ourselves the Festival of Festivals. I have Pa Gatot with me, who is a very experienced person in festivals. He is synonymous with one of the largest jazz festivals, the Java Jazz Festival. Pa Gatot, I would like you have been with us for the last 10 days, visiting venues, visiting our events. I would like you to share your views on how the showcase went.
Thank you, Prakas. Selamat siang. We have 10 schools involving more than 30 schools in one school. So about 382 schools involved in the Indo-Fringe event. Mostly, these schools are very good in holding their event. There's a bazaar, there is stage, there is a performance, and involving several what's the name, arts like painting and the gallery. That's one thing that we thought about this school, how to leverage their scaling economy of arts of the school in arts, like their talent in painting, their product, their painting art, something like that. So we're trying hard to think how to leverage their scaling, economic of scale of this student of the school, which have a talent, a good talents in art. So that's Indo-Fringe be there as a form to gather the community of the student community, something like that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pa. So, yeah, Pa Umar, you have to leave. Okay, thank you so much. Yes. So, if you can have the slides back on, I think there are 2 slides. I'll just quickly wheel you through. Yeah. So, this is the plan that Indo-Fringe will build a network of 10,000 schools and 500 universities in the next 5 years. Next slide, please. This was an event held in this very room. You can notice, if you recognize the room, you won't believe it that actually this room is also good for music and jazz performances. So Prakash is actually working on building a network of 200 communities. This will be taking place over 2024. Do we have another slide after this? Yes. So this is another project which Prakash worked on, building a partnership with 35 embassies. This was with the Spanish embassy, and they had a Latin Grammy Award nominee come and perform in Indonesia. I think next year there will be events with 35 embassies, one with each during the whole year. So just to give you an example of how a project is being put together in collaboration, as Prakash mentioned here, a lot of people are partners who are there in the room here itself. I'm going to go very quickly to Poonam. Can you talk a little bit about your experience in running the bazaars, because that's also a collaboration with a lot of various partners. Would you like to talk a little bit about that, Poonam?
Thank you, Sachin. I'm Poonam Sagar. I run a online community portal for Indians in Indonesia called IndoIndians.com. And under this Indo-Indians, we connect not only Indians in Indonesia, but also everybody in Indonesia which has an interest in India. So as a result of that, we also started doing bazaars. So we started a Spring Bazaar and a Diwali Bazaar, and some 2-3 years ago. During the pandemic, it went online, and we did a number of online bazaars, if that is something that you can believe, where we had vendors come and showcase their products via Zoom, and people could actually see their products and order. This year, we had a very successful bazaar, which we collaborated with the Indian Mission to ASEAN, and we had around 150 vendors of not only local vendors, but also people from India and from the ASEAN countries. So one thing that I found very interesting was that this year we created the entire digital platform for people, for the vendors to choose which table they wanted within the bazaar premises. So they could pick and choose their table like an airline booking system. The visitors could also buy their tickets online. There was a lot of digital effort put into creating the event. And that really optimized the experience for the vendors as well as for the visitors. And that was something of really, but what I found even more interesting was that, as it was mentioned earlier in the session, very few of the vendors actually have tried selling their stuff on Tokopedia or on any other platform like Shopee. So that is still that, those really small micro enterprises which are still working from home or working in very micro organizations, that they still do not look at going to a larger e-commerce platform. And while I still have the mic, I wanted to also point out a comment that I had while Pa Gita was speaking about, number of PhD students from Indonesia who are going overseas. So he said there were 182. Now, my question would be, how many of them have come back? Going is one thing. And I think, Pa Timothy, you are one of the good examples who studied overseas, done a PhD, and come back to support the Indonesian economy. In India, we have this term called the brain drain. So we have all the brightest minds going overseas, especially to the US, and supporting the economy grow through its intellectual prowess. Where we have 182 people from Indonesia go last year, how many came back? And how many are helping grow the digitization efforts here in Indonesia? I think it all points out to how are we building our educational centers of excellence here in Indonesia to enable the brightest minds to add to the Indonesian economy.
Okay, thank you, Poonam. Some very good points. Nalin, would you like to respond?
Just one sentence to lighten the mood. Brain drain not just to US, to Indonesia as well. Look at us.
Okay. So we are now, does anybody else want to add to this? Because we're going to go to common paragraph. We have Dr. Mohammed Amin is here. And we wanted to hear some thoughts from him about all that what he's heard today. And also some of the initiatives that common paragraph itself is doing. And Pa Amin is in charge of many new initiatives. So over to you, Pa Amin.
Yeah, first of all, I want to respond, Mr. Alistair Spears. I really like what have already you said, and then I agree about the authenticity versus homogeneity. I attend like 4 or 5 festivals, our festivals, supported by the ministry, namely CAN, Charisma Event Nusantara, if you want to know that one. It's kind of like a calendar event. Where I go, I saw proscenium state. Where is the circular state? Where is how they have meaning of round dance in the eastern part of Indonesia? I agree with that. So I think it should be there is like a curator or creative director who understand anthropologically with the situation in the region. Then it should be come up, and then it should be demonstrated in the festival. And then the second one, I want to ask Pa Umar Hadi about the freedom of expression. What do you mean of freedom of expression? Because depend upon the ideology, if you know, art, there's so many ideologies in art. Art for economy, creative, art for community development, art for social propaganda. So many ideology for that. So what do we mean by freedom of expression? Once I was invited to talk about freedom of expression. I want to go there, but in one condition. I want to talk about freedom of expression with my framework. What is my framework? Freedom of expression with responsibility, and to give impact, to benefit impact. That's my point of view. So freedom should be followed together with responsibility. Otherwise, everybody could express everything in the name of freedom. And then and the second one, in creative economy, we should the freedom, the expression should give benefit impact. So economic impact is one of the indicator. So freedom of expression also give also freedom of interpretation. Okay, so Pak Sandi talks about horror, horror. What do you think about Indonesian horror movie? Is it positive or negative? Freedom of expression should be followed by freedom of interpretation. Many government officials and scholars give negative opinion about horror movie phenomena in Indonesia. I don't. That is our strength. What we need to do is to insert moral message in the film, and trying to find a new genre constructed in Indonesia. Horror movie combined with the comedy, horror movie combined with the drama, and then comedy, horror movie, and then combined with the action. Have you seen the Big Four? Indonesian movie in Netflix? That's a very good example of how the experimentation of how comedy and then action should go together. So we will see how Indonesian construct the movie. The horror movie will be the strength of Indonesian character. I think that's all.
Luar biasa, thank you, Pak. Ibu Dini, would you like to add something? Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm the representative from Deputy of Strategic Policy. So I would like to explore about the one thing that probably the future tourism trend in the future. So based on Dr. Timothy, if I'm not wrong, we are very in one point of view. So in 2023, experiential activities such as wellness tourism and also nature, and then also it increased by over 10% than 2019. So we have the big opportunity. Travelers increasingly seeking a unique experience, such as spending experience in the food and beverage, and also we can see about the business leisure. So I think this is a good opportunity to us to combine between wellness tourism and also digitalization. And one thing for sure, Indonesia is on 32nd position in TTDI. Have you ever heard before? Travel and Tourism Development Index. And then one of the important things from TTDI is talking about the ICT readiness. So I think this is the big important for us to collaborate together in Indonesia, how to strengthen the ecosystem of digitalization, and then the ICT readiness for Indonesia is become one of the great value to push the position Indonesia in TTDI position. I think that's enough. Mr. Sachin, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. So as you can see, we've come to the end of the session here. A big round of applause for Kaman Parekraf. When I went to Pa Sandy some months ago and said that we would like to create a session on the creative economy and tourism, and keep this as a forum for all people who are stakeholders, he was very encouraging, and he told me that why don't we start with a session first. So this is the first time we've actually had a session, the Economic Forum. I'm sure the ministry has had many, but the Indonesian Economic Forum has brought stakeholders, and we do conduct this in the English language for a reason, because we want this session to be able to be understood by all our partners across all the various countries.
and also to try and improve the English competency of Indonesian youth. So we partner with universities, we partner with schools, so that they can also watch the modules that are being broadcast by Indonesia Economic Forum. So that's the reason why it's in English, and that's the reason why I think we have enough material that we can convert a one session into a one full day program, or maybe even a 2-day program, and maybe even host it at the Kementerian, at the ministry, and we can do this once a year. We can collaborate and bring all your project partners, everybody together, and have a discussion. Yes?
We have the key message from the Ministry of Tourism and Economy, inclusivity and then also sustainability.
Absolutely. So inclusivity and sustainability will be the hallmark of our events. But we really look forward to bringing this discussion at Kemenparekraf itself. And you have a beautiful venue there, Pa, in Sabta Pesona, Gedung Sabta Pesona. If you could design a full day program, Pa Menteri can also be there. But that would be a great way for us to engage with all the different stakeholders who are involved in building the tourism and the creative economy sector. So I don't know if anybody else here would like to have a last word. We do have 2 minutes. Otherwise, we will break for lunch, and there is an afternoon session. We have at 12:30, our next session is going to be on this, but I did promise that I will ask Philip to say a few words from USAID. So before I close, so formally, Philip, I'd like to say a few words because, you know, Philip is from USAID, and USAID has been involved in a lot of programs, not only in education and capacity building, but across cultural programs with the US government. There is At America in Jakarta, and so many other programs of talent that goes across the whole country. So we are seeing that there is a very healthy exchange between the two countries already. So Phil, would you like to say a few comments, something that you've heard today? Because this is probably a slightly different sector than you're used to. So over to you, Phil.
Okay, thank you so much. I will make this really quick because I know lunch is coming. So if you're not familiar with USAID, we're the United States Agency for International Development. We are the foreign assistance arm of the US government. Here in Indonesia, we basically focus on 4 major areas. One is in health. The other one is in environment. The third one is in democracy, resilience, and governance. And the fourth one, where my colleague Toto and I work in, is the economic growth and education. Within the economic growth and education office, we focus on economic growth. Things like digitalization is one of the areas, but we also look at finance. We also look at education, also workforce development. So we cover a broad area of things, and typically the way we support Indonesia is through what we call technical assistance. So this is providing technical support, some co-financing at times. And what we like to do, particularly my office, is to actually work a lot with the private sector. USAID in general has worked in the creative and tourism sector. We've done this in a number of countries. In fact, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie The Fast and Furious 9. When I was in my last post, which is in Georgia, we actually had Georgians intern with the film company when they were filming this. So we've had some experience in the creative industry as well as tourism and others. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Phil. Big round of applause for Phil, because Jeff Cohen, who will be here, I think, in the afternoon session, also told us that he would connect us to the US Embassy's Cultural Affairs team, and to find more synergy of working with Indo-Fringe and some of the other activities we have here. Okay, thank you very much. So just remember, 12:30 is our session on the political outlook. We have representatives from each of the political campaign teams of the 3 camps. We have from Pa Ganjar's team, Ganjar and Mahfud. We have from Prabowo and Gibran's team, as well as we have Anies and Mahfud, sorry. Ganjar and, yes, Anies and Amin. Anies and Amin, sorry. Yeah, Mohamed Iskandar. Yeah. So the teams would be here, and the session will be moderated by my friend Shoaib, who is going to be here soon. And we would be taking a break now, but at 12:30 it's a lunch session. So we would have lunch served outside. You're free to have lunch first. And around 12:45 we would convene back in the room here. Okay? Thank you so much, and thanks for being here today for the morning hat. Yes.
Chick.
Okay.
Chick.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Check
good
sound,
afternoon to
check
the
sound.
afternoon session. May I please ask you to take your seats? This session is free seating.
Chick.
We have people from the campaign teams up in front, but the rest of them are free seating. Please feel free to occupy your seats.
That's always be the first time. Ambilnya nggak terlalu aktif, cuman nggak pernah mau. But there is always the first time for everybody.
Political, yeah. So now we seeing how the.
Well, I hope you will not.
Oh, I see. Yeah, so it is an investment forum. Okay, everyone, thank you very much. I think we'll get started soon. Okay, Sachin, we'll get the ball rolling.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome to this wonderful venue. This is the home of IEF. As some of you may know, that this is the library at which Bapa President B.J. Habibie used to conduct a lot of meetings. Pa Ilham Habibie, who is one of the advisors of the Indonesia Economic Forum, kindly consented that the home of Indonesia Economic Forum would be this room. So here we hold a lot of roundtables. Every month we have 2 or 3. And at the end of the year, we do a hybrid summit. So this discussion today actually is a panel of speakers only. We don't have audience here. The audience are all virtual. We have about 1,000 members of Indonesia Economic Forum who are logged on both Zoom as well as YouTube. And the programs that we record here in the studio would be put onto our YouTube channel, and it would be available to about 10,000 viewers across the next 3 months. So the time zone doesn't allow foreign participation from Europe and the US, because at this time it's midnight, it's 2 in the morning or 1 or 2 in the morning. Therefore, they follow us and our discussions on the recorded episodes, which would be immediately available on our YouTube channel at the end of the day. So welcome again, once again, to the Indonesia Economic Forum. This session actually is a special session. It's a break away from the topic, because as you know, the topic for the 2 days is the power of digitalization across the regions. But this is a standalone topic. It is on specifically the presidential dialogue, state of the nation. It's a political outlook. We talk about the economy, we talk about social issues, we talk about the campaign, we talk about the agenda and the platforms of the 3 candidates for the election that's coming up on the 14th of November. My colleague, Shoaib Kagda from SMU, has consented to be the most competent moderator for the session, because he understands this topic a lot better than I do. So over to Pa Shoaib, who will introduce the speakers for today, as well as he would moderate the session, which is with the speakers, and then there would be like a Q&A session with all the participants here. Thank you very much, and over to you, Shoaib.
Thank you, Sachin, and a very warm welcome to all of you in this very historic, very iconic location for, I think, a very, what I hope will be a very invigorating and insightful discussion this afternoon. I know all of you had lunch already, but this really is the main course. I hope you didn't eat too much, because more to digest here. Anyway, Indonesia is about to enter a very interesting and I think probably a landmark period in terms of setting the course for the country for the next 2 decades. I think the next election will be very critical, because Indonesia has this 2045 target coming up in terms of what it would call Indonesia Maju. It wants to be a developed country. It has set itself some very ambitious goals. So the next leader of this country will be very critical in terms of getting the country and the nation to where it wants to be and where the people aspire to be. It wants to be a developed country, with a per capita income of 6,000. It wants to achieve net zero. It has some very, very clear ambitions. So we are very privileged today and very proud to have with us representatives from all three of the presidential campaigns. I'm very grateful for them, to them for making time to be with us today at for this year's Indonesia Economic Forum. I understand that actually they all know each other very well. They're all very good friends. I'm not sure they're good friends behind closed doors, but when they get out there, I'm not sure how competitive they will be. But anyway, it's an honor to have them. Let me just introduce them one by one. According to the numbers that have been given to them by Kepu, I will also follow the same format, so as not to rock the boat, yeah? So we have a very good friend of mine, Pak Wijayanto Samirin. He's economic advisor for Timnas Amin. So that's Pak Amin, what do you call it? The first number one. And then we have Pak Derajat Wibowo. He's a senior economist and tim kampanye TKN, Koalisi Indonesia Maju Prabowo Gibran. And then we have Pak Anton Gunawan, who is representing Tim Pemangan Nasional Gama, which is Ganjar and Mahfud. We also have other representatives from the camps here, Pak Fadil and Pak Hotasi also are here, and we'll have Pak Tom Lembong joining us from Team Anis in a short while. So the way this will work is I'm going to ask each of them just a very quick 5-minute, is it on? Yeah, 5-minute introduction of their campaign and their key priorities. It can be economic, it can be social, it can be security, but just 3 key priorities that you will be focusing on, for this, if you were to win office. So maybe I'll start with Wijayanto.
Thank you. It has been wonderful. It's really iconic, and the discussion is also very important. The topic is also very iconic. It's also iconic in the sense that Pak Anton finally joining political campaign after years, focus on professional as a bankers. We are 78 years now. Not us, I mean Indonesia, 78 years at the moment. But despite the 78 years old, we still have plenty of paradox, plenty of problem, plenty of inequality. For example, we spend a lot of money to build infrastructure, but instead of improving the economic efficiency, it's worsening the economic efficiency if we measure it using I-Core, for example. Instead of reducing the logistic costs, the logistic costs still the same, 24% of GDP. It's high compared to other countries in the region. We are very proud of ourselves as a maritime nation, as an agricultural nation. But in fact, most of fishermen, most of our farmers are very poor, very, very poor. In 2015, I think we're in an event. We have COP21 event in Paris. Our government very proudly signed the net zero emissions commitment. But yet, nothing serious has been done to reduce the emission. I think there's a lot of paradox in Indonesia. We can make the list very, very long, but our view is because we let the paradox stays, Indonesia became like Indonesian today, a lot of inequality. That's why when we are talking about 2045, we are not talking about GDP per capita of 30,000 US dollars. We are not talking about numbers, but we are talking about a very important milestone for this nation, which is we are one nation, we are one country, but we haven't becoming one prosperity. So our goal, when we are talking about Indonesia Emas, 100 years anniversary of Indonesia, is not about number, but about Indonesia as a one economy, as a one prosperity. That's why in our policy, in our manifesto, in our agenda, we prioritize growth. It should be combined with equity and also sustainability. The second and the third is, in my view, rather absent today. To make it happen, we need to change. People are always afraid, oh, you have to change. What will be changed? A lot of things will be changed, and so forth. Actually, the complete narrative is continuation and change. So continuation first and then change. But people, the media, oftentimes focus on the second, change, because it's become big news. Continuation means everything good will be continued. Everything not good should be improved, should be changed. And it can be project, it can be program, but one uncertain is change of mindset. In the past, our government focused on rowing. I think all government all over the world focus on rowing. The government have the energy, has the budget, has the strategy, has directing the direction of a nation. But that's over. I'm sure we are familiar. Back to 90s, everybody talking about reinventing government. From rowing to steering the private sector, do a lot of things, stimulating the economy to grow, become the power engine of the economy, but then the government steering, directing the nation into a certain direction. But according to Amin, that's too luxury today, because the government only know a little, especially with the digital economy, a lot of new variables coming in. We are entering an uncharted territory, so we would like to change from steering into facilitating and collaborating. So Amin would like to involve private sectors, civil society, expert in designing policies. Nowadays, they are involved, but not in a meaningful way. What we know, what happened often right now is the government design everything, and then one day before the announcement, they inviting technocrats, they inviting business communities to discuss. Not in a meaningful way, because there is no change to change the substance of the law, because tomorrow it will be announced. So certainly we would like to change the mindset from steering to facilitate and collaborating. I think that's for the opening, and looking forward for a fruitful discussion with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Wijayanto. So I think well put in terms of the approach Pak Anies will take in terms of leading this country. May I now move to Pak Derajat in terms of telling us what would be the key priorities for Pak Prabowo and Pak Gibran in terms of, it could be economic, it could be security, it could be foreign affairs, but what would you be really focusing on, or one or two things that you'll be focusing on?
Okay, thank you, Pak Suhaib. Good afternoon, everyone. The strategy that we have is basically it's Pak Prabowo's and Pak Jokowi's visions, transforming the nations. That's why we entitled our program, Transforming the Nation into the Indonesia Emas 2045. And by transforming the nation, we will transform virtually almost everything, including
the nutrition status of our children from within the womb of the mothers into growing up as under fives, as school children, and until high school. And in defining the transformations, we realize that we are facing some very big challenges. Maybe you might be surprised that we put climate change as our biggest challenge, Pak Suhaib, as #1 challenge for Indonesia. Why? Because we realize that we are a maritime country. And climate change will affect us very, very severely. Just take food production, just take food stability. And we also realize that we have to maximize our demography bonus. And we realize that we only have around 13 years to maximize that potentials. Because otherwise, we will be losing the opportunities. And we recognize that 2/3 of our productive age populations are millennial generation and Generation Z. And that amounts to around 128 million kids, if we can call it kids, because I'm a grandpa already. We also realize that we have huge natural resources, but some resources are already depleted. So we develop our strategy based on that realization. And philosophically, we will achieve it by what we call ekonomi Pancasila. And Pak Prabowo spell out about the details of economic Pancasila, but basically that we cannot be too liberal, but we cannot be a common economy either. So we will take the middle road. And we also give examples, the application of economic Pancasila by Pak Jokowi. I need to check the data first. For example, Pak Jokowi's government already already gave Kartu Indonesia Sehat for 96.8 million people having free BPJS health insurance. Kartu Indonesia Pintar 17.9 million. Kartu Sembako 18.7 million, and so on. Well, at the same time, we also involved in some trade agreement with EU, trade agreement with Canada. We continue our trade agreement, free trade agreement with Australia and others. So that's to give some examples on how we will implement ekonomi Pancasila. So based on the challenges, based on the potentials that we have nickels, we have all minerals, we have huge biopotentials. We are the largest producers of palm oil. Based on our potentials and also our populations, then we develop our programs. In economic terminology, we aim to achieve a 6 to 7% of growth, which means around 1% additional growth from the current one. How do we do it? To some degree, you may call it Keynesian stimulus, to some degree, because we aim to provide as many Keynesian stimulus as possible given our state budget. And we also propose 8 quick wins program. What we call it in Bahasa is program hasil terbaik cepat, PHTC. It's quick wins basically. Number one is we will provide free meal, free lunch, and milk for school children. And for you, most of you, Ambassador, Excellency, actually we follow India's example here to provide free meal for our school children in order to, as an effort to provide solution for stunting, and also for many other things, because we realize that nutrition intake for our school children still way below standard, and we won't be a strong nation if we don't take care of our children. We also provide nutrition for bumil, for pregnant women. That's why we take care of the children from the womb. And we also develop housing programs for millennials. We plan to provide some maybe you can call it subsidy, but it's all incentive for millennial couples to have house, because we realize that housing become too expensive for them now. Even my own kids, I have to subsidize him to get a house. You know, it's getting too expensive for our kids. And also they have to live far away from the business centers, which means they have to travel so far away to get into work. Also, we will continue Pak Jokowi's program on hilirisasi, on the downstreaming of the industries. We have already identified 21 commodities. Actually, it's not us. Actually, it is a BKPM, 21 commodities that downstreaming can be developed. And of course, it will require youth investment. And I hope Pak Sueb and the Indonesian Economic Forum can help us to find suitable investors. We will continue Pak Jokowi's program to build IKN, to build the new capital cities. We will continue Pak Jokowi's many of Pak Jokowi programs. We will continue, and we add some more. Actually, we plan to build 10 cities, not in the span of these 5 years, but new cities, because we plan to build a new epicentrum of growth in the outer islands, not in Java. And also, we would like to do our best on water self-sufficiency, energy self-sufficiency, and also air, energy, and food sufficiency, but not all food. Several foods that we can produce domestically. With energy sufficiency, you may realize that Indonesia is having, last year is having a 25 billion deficit in oil. And we plan to maximize the use of biofuel. So we plan to develop more tebu plantation, more sugarcane plantation. We plan to develop more, comprehensive strategy on the use of palm oil between food and energy. So basically, our strategy towards energy and towards green economy is to use more biofuel. Do I have my time up?
Yeah, maybe 1 minute to wrap up, Pak.
Okay, well. So basically, to wrap up, we realize that the challenge facing us is very big, but we are grateful that the current government, Pak Jokowi's government, and also previous governments has already laid some good foundation for us to work on. And we realized that we have to rely more on our human resources than our natural resources. So that's our strategy is built toward that. I think that's the wrap up. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you very much, Pak Rajat. So a continuation of the current government's policies, but of course, focus a lot on nutrition in terms of trying to address the issue of stunting in Indonesia, which has been widely acknowledged. May I now please invite Pak Anton Gunawan from the Team Gamma to maybe just give us some of the key priorities of your campaign.
Okay, thank you, Pak Sweb. Nice to see you again
yes,
after a long
been
time.
Some time.
Yeah. Okay. Pak Derajat Wibowo already said about the continuation. But if we look at the situation that Indonesia facing, especially now, I think, we are still having a demographic kind of dividend, but that's not be too long. So we have to move fast and faster to make Indonesia is a leading country, a leading economy. And how to do that? We devise this program based on what the usual, based on the theoretical foundation of the increasing productivity, including using the 4 C's, the 4 capital. The four capital is physical capital, which is already being mentioned before, about infrastructure and interconnectivity, logistic, and so on, and also infrastructure for the social as well. Secondly, human capital. Human capital is very important because it's linked to the increasing productivity. We have a lot of low productivity labor employment right now. So the aim is to increase this into a higher productivity, more productive labor with a middle income labor employee. So the human capital is very important, especially because if we look at the labor population, we cannot really rely on the number of population growth, because population growth is only about 1% right now. So additional have to come from the quality of labor. The quality of labor, and the other one is also increasing the labor participation rate. That's an important one. Increasing labor participation rate into a more higher productive, more skilled labor. Including and especially, I think, if we look at the women labor productivity rate is still very low. So if we can improve that, and women has a quality, higher quality in terms of the neatness and so on. So it can be improved if we do some reskilling training and try to do some kind of a little bit affirmative action to improve this. That's one of the idea with the human capital. Of course, this human capital is important and has to be backed up with the education program, better health coverage. With education, I think the program is also including to cover the school, the free school for the whole until the 12 years. Yeah. And plus also, the target is, if possible, for the, especially for the a little bit poorer family, more and more graduate student in the family. Not just, if possible, so not really just stop at the secondary high school. So that's on the human capital part. But the third one is on the natural resources part. Like it or not, Indonesia has abundant. This is the opportunity for us. And we know that there's challenge in terms of the climate change, some sustainability program in the world that should be seen not as a constraint. This is an opportunity for us. Look at of Indonesian forests. We're not just talking about the plantation alone, but also we'll be talking about the forestry. Forestry has intrinsically, with a lot of forests in Indonesia, intrinsically, there's a lot of value in it in terms of the carbon sink, carbon capture. And we have to really optimize that. And we can use it through several means, including and especially also to improve the quality of environment as well. Environment and growth are not really a trade-off. That can be exploited in the sense that it can improve upon and support the growth that we try to want to achieve a relatively high target. If Pak Derajat mentioned about 6 to 7%, we think that we should aim high. Is it possible? I know that's very hard to achieve, but that's a target, that's the goal. We aim to really work very hard to achieve it. And the last one in the 4 C's is the social capital. This is the one which is, so far, social capital is already improving, but still there are still a lot of things that need to be improved. Including and behind or the environment of this social capital is the legal foundation. The legal reform is important. Governance improve is important because it can have some important impact on the efficiency of the business activities, economic activities. So one of the program, and especially because there's Mahfud Sig here, Mahfud MD there, sorry. The Mahfud MD there, then we try to focus more on fighting all this corruption and some other type of bribery, high cost economy. So improvements in the legal situation and the governance, including the bureaucracy reform, is very important, I think, in order to make it more efficient in terms of the economic activity, business activity. So that's basically, we think that it is still possible to achieve 7%, even though I acknowledge that it's hard, but still possible. And we'd like to do more hard work to achieve that. That's what we try to, it's kind of promise, but let's see, we work together, not just the government, but also including the private sector, including also participation of the investors from all over the world coming into Indonesia. So there have to be laid out a relatively good investment climate. That's why we have said that the governance is also important to be improved. I think I should stop here.
Yes. Thank you very much, Pak Anton. I think we've heard from all three sides, all three camps now in terms of their key priorities, some of the key targets, some very quite ambitious. Now, of course, we want to have a discussion here. This is not about a presentation, it's really about a discussion. So we'd like to invite members of the round table. If any of you have a question, or even if you have a suggestion or a thought, please raise your hand, and then we'll go around the table. Yes, Pak Nalin. And who would you address the question to? Can I have a mic?
My question is to the first two speakers, because Pa spoke about human capital, skilling, and I understand that from a continuity point of view. But what is the view of your candidates on skilling the human capital for Industry 4.0 and 5.0?
Okay, human capital is very important from our point of view. As a matter of fact, our vision consists of 4 focuses. One is human, second is space, cities, environment. The third is about interaction, meaning economy, social, and so on and so forth. The third is about institution. So 24% of our vision is about human. We are talking about improving the health, protecting women, helping pregnant women, improving the quality of a family, improving the quality of education. So mandatory school up to 12 plus 1 years. And then university will make it affordable. Scholarship to go abroad, like LPDB, would like to double. And we would like to promote vocational educational institutions, high school level, and more importantly, university level. So vocational university will become a very important areas for us, because we understand that now we are facing digital economy, we are lack of digital talent, and conventional university is not an institution that are very good of educating, digital talent. We need to collaborate with the private sectors. So we would like to push more collaboration between the university and private sectors by creating not only curriculum, but also a mixture of lecturer came from both sides. So the link between education and the private sector, including corporation, will be very important. So that's for the beginning. Looking forward for more discussion on human capital. Thank you, Mr. Nalin.
Thank you. Pak Derajat.
Yeah, thank you, very important questions. We already, first, of course, we will provide nutrition, we already said that. And then the second one, we would like to build a Sekolah Unggulan. It's a kind of special school for the most talented in order to harness, the best talents in Indonesia. And we also would like to increase the effectivity of LBDP, the Ministry of Finance scholarship. And maybe you don't know the fact at the moment, but at the moment it's only 60% of budget allocated for LPDP as used. And Singapore, India haven't become the main destination for our scholarship recipients, and we would like to do that, and we would like also to build to strengthen, to improve practical working relations with other Asian countries in providing providing skill course. Singapore, India, and China are the main countries that we are looking at, and also we also plan to provide a millennial, what you call it, credit millennial startup loan for millennials, and as part of our digital economy strategy, we would like to gather the best brain in our digital technology, and also we encourage their cooperation with people from all over the world, because we understand that digital economy cannot be done alone by one country. And another thing is that we would like to digitalize our agricultural production, which means we require lots of talents in agricultural production, which means we need a lot of skilled workforce in digitalization of agriculture, which means we will have to encourage our partners from other countries to help us in this quest, because the best education are available everywhere, not only formal education, but also not only formal university and college education, but also what you call it, occasional or courses, I don't know, courses.
Special courses.
Special courses, yes, special courses. So as I outlined earlier, our strategy is transforming the nation. And by transforming the nation, we need to transforming our young generation. We need them to be more skilled. We need them to be more well connected worldwide. Not only talking about connection inside Indonesia. We need them to be able to tap in opportunities everywhere. So, but that's a huge area that become one of the priority in Prabowo 17's program. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, Manoj. Pak Manoj. Heather is behind you.
Thank you, Pak. My name is Manoj, Pak. Actually, let me just highlight you that I'm an Indonesian, Pak, so I will go to the voting next year. 2-3 months ago, Pak, I think for me, the decision was quite easy on who to vote. But what happened in the last 1.5 to 2 months have made me a bit confused. But I just would like to highlight something, Pak. 4 years ago, when President Jokowi won the election, he did a very good step, i.e. by bringing the loser into the cabinet. And I've never seen this in a lot of other places, that you actually bring your loser into the cabinet. And with this, you bring the political parties into the parliament. So he had a very strong support. Gerindra and other coalition members went into the parliament and supported him. So he had a very strong support in the parliament. So a lot of the laws, or a lot of policies was easily passed through laws. Like you had the omnibus law. You had the omnibus law in the health sector. My concern is for next year, whoever wins, will they bring I will not say the losers. It's just a matter who's leading and who's following. Will they bring the following into the government and form a strong coalition in the parliament to be able to pass laws? Because for me, for Indonesia to go into Indonesia Emas tahun 2040, what you need is everyone to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. Who would like to take that first? Maybe Jeff.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Pak. That news is quite surprising. Imagine it is happening in the US. After the competition, Biden win, and then finally Trump become a minister under Biden administration, or what's the name of the vice president candidate?
Kamala Harris.
No. Trump. Pence.
Pence.
And then a couple
Pence.
months later, Pence joining the cabinet. That's why it's really very interesting news for the world. It's only happening in Indonesia. Now, I agree with you, Pak, that collaboration is very important. But also a working democracy is very important. We need check and balances. What's the importance of producing law in a very quick pace if there is no check and balances? If the law only profiting a small group of people, if there is no open discussion that involving people, academia, civil societies, oftentimes democracy is quite dynamic and noisy, but it's still manageable. What is we are working off is we are having a democracy, but it's only procedural democracy. It's not a meaningful democracy. Former chairman of MK says that Indonesia is a republic, but it manages like a kingdomship. UK is a kingdom, but it manages like a republic. So in my view, yes, speed is important, but what is the meaning of speed if we are moving toward the wrong direction? So check and balance, a working democracy is very important, especially for Indonesia at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pak Anton or Pak Rajat, you want to answer?
Please, Pak Anton first, because he hasn't speak up.
Yeah, I think that's the underlying. I mentioned about the social capital as one of the important capital to improve the economy, and that's also include some collaboration, some important and good relationship among the people. For the poorer people, I think social capital also means that the inclusion program. But for the elite and also some in the politics, I think collaboration and with the same view of aiming into an Indonesia mass. I think that's very important. And I don't think, we can argue, I think. I don't think there's a very significant partisanship in the parliament. And I hope that the government, Pak Ganjar and also Pak Ganjar and Pak Mahfud, MD, later on will try to also make a collaboration in a good sense to make it happen. I think that's I think if you can prove and you can also convince our partner in the parliament, I don't think it is will be a very significant partnership and very divided country later on. And hopefully it can also improve and smooth out all the regulations that are needed in terms of doing some of the reforms and the policies to achieve the Indonesia Mass 2045.
Okay, Pak. I think Pak Wijayanto wants to add something, and then Pak Rajat.
Yeah. I think what happened at the moment in Indonesia is the process, what's so called by the corporatization of political parties. Political parties behave like corporation. So the elite, the leader, just like CEO or CFO in various corporations, they can move from one corporation to another corporation. That's good in one sense, but that's also challenging in the other sense. Challenging because this trend make most political parties in Indonesia has no clear ideology. In Indonesia, only PKS and PDIP has clear ideology. The other in gray area, something in between, okay? The good things about the corporatization of democracy, political party in Indonesia is that collaborations, interpolitical parties, is very possible because they are friends in the past and could be friends in the future. So it is very important. Just like in corporate, you can compete with another friend corporation one day. Next time, the corporation merger. Next time, you move to another corporation. So that's good. And on the other side, it's also create additional challenge. I would like to highlight that this trend make it possible for collaborations inter-parties. So there is no strong, clear-cut partisanship in Indonesia. I agree with what Pak Anton just mentioned. Again, what is important is real working democracy, and it's also important is collaborations among democracy, elite, and player in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you. Pak Derajat, would you like to add?
Yeah, Pak Manu, thank you. The answer is yes. Simple as that. Yes, Pak Prabowo will take some best talents from the other camps if he and Mas Gibran were elected. Perhaps I have some advantage compared to my two other colleagues here because I serve in parliament for no, not because of income, because I have actual practical experience in parliament because I served as a member of parliament some years ago. Opposition or not opposition, usually it happens only in the plenary session and only on some certain issues. But in working on deliberation of the proposed law, because I've been involved in many law deliberation, including the tax reform. I was one of the chairperson in the working group for our PPH, KUP, our tax procedures bill. We use our expertise there, and there's no party lines actually when we discuss details of the bills. As an example, my party, PAN, Partai Amanat Nasional, was part of Pak SBY's coalition at that time. But I was one of the most critical voice in the parliament against some of Pak SBY's policy, including in discussion of the bill. We even gebrak meja, bang on the table between us and the government until 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning to discuss the tax law. So when it comes into details of a bill, party lines usually become a little bit blurred, and usually it's the the expertise and the experience of member of the special commission on the bill that matters. And he or she usually the one who will convince the party chairperson. This is the way. This is the way. That's what happened. And with regard to Pak Prabowo's joining Pak Jokowi's administration, we need to look at that in the context of what happened prior to the election and after the election. Indonesia was so divided at that time. Many people talk about the dangers it poses toward our national unity. Many people worried about the social risk that it might bring. So when Pak Prabowo joined that, it was Pak Luhut actually the one who convinced him. And we think that that's the best solution for Indonesia, because otherwise Indonesia might still be fragmented today. But we don't see it now today. We don't see a discussion based on based on religion, based on anything that's that's already been in the past. So it's a good thing. And if you see some heated exchange between political leaders at the time, at the moment, I think it will dissipate soon after the election. And if we won, I would be more than happy to take all my friends here to join and help us. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you very much. Pak, thank you for coming. We have another 10-15 minutes. Maybe, yeah, Pak Sachin, your question.
Thank you. So, Pak, I had a question to all three of you. You know, Indonesia.
Pak Sachin, the Sachin I know, that's Sachin Tanduka.
I wish I was as good as he was.
Retired.
Sachin Tanduka itu
cricket player.
Biggest cricket player.
He's a cricket player. One of the top. Yeah. Okay, Pak. So my question actually is global. Yeah, it's more on global alliances. You know, Indonesia has been a member of ASEAN and hosted ASEAN this year. It hosted G20 last year, and it's among the nations, among the top economies of the world. What's your view, what's the party's view on Indonesia's role on a global stage? And what other, do you have any directions or priorities of how you would align with several of the other global nations as you go forward into the tenure, once elected? Yes.
To me?
All three, I think.
All three,
right?
yes.
Maybe Pak Anton first, maybe.
Oh, maybe.
Okay. I came here with my very smart friend, Professor Fadil Hasan. So why don't we borrow his brain to enrich the discussion in this room? So, Pak Fadil, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm not an expert in the foreign policy, but I try to answer your question based on my experience in the business, for example, and then see this, what is the vision and mission of Amin in these areas, you know. So I think, first of all, that based on our constitution, that the foreign policy we adopt is always and will be free and active foreign policy. It means that we would like to contribute to the what do you call it, to the world peacefully, and then also try to what do you call it, try to contribute also to the justice of the world, and so on and so forth. So that's, I think, the basic foreign policy that we have. But Anies, in the recent speech, for example, and various occasions, mentioned additional things in the foreign policy, meaning that he would like to adopt foreign policy based also on the value, right? That, I think, is very important things right now, especially with the current situation in the geopolitics that we're facing today. The value is something, I think, that we miss so far. And then in the last 10 years or so, I think our foreign policy focus on the transactional, right? That is very important, but also equally important is the value. So that's something I think that we would like to add to that policy in the foreign policy in view. That one thing. Another things I think also we realize that Indonesia now I think is becoming more important countries, you know. We are member of the G20, now we are I think the chairman of ASEAN. But that leverage that we have been utilized optimally, you know. For example, when the world facing what we witness in Israel and Palestine and Russia and Ukraine, I think, yeah, our contribution should be more optimal, you know, in addressing that issues. And the third thing is that also our economy is an open economy, you know, and then trade and investment is always an important part of our economy. So the next thing that we would like also to emphasize that how our trade and investment, especially with other countries, both regional and bilateral, will be expanded, you know, through various comprehensive economic partnership agreement or what they call it, the FTA or PTA and so on and so forth. That's, I think, will benefit also our economy. So that's three things that I think will be focus of Amin in his administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. Maybe Pak Anton?
Okay, thank you, Pak Sweb. This is not my area, but I got a note from my friend Andi Vijayanto. So let me try to just briefly summarize what this idea is. First, I think it is true that Indonesia free and active foreign policy approach is deeply rooted in the principles of Dasar Sila Bandung, which is the 1955, which needs to be reviewed and contextualized into the geopolitical contemporary now. So that's one issue, one foundation which is very important, I think, in terms of the free and active foreign policy approach. And I should probably mention three other things briefly. Here is as a developing nation and part of the global South, Indonesia must prioritize enhancing dialogue, strengthening diplomatic relations, and optimizing cooperation with countries, particularly those with similar values, to create new world order that is just and peaceful. That's underlined is the peaceful as well. Amidst the ongoing geopolitical competition between superpowers. Okay, so still free and also try to be active. And as one of Indonesia's ambition is to become the leading country in ASEAN, it must maintain regional stability by recalibrating ASEAN's focus and strengthening the centrality. Yes. And lastly is as a maritime nation, Indonesia must prioritize national security and address territorial disputes with neighboring countries to achieve the vision of as superior maritime country, because Indonesia is archipelagic and so on. So maritime country is very important. So that means, again, free and active foreign policy including diplomacy in the economic area as well, within the ASEAN to enhance the cooperations on the economic and business, and also with some other countries with important trading partners as well. And with the also focusing as well on the national, which can have a national interest and giving some good relationship basically between the economic and business to improve, and it can be strengthening the improvement in the economy as well.
Thank you, Pak Raja.
Thank you, Pak Sachin. Do you notice that there is a shift in Indonesia foreign policy lately? That Indonesia become more assertive, become more straightforward. I myself, I once served in the National State Agency. Wouldn't imagine that Pak Jokowi will shift into such a position 9-10 years ago. And that I think the reason is because he has many discussions with Pak Prabowo. And if you notice, in Singapore, Shangri-La Defense Forum, Pak Prabowo, I don't know, I didn't advise him at that time, proposed a Russia-Ukraine conflict solution. You know? So assertiveness might increasingly, how do I put it? You might see an increasing assertiveness in Indonesia foreign policy, military strategy, and as Pak Prabowo already said in his reply to the question by the Japanese ambassador, that sir, if you already reach such a wealth in your nation, and we have the right to reach a similar wealth for our country. So if you help us, then we can work together. I think I know that's not very diplomatic to say, but I think that will characterize many of our decisions in the future. And that's already been laid down by Pak Jokowi, that he never budged, even amid very strong European Union pressure on our nickel downstreaming. It doesn't mean that Indonesia will become chauvinistic, it will become, no, there's no like that. But we will put Indonesia national interest, political geostrategy interest, and then if we can work together, then we will do it. And to be honest, in our team, we already discussed the possibility of Trump win in the US. How will it affect us? Because at the moment his number look increasing, so we have to discuss it. We have to discuss, all scenarios possible. And one thing that we realized that his win, he might pull out from Paris Agreement, and then it might jeopardize our shift into green energy, our shift into our transformation into net zero emission. Well, we need lots of investment there. For example, when I said about bioenergy self-sufficiency, lots of money needed there. And what if once we invest there, and then 6 months after Trump was elected, and then 12 months after he was inaugurated, that's something that Indonesia will have to face, and for sure we still maintain our non-aligned position, but assertiveness I think will become increasingly can be seen in Indonesia policy, perhaps including the Middle East. Our position in the Middle East is that we support a two-state solution. And our European Union colleagues say that Israel won't see any peace without a two-state solution. And you can see that Pak Jokowi is become the envoy for the Organization of Islamic Countries to talk to President Biden about OIC decision. So I guess the next 5 years we'll see a very interesting geopolitical and geo-military dynamics. And I guess we will have to deal with how to find we'll have to deal with the conclusion of the Russia-Ukraine war, and then the Middle East, and don't forget the South China Sea. We discussed very specifically about the potentials of conflict in South China Sea. Maybe not. We haven't. Me myself, I haven't anticipated. An open war, but incidents seems to be just a matter of time to be happening, and we have to be prepared for that. And we already prepare some scenario, and Pak Prabowo and his team are very well equipped in preparing that scenario, because South China Sea will also affect our area in Natuna, around Natuna. Well, maybe in another session we can discuss more on geopolitical. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you very much. I think we'll wrap up soon. Maybe as the moderator, I get the last question. Before we wrap up. So I'm sure all three of the candidates and the camps have laid out a lot of your scenarios, and what will happen, what may happen, what could be some surprises, So maybe if I can ask each of you, what is the one unknown that you're most afraid of as you move towards the election? No. So the one unknown that you think might impact your ability to win. Okay, so what would that be? Vijay.
There'll be a lot of unknown thing, yeah. If I pretend that there is only one unknown, I can be wrong. A lot of moving variable, uncharted territory. So our strategy, just one, doing the best. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, very, very political answer from my very smart friend. Pak Jarod.
We try to win it in one round.
One round, okay.
Sorry, I'm not being overconfident, but we try to win it in one round. And the unknown thing is that how to get additional votes that we needed. And for example, I told you in the lunch, I'm tasked with trying to get some votes from Muhammadiyah and PAN, that my own party, because some of my constituents are leaning toward number one. But I guess with my persuasion and charm, I guess I can convince them. Because it's very, very difficult to get from his side. and this is an information. Om Taufik, the late Om Taufik Kemas, told Ibu Mega that my family is actually part of Pak Sukarno's big family, and so I will be scared to steal from Bu Mega. No, it's just a joke. Yeah, I think that's the one known that we think that's how to get additional vote for us.
Additional votes.
Yes,
okay.
Thank you.
Anton, what would be the one thing that you think might disrupt your ability to win?
This is his first political experience.
It's very hard to just pin. Yeah, again, I think I agree with the Wijaya, and not
trying to be diplomatic, but I think it's very hard to really pinpoint one thing. But a lot of uncertainties, including and especially the foreign geopolitical, and including the economic uncertainty as well across the outside there, which may a little bit influence the domestic situation here. So again, just pick up your, if I may, your comment there.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much. I think, thank you, Pak Vija, Pak Rajat, Pak Anton, for your time. If I may just speak on behalf of the audience here, and I think behalf on all those of us who love Indonesia, that we hope for a peaceful, highly competitive election, and may the best team win. So thank you very much. I'd like also to thank Alethea and Sam and Wyatt for supporting this luncheon. Would you want to say a few words? No? Okay. So thank you very much. We'll take a short break and then we'll be back with the next session. Once again, thank you so much.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
Okay. We'll have a short 10-minute break. Siapa? We're taking just a 5-minute break. We'll be back in the room, because our speaker from the Secretary General from the Ministry is already here. So please take a quick break and be back here in 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. May I ask you to take your seats?
Yeah, I saw when he was out. They said we were tag teaming this, so we
Sure.
covering everything.
Yeah, that's good. Kindly take your seats. It's free seating. You may just occupy a seat in front. Basically, if you want to be an observer, you may take a seat behind. If you'd like to be involved in the discussion and part of the question and answers, kindly take a seat in the front. Bisa di sana. Okay, we have a few seats up here in front. Kindly take your seats. Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the afternoon session of the first day of the 10th Indonesia Economic Forum. The topic for the day and the whole series of this 2 days is basically talking about digital transformation. It's unleashing digital transformation across the nation. There's a reason why we chose a topic like this, because a lot of research and studies shows that the digital transformation economy is worth $170 billion in the next 6 to 7 years. And that's an 18-fold increase. So 18 times in order to increase over 7 years is not a mathematical possibility unless a lot of things are done in order to enable it. The key points that were raised this morning, we had an opening with Pak Gita Wiryawan. For those of you who were not here, the opening session of the morning was with Pak Gita Wiryawan, with Ibu Shinta Kamdani, and joined by Pak Sandiaga Uno, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy. And there was general consensus in the room that the biggest challenge that Indonesia would face in the next few years would come from lack of human capital. Not having the right skills, not having the right quality of people, not having the right programs in place, and inability to access talent from across the nation, from anywhere in Indonesia. So these became the challenges, and the topic of today is basically to address how could we find a way to work together, the government, the private sector, the public sector, academia, and all other stakeholders. How can we come together? I would not like to call it a blueprint, because I would like to call it a framework. A framework is needed which allows us to work together so that we don't get into the business of education. Because the business of education has been around for 200 years and it hasn't really solved a lot of the problems that we have. It is skilling that is really needed, and skilling means not 4-year programs or 3-year programs, but short programs that quickly align you to a job that's available and make you ready for the workplace. So being job ready and being able to function as soon as you get a job, or even get a job in the first place, becomes the biggest priority. And that doesn't take 4 years or 3 years. It doesn't take a degree. It takes short skilling courses. It takes programs that prepares you for immediate opportunities. It takes a completely different approach and methodology so that it can be done to scale. You can't have programs running only in the 3 major cities of the country. It has to run across 90 cities, 416 regencies, 38 provinces. That's the level of scale that is needed if you really want to achieve this 18-fold increase in the digital transformation economy. It's not going to happen with foreign talent. It's going to happen with local talent, Indonesian talent that is able to step up and be in the places where the opportunities exist. So the discussion now, which is led by my colleague, Nalin Singh, he would introduce our esteemed speakers today, and he would lead us into first a presentation by our 2 guest speakers, followed by an open focus group discussion among all the people here. I would like to specially welcome all our friends from India. There is a Team India present here today. They are from the field of skilling, education, and they're involved in several interesting projects, and they're here today to assess also the opportunity of collaborating. So I welcome them. I also welcome all of you who have participated here. There's USAID here. Farhad is here. Thank you, Farhad, for being here. We have a lot of people who have contributed in various ways to this journey of how we are doing skilling. But remember that skilling is taking place even with us, within us, in our own companies, in our own personal selves. We are all gearing up of how we are going to deal with our own jobs, our own companies in the next 1 year. So, skilling is something is not just meant for workforce, it's meant for all of us. So at every level, we are looking at how skilling will take us to the next level. And if we don't do what we're supposed to do, we're going to be left behind from the upcoming Industry 4.0 economy that's already underway. So when we talk digital, we don't talk about digital companies. We talk about companies that are digitalizing, which means every company in this country is undergoing some form of digital transformation, including the small and medium sector enterprise. So we have representatives from our government who are very active in this area, and I would like to hand over the session to Nalin so he can introduce our guests for today. Thank you very much. Over to you, Nalin.
Thank you, Sachin. Such a good feeling to see so many familiar faces, so many of our partners here, and heartening to note that some of you even like me. So that's the ones smiling are the ones who don't, I think. But let's get started. It was interesting when we were having a discussion in the back room that as we speak, the federal cabinet is meeting for jobs and skilling. And that is the topic in which their 2 respective ministers are participating. I'm delighted and honored to welcome Dr. Professor Anwar Sanusi. He's the Secretary General, Ministry of Manpower. He was a professor himself before this role. And so he knows a lot about education, skilling, and we will hear from him first. His presentation is in Bahasa Indonesia, but he will give the commentary and rundown of it in English. Also very proud to welcome Ibu Siti Aziza. She's the Deputy for Entrepreneurship, Ministry of Cooperatives and SME, Republic of Indonesia. We had the honor to meet earlier with her along with Pa Ilham and Pa Teten Masuki, the Minister, to discuss potential programs by Orbit. So like Sachin said, we'll start with Professor Anwar giving us his presentation, followed by any questions that people have. I would like to keep it engaging. It's an afternoon session. So you can stretch on the spot, you can exercise, and ask as many questions as you can to keep it engaging. And post that, because both of them have limited time, post that we will continue in a focus group discussion on the topic on hand. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you very much, Pak Nalin Singh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang dan salam sejahtera untuk kita sekalian. It is my great honor to be here in front of very respective people in here to share about some issue regarding of the aligning skilling with jobs of the future. I think maybe Pak Sachin already make a very good introduction about what the challenge that we are facing, including of Indonesians currently. So actually, I already prepared a very big, I think, very thick materials. Yeah, I thought that I can have a lot of times to discuss with to all of you. However, due to my maybe conflicting agenda, I have to leave maybe earlier. So that's why if maybe there is anything to have to discuss in the future, my office is not so far from this place, yeah. So I'm very welcome to welcome to all of you to come to my office to discuss any issue regarding employment in Indonesia. So first of all, I would like to give the description about what the current condition of Indonesian employments. This is about if we talk about the quality of employment in Indonesia. So we know that most of them now is maybe about 80% is low education. They graduated from maybe junior high school to the elementary school. The next is for SMA and SMK is vocational school, and then also is senior high school. And then the rest is maybe from diploma and university, only 11.5%. This is of the population structure. Meanwhile, if we look at like labor force, it's also reflected the same condition. So that's why it creates why the productivity in Indonesian labor force is very low. Compared with Asian countries, we are still under the average of Asian countries. Asian countries is 24.6, Indonesia is still 24.4. This is the survey conducted by Asian Productivity Organization. And then the next condition, if we look at about what maybe in terms of the employment, most of Indonesian employment still working as a blue collars. That's the percentage is 60.5. Meanwhile, for the gray collar is 25.9, and then white collar only 13.5. And then most of them are still working in informal sector, and then also most of the employment they are working on the tertiary sector. So from this condition, we can have like a conclusion that most of Indonesian labor force work in tertiary sector, informal, and then also categorized as blue collars workers. And then if you look at like in terms of employments, yeah, unemployment, even though maybe we already know that governments already make a very good achievement to reduce the level of unemployment. Now, according to the current data, August 2023, the unemployment rate in Indonesia is 5.23. So is it close before the COVID-19 condition? Before the COVID-19 condition, the unemployment rate is 5.13. And then this increase jump into the peaks is 7% of Indonesian of unemployment rate, but now is 5.23. But if you look at like in terms of the condition of unemployment, we can say that most of the unemployment occurs or maybe is based on education. Most are graduated from SMA and SMK. So this is a big challenge, I think, because actually, if when government established the SMK vocational school, actually it's the way how to accelerate maybe them to give them the ability, the skill, so in order to have maybe more opportunity in the labor market. However, maybe due to the lot of condition, that's it still contribute the highest contribution to the unemployment. If maybe look at if compare like the urban and then also the village, it's very the data tell that's the unemployment in the village is lower than in urban. Is it true? But the problem is, even though the villagers, even the person who are living on the village, they are working, but the income is not sufficient to maybe to use in the daily life. or in Indonesian terms we call is masih jauh dari kehidupan layak. So that's why according to World Bank's conclusion, for the villagers they are still working but still poor. This is the condition of employment. Then next, I would like to give some condition. What the challenges of the labor force or maybe employment in Indonesia? Maybe for once, I think maybe this is a challenge, or maybe this is opportunity, or maybe this is a threat, or maybe challenge. It depends on the way how we look at it. First of all, maybe a lot of people said that Indonesia now is on the golden period because of we are on in terms of productive age is very highest. Close to 70% of Indonesian population are productive age. So that's why many people said that is as a demographic dividend. The condition, according to many scholars, predict that the demographic dividend, it will be happen until 2035. So we still have about 12 years to optimize, or maybe to use this dividend in order maybe to improve, or maybe at least to alleviate from the upper middle income country trap. And then the second is about the change in maybe IT disruption. A lot of people know maybe talk about a lot of million job will lose. But millions, also millions job is new, is appear. So that's why at least we have to identify what the kind of the new job that will be appears. So, and that's what the kind of skill, what the kind of ability that are really needed in order maybe to fulfill the requirement of the new job. So, and then this is the third issue regarding also the employment is about industrial relation. There is a flexibility of industrial relation due to most of the employment now is on the Gen Z, and then also Gen Y. So the Gen Z and Gen Y, they have advantage, but also they have disadvantage. One advantage is most of them are we call it as a digital native. They are very talented and then very competent in terms of digital utilization. And then also they have the skill, the ability to speak maybe English as the second language. And but they have also disadvantage. Disadvantage is in terms of the loyalty. They don't have any long-term commitment in the working. So that's why it's maybe in some cases after company, even is on public sector, termasuk di dalam pemerintahan, even in government sector, after we recruited as the employment, while we are working 1 year, they quit. And that's not a view, it's it's a lot of them maybe quit. Why? Because maybe the working condition is not compliant with their needs. So this is also advantage of disadvantage of the current generation is generation Z. So that's why now we are thinking in terms of law creation law. We introduce such like in terms of a payment not based on the monthly, but it's also is based on the working is hours payment. This is and then this is also the issue that we are now facing, that especially is the working place is now tend to be maybe is fluid. So when we are under our G20 presidency on employment working group in employment, we discuss a lot regarding of the issue. This is considered as the new world of work. This working is not only maybe not only on the place that the company exists,
they can work from the remote. But while they work from the remote, some conditions that should be discussed. For instance, in terms of labor protection. Because so far labor protection just cover the issue that the worker are working in the company. But while we're working from the distance, they are not yet discussed. And then also the other issue is about how about the people that are working on the platform, a digital platform. This is also the issue that now still undergoing to be discussed. And then of course we are very welcome to have like maybe input and suggestion and how to manage the people who are working through the digital platform. So this is why I just give some example. Now, if we look at like if we look some of the vacancies, job vacancies, most of them already stated they can work from the remote. This is also the condition that we have to maybe manage, yeah. And then I said that maybe this is also gig economy, gig workers. And then this is also, I just want to say about what the challenges of the hours employments. Yeah, of course, many people, many companies, when we asking, do you want like the people who are skilled in the digital? Most of them said yes. But the problem is when they recruited the employment, most of the maybe newcomers are is not fulfill what the company requires. Most of them, they are still in terms of the capacity, in terms of ability, is still very macro. They don't maybe, and then it's not so, it's too theoretical. And then also maybe it's not down to earth. And then sometimes they asking also very high remuneration. This is why it happened. Because most of them that we check, of course, they attending such like maybe, for instance, is attending for like a digital skill. But when we check like what the kind of digital skill, most of them are not really fit with the company or the factory requirement. And then this is some maybe issue that's I think maybe what maybe. Actually, next is what the government do regarding of the condition. So we look at if maybe what the government do is, of course, maybe we have to improve. We have to the skill, the competence of our employment. One issue that actually that I'm working maybe as a government employee more than almost close to 30 years. I think when I observe in working as a government sector, the problem of like ego sectoral or maybe parochialism is maybe as coordination is the problem, including also is how to improve, how to manage the human capital. You know, that's if we look at in Indonesia, it's very different. If we look at maybe like educational vocation is under the Ministry of Education. If we talk about educational training under the Ministry of Manpower or Ministry of Ketenagakerjaan. So that's why government look at we have to make it. We have to these two institutions is very close, and then also hand to hand the coordination should be improved. So just we issue this the Perpres number 68 2022 regarding revitalization, pendidikan, vokasi, and also pelatihan vokasi. This is maybe actually if we talk about like what the vocational training in Indonesia, that's a lot. If all maybe all of institution working actually is very enough to give the opportunity for all like employee to attending for the training, but the condition is still far that we expected. Like yeah, for instance, maybe we have 289 BLK vocational training institution owned by the government. Maybe if you look at maybe owned by the central government still working well. But if you or maybe if owned by the local government, province, and then also district, is still far with our expectation. For instance, they are maybe vocational training in computer. If you look at the computer condition is still is maybe is out of date. Yeah, this is maybe some condition that of course maybe we want. That's one of the issue. If we would like to as Mr. Sachin mentioned, that is maybe we want to accelerate the competence of education. One way is through the vocational training. But the problem of vocational training in terms of facility is still quite far with our expectation. So that's why we need maybe to enhance. This is I mentioned already, Mr. Sachin that's mentioned about what actually advantage for the vocational training that is. But yeah, we have to do a lot. Yeah. Thank you. That's all my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anwar. You made some points that resonates well with this audience. We have had very good interactions with your ministry, and they have been very open to partnerships and ideas, including through USAID and AWS. You mentioned about loyalty of the workforce today, but that is also a social issue today. There's no loyalty in friendships and relationships also. It doesn't seem to last long enough. I'm married for 28 years and probably an exception in my group. Earlier this morning, we had Pagita Veeravan here, and he was talking about how Indonesia can actually take its place in the global workforce because of its demographic dividend and because AI makes it more possible today. One of the points he made was, today Indonesia has about 10 million English speakers. Unfortunately or fortunately, the language of international trade is English. And Indonesians need to get to about 100 million English speakers for them to really participate. That's one. And related to that is this workforce, work from home and gig economy issue. That means people work across boundaries, across countries. That amplifies the language issue. Is there something or some thinking behind that by the ministry, or is that with the Ministry of Education?
I think maybe for like the issue that Mr. Nalin mentioned, actually that's both of the ministries that we have to concern about this issue. But maybe if we talks about like the function, the duties and function, of course maybe like the ability in the foreign language, English, and no, not only English, maybe the other language. For instance, is if we look at the demand from the as a foreign workers is from Japan, yeah, is no also the demand is very high, so they need also the soft competence is in the foreign language. But for our duty is language just for maybe for the works, yeah. This is our duties, our responsibility. So that's why some of our vocational training institution, we also trains the candidate for the especially the foreign as a PMI, pekerja migran Indonesia, Indonesian migrant workers, is the foreign language. It is maybe as in English, or maybe in Korean, or maybe in China. China is a view, maybe is Arabic, and then also is Japan.
Thank you, Anwar. The other issue that you brought up, which I know concerns all of us here, that the young people are educated, they have a certificate, they are digital native, but they are not employable. They are not job ready. One of the reasons also is that all the education that is being done for industries which are not hiring today. So you teach them automotive engineering, automobile companies are already fully staffed. Jobs are being created in other industries, cloud, AI, etc. Is there some thinking by the Ministry of Manpower to pivot the BLCAs to teach these kind of subjects versus traditional subjects?
Yes, thank you, panelists. That's now, as we have actually, that's FKLPI, Forum Komunikasi Lembaga Pelatihan dan Industri, Industrial and Vocational Training Forum Communication Forums. This is as like the forum that maybe actually that can be used as the way communication from the industrial and then also industrial words to the our training. So that's why maybe the case that you already mentioned, very high talented and then very good in the skill in the foreign language, but is not employed. Why? Sometimes maybe like the skill are not fully fit with the candidate. So Pak Nelins, and then also ladies and gentlemen, that's we know we still have the problem that we call it as mismatch. Either it's horizontal mismatch or maybe it's vertical mismatch. So that is why we always we in the Ministry of Education and on Ministry of Manpowers, we have the forum with the university in Indonesia. We call it as Forum Komunikasi Perguruan Tinggi untuk Ketenagakerjaan. This is such as forum to give the input to regarding what the employment demand that now is maybe as a demand from the industrial side. So we give to the university, and then also we have such a cooperation. When maybe the student graduate from the university, they are not maybe have a certificate ijazah, but they have also certificate of the competence. From where the certificate competence is get? Is from some vocational training that owned by the government.
Thank you, Pak Anwar. Is there any questions from the audience? We can take a few. You can pass the mic if you can raise your hand if you have a question.
I thought it's clear.
I think you answered all the questions, Pa. Anybody? Yes, Esther.
Bahasa Indonesia tuh. I'm Esther from USA. So thank you. You mentioned about the access provided by the Ministry of Manpower through what's so-called community or vocational training centers. We are USA supporting that, but my question is, this kind of centers is actually situated in a city centers, which will be hardly accessible to youth, vulnerable youth, who are mostly residing far from the city centers. So what is the kind of approach to make this youth able to participate equally with their counterpart from the urban areas?
Thank you very much, okay, Ibu Esther ya, for your question. So actually, instead of the vocational training owned by the government, Ministry of Manpower also introduced such a program. We call it as community-based vocational training. Yeah, community-based vocational training is owned by the mostly is religions institution. For instance, maybe is Islamic religion institution pesantren, or maybe wihara, or maybe is the like Christian institution. That's they said most of them are located on the rural areas. So this is the way for us to enhance our services in terms of the vocational training. Currently, there are about 573 community-based vocational training in Indonesia. Or Indonesian name, the name is Balai Latihan Kerja Komunitas, Ibu.
Thank you, Pa Anwar. Thank you very much for your presentation and taking our questions. I will move to Ibu Aziza. Oh, there's one more. Yes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Pa. So my question was with skilling, narrow skill-focused training, do you think that it may lead to a lack of adaptability in sectors such as fintech or AI that are, rapidly changing?
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. That's for your question. That's this is also the problem. If we call it like maybe we talks about like green economics, or maybe it's like new future of jobs. This is also some of the community they are still maybe need to affirms, yeah. So that's the people who are living maybe on the villages, the people are maybe living on the remote area. In maybe in Indonesia term we call it A3T, yeah. Is in frontiers, backwards, and then also is disadvantage, yeah. So of course maybe in order to give a chance for them, yeah, for them to have an access for the vocational trainings, ours we introduce, instead of a community-based vocational training, we have also our training institution. We introduce such, we call it as mobile training unit. So this is the way to maybe to, of course, maybe to give, accelerate the training education in terms of the new, or maybe in terms of the future's job. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Pa Anwar. We have a question from Pa Ferry. He's the Managing Director of Accenture in Semarang.
Selamat siang, Pak. I'm Indonesian, Pak. So, tapi kita pakai bahasa Inggris. Okay. I think my question is this: like based on the experience, I think I have also some short discussion with Pak Nalin as well. What we hire for the industries, and I think you show the data as well that like the Gen Z, they only probably 1 year, 2 years they left, right? So when actually we take a look, it's actually related to the character and attitude, Pak. So really my question is, from the government, is there any initiative to make or I would say to make this attitude and character building as a really mandatory in school, or I don't know, probably as early as the earliest age. I know some of them is to the family, but school is take a long time. When actually they take from the primary school until universities, right? So yeah, that's my questions basically.
Fairy, I agree. I think maybe your question is our challenge, yeah. So we need to solve together about this current condition. Of course, maybe if we could make benchmarks the education system, or maybe vocational training system from maybe to other countries, maybe we can take what a benefit that we can adopt. I agree. Maybe since the beginning, if we talk about the education, of course, maybe we first of all we have to install, we have to build the characters. Not only maybe to make them very diligent, very clever, no, but they have a very good characters. But as I mentioned, it's about the Gen Z. This is, I think, is the common cases one. While maybe we are recruiting, that's I talk with the human resource development committee, or maybe as a director. Most of them maybe now is quite headache, because we recruited with, it's a lot of money we spend in order to get one candidate. After we recruited, they quit. So I think maybe the loyalty is our problem. So maybe it's agree. Maybe even though, if I just maybe reflect my experience as a government employee sebagai PNS, Pak. As a PNS, maybe is in the first year we only get 80% of our salary, but we are very loyal. Why? Maybe because since beginning we are doctrined with maybe the national interest. Maybe in some cases we can adopt the system for maybe new employers. But maybe also is the way how to communication, and things maybe we have to change. Because in the previous, maybe the relation between boss and his staff is look like it's just direction. But now I think we cannot exist a lot longer. We have to maybe
maybe two-way communication between boss and the staff, because they are not the follower, but they are to be sparring partner. Thank you.
Nowadays, the employees are more bossy than the boss.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. On that note, Anwar, thank you very much. We are completely out of time. Ibu Aziza has a hard stop, and I would like to move to her, and we'll continue our dialogue after that. Floor is yours, Ibu Aziza.
Before Aziza, I'm so sorry I have to leave. Yeah. Thank you very much.
The floor is yours, Ibu Aziza.
Okay, thank you, Pak Nalin. So first of all, I would like to deliver our apologies as the Minister of Cooperative and SME has other agenda. So he asked me to deliver the keynote as well as the presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'm delighted to address the influential thinkers, entrepreneurs and key stakeholders in Indonesia economic landscape at the 10th Annual Indonesia Economic Forum. This forum marks an important occasion aligned with the strategic outcomes of the G20 and Asian Summit. This event serves as a dynamic platform to discuss a highly relevant topic, the profound impact of digitalization on Indonesia economic. As time progresses, rapid changes in technology and digitalization have transformed the way we work, interact, and conduct business. This is an unavoidable reality, and we must prepare to face it. We all recognize that the cooperative and small and medium-sized enterprise form the backbone of Indonesia economic. They create jobs, contribute to economic growth, and play a crucial role in social development in this area. In this area dominated by digitalization, we hold a crucial responsibility to sustain the growth and relevance of these sectors. In that light, embracing digitalization across the entire value chain, from upstream to downstream, is imperative to shaping a new economy. Like research into the application of IoT in the development of high-quality domestic commodities can strengthen downstream strategies. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2023, the Ministry of Cooperative and SMEs has 7 priority programs. One is a data collection of SMEs through direct survey. The second one is factory sharing. The third one is modern cooperative. The fourth is elimination of extreme poverty and redesign of integrated business service center SMEs and SME packaging house service. And the last one is national entrepreneurship development. So if we look further, this 7 priority program will be greatly helped by the maximum use of digital technology by cooperative and SMEs. Small and medium-sized enterprises in Indonesia have demonstrated remarkable growth, expanding beyond conventional industries and venturing into innovative fields like creative industry, waste management, renewable energy, and more. This dynamic transformation not only signifies positive progress, but also highlight the critical need to align skill with the requirements of future jobs. As SMEs navigate the evolving landscape of digitalization and innovation, there is a pressing need to equip their workforce with the requisite skills, ensuring they remain adaptable and competitive in shaping the future of employment. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Minister of Cooperative and SMEs of Republic Indonesia, my role is to oversee policies and initiatives that support the growth of these sectors. The primary challenges is to ensure that our human resource possess the necessary skill to succeed in the digital economy. To address this challenge, the Ministry of Cooperative and SMEs has developed a strategy to increase the number of innovation-driven enterprises with strong founder mindset, capable of creating better and more innovative employment opportunity in the future. I'm confident that the collaboration, innovative ideas, and critical thinking that will emerge from this forum will help shape a better direction for the cooperative and SME sector in Indonesia. Together, we will work toward achieving this goal. We are committed to collaborate with the stakeholders to ensure that all SMEs have the opportunity to succeed in the digital economy. Let's collectively create a bright and inclusive future for the Indonesia economy. Thank you, Ministry of Cooperative and SMEs, Teten Mas Duki. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me give you some ideas on how we develop entrepreneur and digital industry in Indonesia. So basically, today we have about 64 million SMEs in Indonesia, which is, if you look at this chart, most of them, or 96% is on the micro, with 2 billion, asset, and we only have very small in small, medium, and big companies. So look at this number of SMEs, 97%. In Indonesia, creating job creation is by SMEs. So if we look at okay, it's okay. So if you look at the detail, 99% of the business population is actually SMEs in Indonesia. And we are contributing about 60% of the GDP, and 97% of labor workforce, and 14% contribute to export. So there is a majority of SMEs. Mostly they are on the wholesale and retail in F&B sector. So there is a challenge for us how to strengthen their capability on innovation or for innovation. So if you look at this one, so we can say that in the natural resources, what we are good at actually, and then how the low skill labor, and then how we play on the factor driven and economics, and how we can drive to the efficiency. So unfortunately, we are not that good on that part. So that's why we know that this is a challenge for us. So we need to expand more, how to enhance the access, and then how to foster use and innovation. And then the third one, how to embrace digital revolution for SMEs, with the fact that currently not all Indonesians having access for internet, for example. And we have about 64 million, which is very huge number. Today, only about 23 million have access to digitalization. And how the transitioning from the natural resources to the service industry. So with all these challenges, we see Indonesia has a very big potential in economy digital. We all agree on that. So in terms of number, we have about 212 million internet users. Are they productive? That's the big question mark. So you can see on the sector, on the e-commerce, transportation and food, and online travel and online media. This is actually four sectors that contribute a lot to the economy digital of Indonesia. So let me give you some ideas on the startup in Indonesia. We are currently having 2 decacorns and then 11 unicorns. So we have about 2,500 startups, which is 20% of them are under us, meaning that we do some incubation process and then mentoring, coaching, just to make sure that they are not go to the that valley, but they are still there on their crucial time, which is mostly about 3 to 5 years after they set up the business. So we are, in terms of startup, we are ranking number 2 in the South Asia startup ecosystem, and we are number 38 in the global. So the total valuation of them is, this is based on 2021 data, about 9.3 billion. So with this, we do agree that we need to do more on the startup. So that's why we are doing some collaboration, partnership, and we see that they need the mentoring, they need the incubation process. That's why we are working with some incubators from the university in Indonesia and accelerators, just that, to help them to either speed up their business, or maybe they want to develop the new one, or they want to scaling up their business. So we also are strengthening the international connectivity for SMEs, and we promote the entrepreneurship and business dynamic. So based on, if I can look back, based on the minister speech, we have 7 programs, priority program in the Ministry of Cooperative and SMEs. And if we look at the Digital Economy Framework Agreement, or DEVA, so actually we are looking at the Asian as a whole. So if we look at some of them is already there, like risk, and then we can pay with the local currency or our currency. And then we know that DEFA also aims to deepen the existing digital economy cooperation. And the element to be included is one, market access, and rule and regulation, and facilitation. So I believe this is it's also important for us to also go deeper on the what is the 7 priority program of the Ministry of Cooperative and SMEs, and then 7 aspects that digitalization currently happening. So on the 7 priority programs is already in the note by the minister, and digitalization is very important for us, because now we are having some challenges on some part where it's quite challenges for us to ask them to go onboarding digital. So that's why we keep looking at the 7 that we are not really happy with. They are very good in e-commerce, but they are not very good in the production. So that's why the 7 aspects that we are looking for since last year. One is digitalization to market access to market, and then how they use a digital platform to monitor the quality of product, and then access to financing. This is already happening, and how they do digital in managing their organization, and production capacity, and then how they access to the supplier and the supplies with digitalization as well. And last one is the distribution. So I think this will be my last slide. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Aziza. Orbit is very proud to associate with the Ministry for your entrepreneurship program. We have done it in the past. We did the Indonesia Fund Fest, and we have trained entrepreneurs. Before I take questions, and I'll come to you, Samir, first. You mentioned the entrepreneurship ecosystem, 2,500 startups. One of the challenges that I have noticed in working with university startups in Indonesia is all of them have got great infrastructure. They'll have a beautiful building, they'll have a lot of staff, but the number of entrepreneurs is lower than the number of staff. Is there something being done to spur entrepreneurship a little bit more?
Okay, it's a very challenging question, but that's actually what we are doing right now. So since 2021, we are having, we call it the Entrepreneur Development, Entrepreneur Hub, and Entrepreneur Financial Fiesta. So actually this happening in our side. So what we are doing is we are working with university and the incubators. And we do realize that we need to teach them, all the students, as early as we can about entrepreneur. Because today, if we looking at the data, we have about 1.7 million the unemployment. And if say every year they have about 3.5 million what do you call it, the S1, yeah, from university. so graduated from university, then we can only absorb about half of them. So the other half will be adding up the unemployment for the next year. So this is a challenge. That's why we are really understand on it. So we are working with the Ministry of Education to, to develop the either faculty or, at least they have about the faculty on the entrepreneurs. So that's, I hope that's
Thank you,
answer your question.
Samir, I'll take that question from you now.
Sure, Nalin. Good afternoon, everyone. My question is more related to the previous session, so don't mind if it is a little, awkward to put it now. But the question was, we were looking at the slides with respect to unemployment rates, right? But as a country, I feel that all developing countries, go through that phase that first we are trying to address the unemployment, and then eventually we get to underemployment or dissatisfied employment, where people are looking for upskilling, or they are not at the level where their aspirations are, right? So all the initiatives that the minister was talking was more about vocational training and how skill centers are there, etc. But for these people who are already part of the workforce, they may not have time or wherewithal to visit these centers or be a part of it. So is there a way through which we are also looking at leveraging digitization or digital skill training, which can be more self-paced, self-based learning, which might be more suitable for such candidates?
I think it's a relevant question because most of your MSME owners are not going to leave their business and go to a classroom. So how do you reach them to upskill them is the question relevant to you.
Okay, so we have several activities right now. So one is definitely we do roadshow. Instead of they are coming to us, we are coming to them. So it can be hybrid, online and offline. And this roadshow is supported by all the platform, digital platform, e-commerce, and other players. So my point here is we are now getting there instead of they are getting us. Or if they are everywhere, then they can access to online. The second one is we just set up the new platform. We call it eHub. You can also surfing to our website. So actually the entrepreneurs or the SMEs can access any information through this website or through this channel. So we are going to, today we are having the consultant, the mentor through online. So for us, digitalization is a must. So we push them, quote unquote, to also access to that part. So here I'm also, having the one of the department, we are doing access assessment directly to the player, to the SMEs or to the entrepreneur. So, and they are doing coaching, mentoring through online. So at the end of the day, what we hope is they are really, getting ready with the change, and they are using the digitalization as a tools, and they are using it for production. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Aziza. I know you have a hard stop, so I'll free you up now. Thank you very much for joining us and sharing your thoughts and representing the minister. Let's hear a round of applause
Thank
for
you.
her. We are now going to have a small change in the program because some people are meant to be heard. And Pa Tom Lambang, a former minister, will have a fireside chat with Pa Sachin. And every time I hear him, he will provoke thought. And it will be interesting thoughts. Very much looking forward to hearing you, Pa.
We would like to present a token of gratitude to Ibu Siti. Thank you very much, Ibu. Yes. Oh, guys. Thank you so much.
Over to you, Sachin.
Okay. Thank you very much.
We will continue our session after this.
Yes. So we have Pa Tom. Pa Tom Lambong needs no introduction. He has been the chairman of BKPM, then he is the former Minister of Trade. And Pa Tom has been with the government for many years. And we are very grateful to have him here today. I don't know if all of you remember, but Pa Tom Lambong has been a supporter of the Indonesia Economic Forum from the very early days. In fact, Shoaib and me, we just talked about it today, that this being our 10th year, of the Indonesia Economic Forum, It's great to have Pak Tom back. Every year he comes to the forum and he shares a lot of insights with us. As you know, being a forum of thought leaders and opinion makers, we value all our key speakers. You had Pak Gita Wiryawan this morning, you had Shinta Kamdani, and you had several other speakers, Sandiaga Uno. Economic Forum wouldn't be what it is without, our foundational speakers, and Pak Tom is one of them. So a big welcome for Pak Tom. Yes. We are going to be on topic. We are talking about aligning skills with the jobs of the future, but I'd like to give you some background. Pak Tom actually is now on the campaign team of one of the candidates. It is Pak Anies Baswedan and Pak Muhaimin. That's the team Amin, that's the camp. Though we are not actually talking politics, we are actually talking more about the view of how Pak Tom and his team has looked at, especially in lines of how skills will align to future jobs and what could be the policies from the campaign team, because they are fresh off the design board. And I wouldn't say it's fresh off because I think they've been, this is one group that has been in planning and in preparation for the longest among all the other parties that are there. So they have a blueprint, they have a framework, and if Tom could share some of his thoughts and ideas on that, we would have a lot of insights on what could be coming up in front of us from 2024 onwards. So Tom, over to you. Maybe we could have a bit of a fireside chat here, but let's listen to an opening from you on the whole topic of what do you think are the main challenges as Indonesia prepares itself for the upcoming economy, which is a digitalized economy. Therefore, the numbers that we've been talking about is 170 billion value that needs to be achieved, which is an 18-fold increase. And that's not going to happen by accident unless we actually have human resources within Indonesia, not just in the big cities, but right up to the regional levels. So how do you think that such kind of a massive operation in order to skill up the nation can be undertaken?
Thank you, Sakhin. It's wonderful to be here with all of you. So thank you for this opportunity. It's always a highlight for me every year. And I know it's usually towards the end of the year. So we're wrapping up the year and looking ahead to the year ahead, right? But I think I want to start by answering the previous question from Samir of AWS. Maybe I'm biased because, I worked so hard to deregulate our data localization laws to enable AWS to come in with a multi-billion-dollar investment. And after that, I think Microsoft followed suit and so on, right? So this is the cloud and data is an issue that's very near and dear to my heart. But where it relates to upskilling, I think digitalizing training content, like digitalizing tutorials and quizzes and examples or case studies and lessons, right? And putting them on the cloud, making them available to people on mobile, right? I think that's got to be a huge part of the future, right? All the more so because it's becoming more and more clear that one of the biggest killer app, as they say, one of the biggest, blockbuster applications for generative AI, ChatGPT-like, large language models, will be teaching and training. Yeah. So generative AI will be extremely good at testing you, at examining you, like through quizzes that it auto-generates, right? Assessing your progress as a student, as a trainee, and then on the fly, generating hyper-customized content for just you, drawing on very large data sets of educational content. Yeah, so thank God all the big cloud players are now here, from AWS to Microsoft to Google, because from what I understand, AI will maybe double or triple or even quadruple data center demand, right? Because like in contrast to a regular web search, an AI query takes 3 to 5 times the computing power and maybe 3 to 5 times the energy requirement, as well for powering those data centers, right? But just like it's expected that AI will give each of us like an omniscient personal assistant, like a turbocharged Alexa or a turbocharged Siri, we can expect that AI will give each worker, each professional, a turbocharged instructor, a turbocharged teacher. And so it's going to transform vocational training, it's going to transform lifelong learning, it's going to transform eventually education itself, right? There's a group of us within the Anies Mohaimin campaign team that is very focused on all the policies that would support this, from deregulating data localization requirements to freeing, content to be accessible, right, to AI startups or to aggregators of content, right, content banks, content libraries, right, intellectual property issues around this content. But yeah, to take a step back and apply it a bit more broadly, right? And now pivot to your question, right? Which is the key challenges for solving not only unemployment, but much, much more so underemployment, which Samir also very correctly pointed out. Actually, in this country, we don't so much have an unemployment problem. We have a very, very sizable underemployment problem, right? Like our social safety net is pretty minimal, so everybody has to work just to survive. Right? So everybody sort of is working. We have a pretty healthy work culture, right? Everybody wants to work, but even those who have work often only get 4 to 5 hours of work per week. When they want to be working at least 30, 40, even 50 hours, they want to work as much as they can, but they only get 4 or 5 hours a week as Gojek driver, food delivery driver, as janitor, as whatever, right? I'll start with the classical answers, right? Which of course is the very foundational human capital that we have, which is suffering from poor quality public health. Right, so our workers are, number one, not very healthy. And number two, of course, they're profoundly undereducated. Right? So part of our grand strategy is what we call shifting the focus from hardware to software. President Jokowi's 10 years in power has been very focused on infrastructure, infrastructure, infrastructure. Highways, 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 airports, seaports, power plants, factories, smelters, right? All hardware. And we want to shift the focus to software, which is healthcare and education, right? And ultimately, the goal, of course, is to have physically healthy, physically strong, mentally healthy, and well-educated workers, right? So I don't think we'll be able to address the higher level issues, lack of skills, lack of, logic, if we don't address public health, right? Starting with stunting, in the early stages, but also even now, right? Even now, we have, I'm one of the people who believes that we have a silent diabetes epidemic, right? Several pharmaceutical companies have educated me over the years that for a population of 280 million people, right, I mean, there's only a few thousand at best diabetes specialists, like kidney specialists in the entire country, right? If you lived here for any amount of time, you know that we love our sugary foods and our sugary drinks. You know, everything from the sugary tea to the sugary cakes, you know, to the, our young people are now on bubble tea and mee shui and sugary coffee beverages, right? Several times a day. Thank you, Sahin. That's right. And so actually, I believe we have a silent diabetes epidemic happening as we speak, right? And we're not alone. I believe it's the case also in China. It's potentially also the case in India, across a lot of parts of the Middle East, right? So that's something that needs to be addressed on the public health side. Education-wise, right? I believe Nadim was a speaker today. Yeah, his earlier session, right? So he may have already addressed this, but from our perspective, the critical layer is sort of after school and before work, right? Actually, it's not that uncommon. I mean, at the risk of sounding a bit glib, right? I got a liberal arts education, right? So when I started my first job at Morgan Stanley, New York, like I had no employable skills whatsoever, none. And basically, you know, the Wall Street firms where I worked, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, they all hire extensively from liberal arts universities like Harvard, my alma mater, right? And they know, like they've got to train all of us from scratch. So, you know, corporate finance, functional accounting, financial modeling, all that, like basically this training, right? But the difference is, I think we came in with analytical skills, critical thinking, like logic, right? And I want to bring this even more to ground level. Yeah, I'll give you an example. I'm actually a bit obsessed about what I call clumsiness. Yeah, so just try to observe some time when you're eating out at a restaurant. Like how skilled are the waiters or how clumsy, right? Like, you know, when they try to serve you your drink, are they like putting their elbow in front of your face, right? Or when they try to clear your plates and everything, like, does the way they stack those plates onto their tray, does the way they stack the silverware onto those plates and in those glasses and cups, does it all make sense? Like, are they applying some intuitive sense of the principles of physics, right? Or, you know, as soon as they turn around, like, all the silverware spills over their tray and clatters to the floor, right? Or do they accidentally knock over your glass while they're serving your meal? I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but if you've eaten at a high-class restaurant in Switzerland or in Paris, right? I mean, the difference in service between the waiter there and the waiter here, but even a high-paid, you know, restaurant, that's skill. That's skill level, right? I know that our formal education system is always very focused on, you know, academics, and, you know, my kids either have done, just did, or are doing international baccalaureate. So biology, chemistry, you know, mathematics, all this, right? But I'm very focused on real life kind of, I struggle to describe it, frankly, non-clumsiness. Maybe that's the best I can come up with. It's like non-clumsiness. Like, how can you be skilled, in the sense of not being clumsy, right? And the further out you go, right? Like Jakarta is already quite a developed service sector economy. Bali is already quite developed, but you go out to Labuan Bajo, again, like that clumsiness becomes much, much worse. Like they drop plates in a restaurant, they drop glasses, they spill things, you know. So that, to me, is a big focus. And I think the fastest and best way to address that is through social media-like content, bite-sized content. So I always like to say we now live in the era of the 2-minute Instagram video, right? The 7-minute YouTube video, the 12-minute podcast. Like, so who the hell is going to sit there and watch a 1-hour-long lecture? Like, who the hell is going to sit there, you know, and read a whole book? You know, the joke among the campaign was like, only Anies, only Pak Anies. And I joke, well, probably only Pak Anies and me, you know, the ones in the campaign who are still reading, you know, books cover to cover. And, you know, increasingly, our dopamine receptors are conditioned to want the quick hit, to want the bite-sized content, right? And so I think this type of skill instruction, this type of training is best broken down into 10-minute video segments that people can consume on the go, right? So I think the best model for this actually is, in many ways, Khan Academy. Serialize it, right? I mean, over a whole subject, it might cover 3 or 4 or even 5 hours of content, but it's all serialized into 10-minute, 12-minute segments, and you can always stop in the middle, and you can always go back, right? So break it down into bite-sized chunks, because that's what I think you put your finger on it, Samir. That's what our people will have bandwidth for. They're already exhausted working from morning till night, or stressing out over healthcare expenses for family members, or, you know, debts owed to pinjol, you know, to loan sharks, or other, you know, issues. So I think what is realistic for them to consume of upskilling, training, education would be bite-sized content delivered straight to their mobiles in entertaining fashion, and you know, residing on the cloud and dramatically enhanced with generative AI.
Okay, actually, Pak Tom, you know, you touched upon a very interesting topic, which is micro-learning. You just described micro-learning in bite-sized ways of being a tool to educate people in things that are going to bring up their competency. Now, there is a shift in how companies all over the world are looking at educational programs which is run by the academia, which are like 4-year courses and 3-year courses, undergraduate degree, postgraduate degrees. And a lot of large tech companies are setting the way of saying that that doesn't deliver people that we need. And therefore, they need either that to be replaced or supplemented by micro-learning. So there is an opportunity to insert a lot of content into whatever other programs are in the establishment, because that's reinforcing the program. I know Nalin does this. Orbit Future Academy is doing a lot of that work, embedding a lot of life skills programs into otherwise official content or curriculum which is approved by the government, because it's very difficult to break away from the hold of the academia in the system. But the industry doesn't want that. So that's where the mismatch is. So I hear you about how you're looking at micro-learning as being a way to supplement this. But do you have a view on where formal education is going, or how do you see that balance existing?
Thank you, Sakhin. Actually, one of the biggest sigh of relief that I breathed recently was when I caught a video clip of my candidate, Governor Anies, saying, while he was making commitments to improve teacher welfare and raise teacher salaries, right? He said, ladies and gentlemen, please, 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 let us not forget about the private sector teachers. No, please let us not discriminate against private sector, meaning private school teachers. You know, we also have to make sure that they're well compensated, that they're, you know, empowered and have the tools and the wherewithal to be fantastic teachers, not only the teachers who are on the government payroll. Yeah? Now, to give you more context politically, I believe he said this at a Muhammadiyah event. And Muhammadiyah actually runs a lot of schools and many universities, which actually are classified as private sector schools, private sector universities. They're not madrasas, right? They're not Islamic universities. They're private sector schools and private sector universities where the students and the parents pay significant tuition, right? And those schools and universities try to do their best with what they have, right? The point I'm getting at is that one of our larger economic policy strategies and campaign promise is to maximize the involvement of the private sector. And that would extend to the field of education, to the industry of education, right? That would also extend to the healthcare industry, right? So when we say we want to shift the focus from hardware to software, and we say we want to focus on healthcare sector, we want to focus on educational sector, actually it's really important for us to immediately say private sector healthcare and private sector education, because, you know, by necessity, but also by spirit, I think we want to stop trying to fund everything from the state budget. You know, actually, our shortage of healthcare and our low quality of healthcare is a massive business opportunity for entrepreneurs, for technology providers, for pharmaceutical companies and the like, right? And it's a huge employment opportunity, right? Same with education. Like, Muhammadiyah is already very large, but I was recently quite surprised. Like, a lot of these private sector schools can charge an arm and a leg, you know, and be quite profitable. But it requires a policy regime that is really, really conducive to private sector healthcare, private sector education. In healthcare, for example, a vibrant private sector health insurance industry, right? Not only always relying on BPJS Health, because I believe there's a gap between the basic, you know, very, very basic BPJS Health, and then sort of in the US we used to call it the Rolls-Royce insurance, right? Like, you know, where you pay tons of money and, you know, you get gold-plated coverage, but there's sort of a missing middle there, right? Which actually could be subsidized or underwritten by the government, right? Even though the providers of that health insurance are private sector, right? Can be subsidized or underwritten directly or indirectly, depending on what the laws allow. Same with education. I believe there's a big middle, kind of a big missing middle between the government schools, government paid teachers, the madrasas, right? And then the private schools, which oftentimes can be quite costly, right? But we want to maximize private sector involvement in education and healthcare, right? And we want the private sector to be the engine that's powering the economic growth, right? During the Jokowi era, it's largely been government spending, investment, and just in the last couple of years, thanks to the commodity boom, exports has been driving GDP growth, right? These are starting to be tapped out. Our exports are now declining in line with commodity prices. Our government spending is proving to be inefficient, right? Our input to output ratio has deteriorated hugely over the last, 10 years, especially over the last 5 years. Like, we're throwing more and more money into infrastructure, right? And getting less and less productivity out of it. So we have by far the worst input-output ratio of all countries in ASEAN. actually, the famous I-core, right? Input capital to output ratio. I think, Singapore, Malaysia are like 1 or 2, then most other countries are like 3 or 4. We're at 7. That's how ineffective the tens of billions of dollars of capital investment have been in generating growth for the economy, right? So government spending and fixed capital formation investment. So actually, we need to shift the growth engine back to consumption. Now, I like to joke that consumption, there's actually 2 kinds. Consumption with a small c and consumption with a capital C, right? When we hear the word consumption, we think like, oh, let's go shopping. Oh, we're going on holiday, right? Well, that's consumption with a small c. The consumption I'm talking about is consumption with a capital C, as in the formula GDP equals C plus G plus I plus exports minus imports, right? And as I mentioned just now, over the last 10 years, it's been overwhelmingly G and I. I is actually gross fixed capital formation, right? In economic parlance. Now, consumption with the capital C in that formula actually covers sectors like healthcare and education, right? So actually, when people say that China needs to shift, from export and industrialization, industry, right, and infrastructure to consumption, actually it's to healthcare and to education, right, and to entertainment industry, tourism, lifestyle, like all these things. But yeah.
Okay, so you made a good point, and I would summarize that today skilling education has a force multiplier thanks to technology and methodology, and those are the ways that you can do massive scaling up for education, healthcare, and some of the sectors. No, but I would like to ask you a little bit about global talent. We are looking at scaling up our people, and we talked about underemployment, we talked about upskilling. However, the global talent pool in Indonesia is a handful today, but it doesn't have to be so. You're a good example of how you are part of the global talent pool of Indonesia, having worked in so many other places, so many other countries. And we see that with the kind of young generation that's coming through, there's ample opportunity for us to develop global talent, especially with Industry 4.0 having work from anywhere. Tech skills can be done from anywhere. What's your view or a direction that you think Indonesia should take? What's the opportunity ahead of Indonesia, which is not the old paradigm of healthcare people and factory workers and home care workers going to the Middle East, because that used to be the paradigm of manpower planning, right, or manpower preparation for the nation. We're looking at a very different skill sets and the availability of global talent here. How do you see that whole thing emerging?
So, as futuristic as my earlier explanation about, generative AI enhancing training and education, right? I also believe that the next 10 years are going to see dramatic advances in making virtualization significantly more immersive. Yeah. Now, the extreme case of that is the virtual reality goggles, right? But that's pretty extreme, right? I mean, Apple has now jumped in with both feet with their reality or with their vision product with the goggles, right? The VR, AR. But if you think about the progress we've made even until today, right? I mean, 10, 15 years ago, an LED screen of the size behind us would have been prohibitively expensive. Now, like every event we go to has it. And so if, for example, my candidate, Pak Anies, was piping in via Zoom, and he's on this gigantic screen behind us, it's already much more immersive than it used to be, right? And so I think you're going to see a new generation of screens, gadgets, devices, stopping short of the complete, face hugging goggles that's going to make remote work or remote participation or remote collaboration feel much more immersive. Yeah. So actually, I tried to implement this in my old private equity firm, between our Singapore office and our Jakarta office. Back then, it used to be called a wormhole. Yeah. So back then, high quality televideo conferencing systems were just becoming affordable, and we started having a lot more what today we would call Zoom meetings. Back then it was over ISDN lines, or I forgot the protocols, right? Like H.213, or I forgot, 232 or something. It's like these video conferencing protocols, right? But we used to have big screen TVs on both ends, and it's now common to have these Zoom meetings, in these meeting rooms. But what a wormhole is, right? And because we have an open office layout, imagine like one giant TV screen with a teleconference that's just always on both sides, right? So it's almost like you're merging two offices. So, somebody might have just gone to the pantry, get a cup of coffee, walk by. It's like, hey, I see Bob over there in the Jakarta office. And you yell out, hey, Bob, Bob, Bob. And Bob's like, someone's calling him, oh, like, hey, Tom. It's like, and you start like standing there with your tumbler and your thermos, and you're just chatting spontaneously because you've just merged the two offices via what back then at least was called a wormhole, right? And so I think online collaboration is absolutely the future, right? And actually, the application of AI in robotics will be tremendous. Like suddenly, so actually I read I think if I remember correctly, a Wall Street Journal article. Like, actually you already have some prototype robots that can be controlled remotely by a human operator to restock store shelves in retail, but it's still pretty clumsy. It's still pretty unwieldy, right? But I believe when this technology becomes AI enhanced, you'll have like glove or never mind glove, like you'll have like image analysis software that can sort of like read your gestures, your fingers, your head movements, your eye movements, right? And seamlessly operate a machine on the other side that translates whatever we're doing. Our body language becomes the machine operating language, right, on the other side. What's ironic, Sachin, is actually, I believe that all this AI and next generation technology will actually, in many respects, reduce the skill required, right? I believe AI will sort of democratize access to technology, because now these systems could become so smart that you engage with them verbally, right? You just talk to them and they talk back to you, right? So you don't have to, know how to enter a login and a password and then navigate through like a sort of menus and then, like type a query, whatever. Like like I think technology will make it accessible, much more accessible to people who are not that highly trained, not that highly skilled.
So we have a couple of quick questions from the floor. Would anybody like to ask a question? Yeah, Nalin, over to you. Can we get a mic there? We'll have two questions, so please, anybody else
Tom,
would like? Yeah.
You were a virtual endorsement for what Orbit Future Academy does. We built, seeing the problem of job readiness, which industry says to graduates are not job ready, we did a nationwide survey. We built an AI-driven product that assesses, provides customized, curated, personalized learning paths across 30 competencies, takes the student through it, and ultimately gives them a guaranteed job. Now, and everything is through micro-learning short videos, and it's entertaining. So as you were speaking, I thought somebody should be recording this. I'm going to use this in my pitch. But here's the challenge, and maybe you have some thoughts on helping us. The industry knows what's the problem. We ask the students, they know what's the problem. Everybody has the solution. But what do we do about the university administrative system and regulation to get them out of their delusion and deniability?
So, at the risk of sounding like I'm campaigning, we really
you're allowed to campaign.
the official campaign has started, after all, yesterday. But we really desperately, badly need some leadership from government and from our political leaders. Like, we need leaders who first understand this stuff, and second, actually care, right? I happen to believe that that person is Anis, right? Somebody with a real brain, like real masters and real PhDs, from the US as a Fulbright scholar. And he's got the desire and the political courage, right, to basically take on, well, we call it vested interests, but also inertia. Maybe, Nalin, what you're referring to in many cases is just inertia, right? It's the way we've always been doing things. So, change is always hard, right? Plus, he's got the charisma and the communication skill, right, to be a great communicator, right, to explain how this will make even them better off, in the near future. But as many of you know, I've been an investment banker much of my life. That means I'm a lifelong deal maker. And so the question is, what deal can we cut with the inertia, with the sticks in the mud, with the people who are holding back change, right? You've got to give them new toys. You've got to give them new, shiny new toys to play with. You've got to give them new income-generating opportunities. You've got to give them new ways how this can benefit them, materially, financially, right? Lifestyle-wise, and political leaders and policymakers have to have the communication skills to convey, to persuade them, to show, to demonstrate, to showcase, to show them, look, this is how this is going to raise your income. This is how it's going to make your life as a professor so much better. This is how it's going to make your life as a trainer so much better, right? And I believe these things do. These technologies, right, these new ways of engaging will lead to more fulfilling careers for professors, for teachers, right? One simple one is, I can't remember offhand the percentage of GDP we spend on R&D. I imagine it's piddling. I imagine it's minuscule. Even you throw in whatever is spent by the corporate sector on R&D, I'm sure it's piddling, right? But collaboration between academia and industry on research and development, right? I mean, look at Silicon Valley and the Stanford, tech sector axis. Look at MIT and the biotech sector, right? Or Harvard Medical School and the pharmaceutical and medical devices industries, right? And a lot of professors get really rich patenting their inventions, and then there's an ecosystem of venture capitalists and government policies that enable them to monetize that by commercializing these technologies, right? And so, yeah, you can't, tell vested interests to just stop doing what they're doing and give up whatever they're enjoying without replacing it with something else that's better or more exciting and more fruitful.
Do we have one question more? Okay. Anybody? Samir? Okay, over to you, Samir.
Sorry, I've already asked one in case if someone else wants to take the opportunity.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
The lady over here. Yeah. Let's have some gender balance, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Okay.
I can clearly see there is a lot of interest.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Pa. This question is to both Nalin and yourself, because I'm in the legal sector, and digitalization has been unleashed, for sure. But what has not happened is integration completely, and lack of skill currently with the workers who are actually implementing the system. Now, I have been here since 2006, and I have seen the way the system has transformed since 2006 till 2023. Now, Orbit is into skilling for the future. Now, the issues that we are currently facing is most important, because if we don't address it right now, the current problems that I, as a lawyer, face, I can imagine the others who are in this sector who face this, because it has become hybrid. The system is there, and the issues, those who are handling it at the ministerial level are not able to solve it in-house, and it is outsourced. So it has become an obstacle. Digitalization is one part, but not able to resolve the issues timely is hindering, in my opinion, a lot of licensing issues, operational issues, then therefore foreign investment and business and etc. Would Orbit is looking at skilling the future generation? Would Orbit also consider, I know Orbit is very close to my heart, but is Nalin also team looking at also training the existing workforce so as to expedite, digitalization in a smooth way? So it's to both of you.
So I think as Seema is a lawyer in a law firm, and she works a lot with the current system that's been created supposed to make things much easier. But I think the frustration is in the ability to make use of that system.
I'm sure he's aware of it, and he's nodding.
We're tiptoeing around the terminologies, and this is potentially live streamed or recorded, whatever. So, I mean, back to basics, right? Like one of my favorite sayings in policy and politics is from Washington, where they say, personnel is policy. Yeah. So who you put in charge will determine the outcome. When you put a reformist in charge, you're going to see a lot of reform, right? You put a mobster in charge, or somebody with a mafia mindset, you're going to have a mafia in there, right? And that's why leadership is so important. And one of our campaign promises, broadly speaking, is to go back to technocracy, like go back to technocratic governance, like put professionals in charge, like depoliticize policy, right? And I believe Pak Anies has a good track record in doing that during his 5 years as governor of Jakarta. Even I would complain about a certain policy and says, sorry, this is what the consensus of stakeholders has decided. I'll tell you shortly what that is. It's very petty of me. But right now, the government is very closed. It's very tertutup. It's very not open for discussion, for debate, for inputs, right? For public consultation. That's the opposite of the way Pak Anies ran the Jakarta provincial government. That's why he chose as Jakarta's motto, Jakarta, City of Collaboration. And collaboration is just a more exciting term for consultation, taking a consultative approach, right? So all these policies, like the public transport policy, which became an award-winning policy reform, right, is actually from multi-months, multi-stakeholder engagement with academia, business community, international experts, civil society, activists, the like. Eventually, the leader has to come in and decide, right? But months and months and months of multi-stakeholder negotiation and debate and narrowing the differences eventually coalesces around some kind of a consensus. And there's a little bit of a gap left, right? Reconcile. That's where a leader comes in, right? Or if the multi-months negotiation debate hits a roadblock, then it's the leader's job to break the gridlock, break the logjam, so that the debate can continue towards its final destination, right? But my colleague from PKB, one of the big parties in our coalition, also reminded me that we call this open government. So we're really, really committed to open government. And not just public consultation, you know, just to check the box. Just to cross it, oh, we've done it. We invited, you know, we sent the invitation out, like 6 people showed up, you know, it's videotaped, we have a public consultation, tick the box, it's done. We've done the public consultation. No. Like, we want it for real. We want a really real one, yeah. At a practical level in terms of, you know, fixing the mess we have today, I think, you know, it's gonna end up being all about your choice of people, like who you choose to critical ministries, like who you choose to be the Director General representing you at that ministry. Because a lot of times, you know, ministers are busy with events or, you know, beholden to their political parties, whatever. Actually, the way President Suharto used to run a highly professional bureaucracy, like clockwork, right, was the state secretariat after every cabinet meeting actually the next day convened the secretary generals of all the ministries to socialize to them directly. We don't not rely on the ministers, but the state secretariat would directly go to the secretary generals. And at one point, I even said to the president, Jokowi, you know something? I think we can pretty much forget about our ministers. Right? I think what we should do is identify 1 or 2 directors general at every ministry who can be a change agent, right? Who can be our proxy. And we just work directly with the director general and their directors, right? Because frankly, a lot of times you've got political appointees as ministers, or you have ministers struggling with the workload or whatever, right? But Pa Anies was lambasted for having a huge delivery unit, like 90 staff in the governor's office, you know, mostly ex-PwC, ex-EY, you know, like Oxford grads, Columbia grads, right? But you need that. You need that to have working level to working level, right? Forget about like president to minister. It needs to be like working level to working level. But what the president does need to have is, you know, and we don't have a female candidate, like, so he needs to care and needs to sort of have the intellect and the passion and the communication skills and the political courage, right, to keep pushing, right? Personally, I believe we're now in quite a mess. We're in a huge mess. And, you know, certainly internally, I'm counseling our campaign, like, to avoid euphoria, even if we win, because there's so many things to clean up and so many things to fix. And we're going to need the best and the brightest. So we'll probably need to be a lot less partisan and welcome talent. You just mentioned global talent, Pak Sachin. Like, even if that talent was on the other side of the campaign, if they're the right person for the job, so be it, right? And of course, they have to be trustworthy. Like, you have to be able to trust them. And they have to be able and willing to operate in an open government atmosphere of shocking transparency, shocking openness, and willingness to be criticized, right? So we've got to do a 180-degree U-turn from the current atmosphere where people are scared to criticize to one where we're upset when you're not criticizing us, when you're not telling us what's wrong, when you're not telling us what's the problem, then we're upset, right? So we need to turn things around in that manner. That's the best I can do in answering your question about the current problems.
Sure. Thank you, Tom, and that's been a very insightful session. I know you have to leave, so we're going to close this session, and there is a next session that's coming up. I think we'll take a 10-minute bio break, and we have a presentation from Populix, which is going to be leading into a discussion among all of you. In fact, many of you are here today to be part of the roundtable discussion, which Nalin is going to read. So thank you very much. A big round welcome. Applause for Patong. And We have a little token of gratitude from our side. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand it back to Pa Nalin. And Nalin, you can just give a brief about what the next session is about. And then I think everybody can take a coffee break.
Sure, 10 minutes bio break because I'm being kind. He's being kind, I wouldn't have given it. But 10 minutes bio break, coffee, get back in, and we'll have a discussion among ourselves. I expect everybody to participate and speak. I will initiate it. See you in 10 minutes. Welcome back. Please take your seats. We'll get started shortly. Please be seated. You are going to present? You're from Popular? Yes. You will be presenting the slide? Yeah, I can have slides. Okay, I'll do that. Please take your seats, settle down. Ready? Okay, let's get started. Now, this is going to be something that will test your self-control, because this session is between the evening cocktails and me standing in between. Don't worry, I am the most excited to get out there. But Sachin won't leave me if I don't complete the session properly. Yes, it does. It's too warm right now. Yeah, I saw that. I noticed it the moment I walked in. Scotch and me go a long way. Those of us who are above 40, and that's most of us in this room, in a country that has a demographic dividend and average age of 22, did you hear the word skilling from your parents ever? That please get skilled, please get skilled. Why has it become such a big thing? What's the problem? In the last 30 years, when did we move from education to skilling? What's the difference between industry 1, 2, 3, and this 4? What is this 4 creating so much problem? Skilling, reskilling, upskilling. Anybody? Thoughts, quick thoughts? No need of mic, just tell. What's the difference between industry 4 versus 1, 2, 3? Agreed. Anybody else?
Things are changing.
Spot on. What else?
Done by AI and other things. You need to know how to use them for practical utility.
True. That's why we hear project-based learning, critical thinking, logic, so many complex words nowadays. Anybody else? You know, when Shakespeare wrote all those great classics, the total vocabulary in the dictionary was 100,000 words. Today it's 1.4 million. All these complex words have come, making life very difficult for us. Anybody else? What has changed?
The major shift toward the new world, which is like electrification, the mobility and all that.
Yeah. So we all have got the answers right. See, Industry 1.0 was steam engine. Okay, steam engine has come. How did it change your life? Watch. Sit on the train and go. Then you got electricity. Nothing. You just need to change a light bulb. What's the big deal? How did it change your life? From a skilling perspective. Then you had automation and the factory automation, etc. in Industry 3.0. Blue collar worker job. What did you have to learn as skills? How to manage those people, that's it. But Industry 4.0 brought everything together and brought it on a palm, in your palm, in your mobile phone. You have now everything correlated, and you need to know little bit of everything. And you need to know how to use. It's a practical practicing science, like medicine or being a pilot. You don't become a doctor or a pilot without actually practicing it. Today, everything you have to practice. Unless you know how to use it, to your point, and everything is connected, you can't be an active participant in Industry 4.0. But there are other factors. That's a hard factor. There are other factors. People are living longer, so you have 3 to 4 generations of the workforce in the same office. So you need to reskill people. See, after World War II in the 1950s, the average age of the population in the world was 42. Today it's closer to 70. People are working longer. So in the same office, you need to reskill the older people. And the job creation is happening in industries which don't require manual labor anymore. If you look at the percentage of factory output to the GDP versus services sector, it has flipped. Today, services in almost all countries contributes more than manufacturing. So the skills required to work are completely different from what it used to be in the past. The sectors are more, so many more sectors. When we were growing up, all the sectors that I have been working in my last 4-5 stints were never heard of. I had not heard the word entrepreneurship, which comes from the Sanskrit word antarprerna, in inner inspiration. I had never heard the word entrepreneurship. I had never heard the word skilling, etc. But it has changed because of the interconnectivity of everything. So we will conduct this session in a positive way. I don't want to hear the problems. We all know it. Any idiot can tell you the problems. The trick and the wisdom is in telling, do you have some thoughts on the solution? So we'll keep a positive session focused on solutions, and we will trigger it off by Populix showing us some statistics which should provoke thought in us, right? Positive statistics. Not the one you showed in the morning, where only 8% of the people go on a holiday with their spouse or partner. And only 28% of the people listen to the partner or spouse suggestion to go on a holiday. Scary. Who are they going with? I'm jealous. I'm jealous. Okay, over to you.
Yes. Thank you, Pak Sanil, for the very kind introduction. Hopefully my statistics right now will be much more relevant rather than morning session. And I guarantee you there won't be any more stats on spouses here. While waiting for the clicker, maybe I can give a few background context on what we did here. So basically, we wrote an AI paper. So Populix is a consumer insights company. It's in the form of a booklet, and I think it's going to be distributed. This time last year, I was in Munich meeting with the supervisor of my PhD program, and he has switched his research topic from leadership to the future of work. He now chairs a specific division called the Future of Work at the University of Zurich. And I think that conversation was very eye-opening for me. And basically, if I can summarize, the world of academics are split into 2 camps now. One that believes we can live harmoniously with AI, and one that believes that one day we will end just like the Terminator movies. So with that in mind, I thought, well, maybe let's do some polls. Let's write a white paper on this. Obviously, as my session here is only a conversation opener, I will display only 3 slides that are meant to be thought-provoking, and as Pak Sanil said, hopefully in a positive way. And the rest of our findings can be found in the AI white paper that will be distributed around. So here we go. I hope the slide changes. I'm not very good with technology, ironic for a startup founder, but yeah. So we started off by displaying this picture. One is an actual Picasso masterpiece, and one is generated by AI. And we asked the people, the young Indonesians, the 400,000 people in our online panel, in our app, which picture, which image they thought were generated by AI, and which one was the actual Picasso masterpiece. The results were not so encouraging. So I think, if I can go to the next slide, 2/3 of the people found that the girl in the mandolin was actually AI generated, where it's actually made by Picasso himself. So I think the point I'm trying to get here is that generative AI and all sorts of AI is doing such a good job that there is now a very fine line between how AI can help our lives and also between AI taking our livelihoods, right? They can do pretty much a very good job in anything. And so we can see here that a lot of people are obviously feel that their jobs might be replaced by AI. And I think, the point of this discussion here is to figure out ways in which perhaps they can be reskilled, or perhaps how we can make sure that AI is used in a positive manner. Pak Gita, I remember in the earlier session, mentioned that a lot of the people in AI take a very, borderline cavalier attitude towards AI safety, and that's something that perhaps we may touch upon in the discussion as well. And I think another thing that I found very interesting in the white paper is that, AI obviously can touch many different facets of daily life, but we have this feeling that, the arts is a bit more sacred. Like AI shouldn't touch the arts, right? If you remember a few months ago, there was a big strike in Hollywood where the writers demand that writing movies, writing scripts should be kept as a human job. There should be no or very limited AI influence in that sphere of work. And so in here we see that the Indonesians we surveyed feel that, well, AI at least can help us with data analysis. This is something that we're open with. But in creative sector, which is a topic in the morning as well, it's perhaps something that they have bigger reservations on. And finally, this is also something that I found very interesting. Who actually uses ChatGPT in Indonesia? When I was in school, I was always taught that plagiarism is the biggest issue, right? And so it's very concerning for me to see that university students use ChatGPT very often. And also even like kindergarten to high school students. So are we really going to allow this? Or is there specific ways that we can make sure that AI contributes to education in a positive way from, how kids are brought up from a very young age? And we can see here that another interesting thing is that beyond the formal job sector, informal job sectors, such as homemakers, they also use ChatGPT, and for many different reasons. Right now, I think the most common uses are for, drafting and ideation of ideas. We want to do information search, and we trust AI to summarize things for us, for example, making our travel plans. And also in writing essays, right? Sometimes when we can't really put our words into something, we trust AI to write the words for us and to speak for our ideas. So with that, I think my 5 minutes is up, and I return the floor to Pak Sanil.
Thank you. Tell me something. Does somebody have to be a PhD to work in your company?
I don't think so. I think the other 100 people
you
there.
said Dr. Timothy and you flashed your PhD. I got a complex.
I think it was printed by the organizers, unfortunately.
Okay. Give you the benefit of doubt, otherwise I have to send you out. How many PhDs do we have in the room before I offend anymore? I have an honorary one, which I don't use. Great. So we are all at the same level. Okay? When I go for these university programs, I land up in a room full of PhDs. So that becomes a bit tough on me. So taking off from what you said about AI, I will kick off a discussion and then we'll go to and fro. Feel free to either speak when I pass the mic to you, or if you want to interject and interact directly with somebody, do so as well. We'll try to focus it on a positive outcome. We'll try to focus between after school and before work. Try to keep it a little focused. Feel free to go elsewhere, but try to keep it there on entrepreneurship, on after school, before work. The university system, which is right in the middle of after school and before work, the traditional model is pretty dead. Almost every industry has been disrupted so violently, and that is the last bastion that is going to get disrupted. Why is that happening? Universities were set up as places where, and when I say university, don't think tier 1. Don't think Harvard, Stanford, Beaners, President. Think tier 2, tier 3, where the masses are. They were set up as hubs of knowledge and information, where you went to find out what is this, how does it work. Knowledge, information. Knowledge is now completely replaced and information is completely replaced by the internet. The students are smarter than the professor. The most educated person in the class is the lecturer, and no student wants to be a lecturer. That's the irony. None of the students want to be the lecturer. They're only sitting in class because the government has regulated you have to attend these many years and you have to get this certificate signed by this gentleman. How did they differentiate from each other earlier? Because they were teaching from the same textbook, students were writing the same exam, getting the same certificate. It was about who is teaching and how, and not what was being taught. What I say today is that the era of technology and content is over. That's why universities have become redundant. Everybody now wants to focus on methodology and outcome. How do you teach? Is it engaging? Is it personalized? Is it customized? Is it curated? And does it give the student the desired outcome? When they pass out, if they came for a job, they should get a job. See, a very small percentage comes to do research. They are welcome to remain in university. But do they get a job? And if they came to be a job creator, an entrepreneur, do they become an entrepreneur? If these two objectives are not met, students should demand a refund. Just like if we buy a product or service and it doesn't meet our expectation, we demand a refund, right? So why don't universities give a refund? You don't get a job, get a refund. This is the era of methodology and outcome, not content and not technology. Technology is virtually free, and all content is virtually free in the world. If you want to learn, you can learn it yourself. But that is the other paradox. With all this free learning, people don't want to learn. We didn't enjoy school and college to learn. We enjoyed the companionship, the networking, and other things. For hardcore learning, very few people are self-motivated. And that's a larger problem here than it's in some other countries. Most of the learning has shifted from what and how to why and what if. So information, knowledge, why and what if is skill and competency. Skill and competency comes through either project-based learning or actually doing stuff through experiential learning, internship, working, etc. Unless colleges pivot to that model very quickly, like McKinsey says, 50% of the universities will be shut in the next 7 years, it will happen. In this restless social media-driven generation, where 7-minute video is too long, making people go through 3 years, 5 years degree, and then they're not getting an outcome, not going to work. It's staring at us in the face. It's not going to work. With those thoughts, I'm going to go around the room, not in any particular order, and I would like to hear what you think is the way forward and how we can help. We don't have solutions, not in this room, but together maybe we can find some common ground. Pa Farhad is from USAID, and so is Esther. I will start with you, if we can hear thoughts from you on this, on the university system and what we can do to help them pivot.
Thank you, Nalan. At USAID, we have several higher education programs here in Indonesia. We help Indonesian universities, vocational training, develop their programs, get higher level accreditation, internationally recognized accreditation, improve their degrees, make the skills that are taught more relevant for industry. And one thing that I think I see across the different programs we have, one of the key solutions in all our programs is partnerships. Partnerships with industry. And part of this is, there is a huge gap in higher education. And I'll talk a little bit about the problems, which you don't want to talk about. But some of the problems, there's a huge gap in how many people want and need to be educated. If I look at my parents' generation, it might have been 30% of the population going to college. Today, it's like my children, it's 90%. And everyone has that aspiration now. In a country like Indonesia, parents want their kids to get educated, to get a good job. And people want that. So there's a lot of need. There's a lifelong learning need. So it's not just 20-year-olds who are getting educated. It's people who have been working for 20 years, and at 50 years old, you have to learn new skills. So how do you get that? There's a huge gap in what in this higher education area. And then almost paradoxically, what is being taught doesn't meet the needs. When I talk to our industry partners, the Traveloka, Cisco, Microsoft, AWS, they all tell me the same thing. They want to hire the top qualified people, and they're not ready for work. They don't have the real life job skills. And so they have to invest in training. And they spend a lot of money. All these companies spend a lot of money, and they have a lot of programs. I'm looking, there's Cisco's Network Academy. AWS has several programs. Apple has its academy with Venus University. Google has a program. IBM has a program. This is all just in the tech area, right? The companies are not getting what they need. So there's a skills gap. And then if you look into the future, and it's something we sort of alluded to today, the jobs of the future are not what's being trained today. In fact, we don't even know what the jobs are of the future. I've seen some of these studies that say 65% of the jobs of tomorrow don't exist today. So we're trying to prepare people for jobs that we're just guessing. And so we have to think about this differently. And I think the key here really is building these partnerships, mostly with business, with industry, but also with government and civil society. And the partnerships are going to help the universities, the education institutions, try to develop skills that are really needed, help them with resources, because there's just not enough resources out there. And then also, maybe most importantly, try to become more adaptive and having a problem-solving approach. So when the students of tomorrow come in, you don't know what jobs they're going to be doing, but they have the skills to adapt and solve the problems of tomorrow and work in that area. So, and then I think Ferry, Pak Ferry, yeah, I think you mentioned something that really struck me, and that's the question of, this isn't just about economic impact, right? We also want to train people or prepare people to be citizens, to be part of society, to be good people, right? And having that idea of social transformation as part of the education mission, I think is something that's really important and we shouldn't forget. I'll stop there.
Thank you. I have some thoughts on that as well. I'll pick the last point. When we are the largest partner for Campus Merdeka. We do thousands of students across 500 universities. When we started with Campus Merdeka, the ministry insisted that even for AI and cloud, 50% of the curriculum should be non-technical, including teaching compassion, empathy, to be a good citizen, etc. So the ministry is aware of it, and they are doing that. I was very surprised. I don't see that in other countries. This partnership model also is a good point. Typically, universities are not set up to collaborate. I was speaking at your event yesterday, the HAPPY event, and I was answering a question on this. Academics are not great at networking. They are not great at going out and schmoozing and networking with people and signing up partners. Most private universities hire people from the corporate side and give them a CEO kind of title for the university, and they do this for them. Indonesian universities, tier 2 and tier 3, are yet to make that leap and accept that they need professionals from the industry to speak the industry language and partner with industry. Another point about enrollment numbers, globally, the world has seen the lowest graduate and postgraduate enrollment numbers since they started tracking the numbers. It peaked in the 1980s. After that, enrollment numbers have been coming down, And post-COVID, the enrollment numbers have really dramatically come down all over the world. It is a problem. They are unable to fill the seats. I'm going to go to Pa Manoj. Pa Manoj has 2 children who are in university. I think both in the US. Do you hear any feedback from them? Are they comfortable doing 2-year courses, or what do you hear from actual users? This is a point I make all the time, that whenever we have a conference on education or skilling, everybody is in the room except the ultimate stakeholder, which is the student. I was saved today because Umesh's son was there. Now he is left. At least I could say no, in our conference we had a student in the room. Pa Manoj.
Well, I have 2 kids, and the first one is actually graduating, and now she has an issue whether she will get work in the US or not. And I'm not sure whether she's going to be ready for work or not at that time. But besides that, I mean, I would like to touch on the universities, or basically the education system now. Basically for me, is the education system is too much focused on marks. How much marks you get, what's your SAT levels to go to the university, what's your IB scoring and everything, and all these things. But I think marks is quite correlated to how strong is your memory power, but not your critical thinking. And that's a problem in the scoring system. But this has not changed for the since I was in school. And I think we need a total change in thinking, but the question is who's going to lead it. And I think a second point to me is that I hear a lot of, I do not know whether you know Sadhguru, right? I hear a lot of Sadhguru now. The problem here is that we teach a lot of things to the kids, but we don't teach them proper ethics since young. So when a kid come back from school, and then most of the parents will ask, what is your score? Or from a test, what did you get for your score? And then when he says 80, I got 80 out of 100, and they're going to ask you, what did your friends get? And he says 90, or that kid might be getting a lot of banging from his parents and said, no, you should be getting much more. What we are teaching here is a lot of competition, and do whatever you want to get ahead. And this is a big problem because we are teaching our kids a lot of greediness into the system. And I think the 2008 economic crisis in the US was all about greediness in the banking sector. So if we don't change the education system, I think we will see a lot of economic movements up and very, very highly cyclical in the system. And I think we should change it, but the question is, who's going to lead it?
Interesting thoughts. I'll come to you, Umesh. So speaking of changing the university system, here's a different product. It's a comic book app. It teaches six subjects: sustainability, physical comics we used to buy, right? Those days seem to be over. Yes, Umesh, you had a point to make.
So I have a view on this. It's a little long, just hear me out. I think the basic university education, which most of us got, right, helps in development of mind, right? And what is happening now is all these new companies, they have their products, right? So Amazon, AWS, Microsoft, Azure, etc., etc. And obviously they would want a section of population to be trained on those tools or those products, which is where all the skilling programs comes into picture. I'll give you my personal example. So my daughter did the IB program, which is a very difficult program. It's very consuming. And my son did the A-level program, which should have been also difficult, but he took it a little easy, only 4 subjects, not as much to do. What happens is when you put your kids through a very grueling program, it develops them in various ways, right? So I did my computer engineering way back. I haven't written a single line of code, right? And that's what I tell people, that I would still do engineering again, because it trains your mind to understand complex concepts, difficult, basically it just makes your mind go through a lot of churn, right? So it's a mind development thing that happens. And then of course you do your whatever other studies, higher studies, and then you decide which line you want to take, and etc., etc. So I feel that is the difference between the university education and the skilling programs that we need. And I think each one of us, so I have personally been doing a program almost every year, some new program, right? It could be a decision-making program, it could be a negotiation program, it could be a chat GPT program. So I don't know how many of you here know that, you know, there are certain parameters that if you pass on to chat GPT, even if you are using the paid version or the unpaid version, right? If you set the parameters, the outcome can be very different. So there are parameters like role, there is parameter like, you know, various parameters. So I think each one of us requires the skilling program, whereas we also need the university's grueling basic for mind development.
Good points. Engineering, definitely, I also endorse to people. It teaches you process, it teaches you project management, teaches you how to, you know, figure things out for yourself. Umesh here leads a leading BPO company in India. So he has worked with literally millions of entrepreneurs, job seekers. And so he has a good idea of what are the skills that are lacking and what are the skills that are required. I'll be coming to you for entrepreneurship in a moment. But Pa Ferry, Managing Director of Accenture Semarang, we do a very interesting program with them, with partnership with AWS, where we are skilling unemployed and underemployed youth on cloud computing in that physical vicinity, geography, and then making sure that they get a job. We did 3,000 people between last year and this year, and we got most of them placed. Now we are doing one with Accenture. Yes, Pa Ferry, your thoughts on this?
I think I mostly agree, right, with the education system, how actually, you know, they measure with scores and they teach only, mostly are practicals, which is, and the future job, it's really unknown to us. We don't know. So we really need to go to basic to actually, you know, teach them to be ready and always curious to learn and willing to learn. I went to many university. I always, you know, meet with the students because I do some, you know, like just, you know, to know them, just do some campaign as well, right? And I ask questions, right? For example, if they are in computer science, I ask them, so what are you learning today? What programming that you learn? They say, oh, I learned Java, I learned PHP, I learned whatever, you know, whatever framework like Laravel, and etc. And I say, okay, for example, if you've been hired to my company, to Accenture, and I be given for you to work in something different. For example, I put you in the project, you're doing C++, or even COBOL, the old language. Then what will you do? A lot of students say, oh, sorry, Pa, I cannot do that. I say like, well, it's not about can or cannot. It's about like, do you want to or not? Are you willing to do it or not? Because, you know, from the company perspective, you know, like, we always be able to give them training. And then if we relate to the future job, we don't know what actually are the jobs now. If they are not willing to learn, then that's it, right? They stuck. They stop, which, you know, it's very dangerous. And then there will be a gap, that's this generation, they don't want to learn, and then we will be lack of resources to work. So I think back to basic, give them a training of, you know, like really, hey, what is the value? What actually, you know, like you need to be, you know, working hard, project management, probably, you know, like something like, you know, do a project, give them a most complicated project. Can they endure? Can they do a teamwork? Can they learn something new? All those things, I think that we need to give, you know, to teach the student instead of giving, oh, you learn Java, you learn PHP, you learn, I don't know, SAP probably, right? I don't know, but SAP, once actually they open the database into ChatGPT, that's it, right? I don't think we need functional SAP anymore. Sorry, I do SAP, but that's my field. Yeah.
So all of us who have teenage children at home feel your pain, and we understand that. But the best job readiness that we can provide is to make them self-learners. And desire and drive is definitely an issue in some geographies more than others. Yeah. I want to shift focus a bit. Avelo Roy here is a entrepreneur, successful entrepreneur in his own right, tech entrepreneur, very early in his life, one of the youngest. He went on now to found Kolkata Ventures, an incubator accelerator out of Kolkata, one of the largest ones. He works with a lot of universities. In fact, he's on the board of the Ford Foundation University in Belgium. And he is very popular on social media for his short clips on entrepreneurship. What's your take on all of this?
Thank you very much, Nalin. So we are getting stuck on the fact that AI would replace jobs. Just like in the 90s, we thought computers would replace jobs. It didn't. Actually, we used them as a tool. By definition, a conscious being is much more productive than dull matter. So with that understanding, today's educators need to understand, and like the stats really correctly showed, that people are going to do their homework using ChatGPT. Now, what do the professors do? Okay, you've written this essay with ChatGPT. Now make it better. How can you do it better than ChatGPT? That's where the human aspect comes in. Otherwise, we have smartphones and dumb people. So it's important to kind of ignite that spirit of learning, that spirit of innovation, the spirit of creativity, and that is what we stand for as humans, and that's why we will always win over machines. And our professors, our teachers need to relearn how to bring that out. When there were no TVs, when there were no screens, kids had to read books. Kids had to create drawings, from their imagination. Today, we don't see that much imagination happening in the school curriculum. When I was in Cambridge, my exams would look like this. You have 1 hour, you have these many tools, you have 1 hour to figure out, devise a situation. So you're given a situation, you have 1 hour to figure out, using these tools, how to get out of the situation. So within 1 hour, you kind of innovate a product or a way to get out of you're stuck in an island, you have these many tools to create a boat and get out. And the next 1 hour, you actually have to do it physically with those tools, right? Now, how can you do any kind of plagiarism? How can you not have the concepts correct and pass the exam? You can't. So that's where this education system needs to kind of be practical, where we need to really teach people how to think. The rest will be taken care of. For the next 50 years, 100 years, whatever we see, there's going to be much more innovation. AI is just a tool. Just like refrigerators, when they were invented, that is an industry. But Coca-Cola actually became a product that capitalized on that industry and grew, right? Soft drinks. So AI is a basis on which we, using our creativity, can build tools and products and services that would enhance our lifestyles and allow people to earn a living while they sleep.
How many of us think that we are overly paranoid about AI? Paranoid about AI. Okay. That's an interesting take. Thanks, Avello, for that. I'll come back to you for entrepreneurship. Speaking of future jobs and jobs that we don't know about, some we do know about. One big area opening up is the electric vehicle area, right? And Indonesia has kind of lagged behind. It's, I think, 5 to 7 years behind India and about 20 behind China. But now it's beginning to pick up. We have a guest from India, Mr. Vinod. He leads a company that teaches EV curriculum at 750 universities of India. And his company sets up state-of-the-art Center of Excellence labs, EV labs, in universities, corporates, etc. And of course, Orbit has partnered with them to bring it to Indonesia. What are your thoughts? What kind of traction do you find among students for curriculum like this?
Thanks, Nalin. Am I audible? Thanks, Nalinji. First of all, I would like to tell the background, why I have taken this kind of initiative. I have started a NGO called Impel Society of Innovative Engineers in 2013, through which the vision was to create a platform for the engineering graduates where they can develop something by their own, through which we launched many mobility events, so students can do something out of classroom, some type of things. So that idea was accepted by more than 300,000 of students in all over the Asia. So on the similar side, I thought, why people are so much interested of doing out of curriculum things? Because we also recognize the problem that we have at our academic system. We are teaching the same curriculum from last 30, 40 years. We are not making any kind of changes. Second thing, we are not giving any kind of training to our faculties. We are not training to the trainers. And we are not investing on the tech infra that is required for the today's world. We are, going ahead with the automation and technologies. But at the academia, we are lacking with the similar kind of opportunities for the students. If I take an example of curriculum, people are still studying about the IC engine, that they are teaching two-stroke engines from last 30 years. Because they have only two-stroke and four-stroke engine box up at their college. They don't have any kind of infra or labs to teach new technologies, future job skill technologies. So my company work in the same field, and I'm very fortunate enough to having connection with more than 700 plus engineering colleges. We are helping to develop their curriculum, upgrading their curriculum that could be people-centric, aligned with the industry requirement, so students can be job ready or industry ready. Second thing, as not only the job ready, as well as we are also creating a thinking and mindset where they can create the jobs. They can become the entrepreneurs. They can do something by their own. Countries like Indonesia, here this kind of things is very much required. People can come forward, the young minds, young entrepreneurs, new age entrepreneurs can come and they can launch two-wheeler electric vehicle startups, three-wheelers. Even though same things is happening in India. In last 5-6 years, I guess, Dhanu sir, if I am not wrong, more than 3 lakh plus startups has been registered, right? So we need to create an ecosystem where we have to provide a platform, and my company like ISI India and Orbit is doing similar kind of job, and we are trying to provide a platform to the youths so they can be not only the job ready as well as they can become the job creators. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me an opening on entrepreneurship. He's a much awarded entrepreneur from India by the government of India. I want to move to Dhyanu. Dhyanu is also an entrepreneur, an investor, runs a VC fund. Do you see any particular gaps on the entrepreneurship side? And for a country where the entrepreneurship ecosystem is again 5 to 7 years behind India, is there any particular inputs you want to give that they can spur entrepreneurship in the country?
So I think I remember back in 2018 or 19 when I was mentoring a company called Go Mechanic. At that time, the bigger funds were telling them to go to Africa. I will not name the fund, one of the largest in the world. And they came back to me because I was their investor mentor. And I said, go to Indonesia if you are looking at out of India. Because it's most of the things are very similar to India. Culturally, we may be little different, but everybody have their own culture, food or something or all that. But otherwise, large population, the youngest population, ever growing population, which is probably the problem of the world and not for these two countries. Look at Italy. There is not even a single birth in the last 3 months. Not even a single birth. So, yeah, that's the problem. And 0.78% per woman in South Korea, the birth rate. That's really low. That's what is happening in the world. And we too, as countries, are growing in all formats. I think what needs to be learned from each other, we 10 years back were importing 100% electrifying parts from China, 100% almost. And then India banned on some parts and some put in some taxes. And now almost 90% parts are produced in India for every company which is producing EV. Every company. And look at the dominance of India when we can command to Tesla that no, we will not cut down on taxes no matter you are what, but you have to put your factory, and he's now changed his mind and coming to India. That's what Indonesia can do. That's what, we can do. I mean, we are behind just 7 years, maybe a little more or a little less, I don't know. But if the way India have, helped the academia or the private colleges or the private education, or actually, the private organization like Infosys, which created their own campuses and did tests and started going the way that, okay, let's be job ready instead of be degree ready. So most of the India was focusing on degree in the 80s, 90s and 2000 till 2010. And now you look at India and now, as Nalin Pa said, that lowest in education, the admissions since 1980. It is true. So India is moved from there. Parents is one thing what we need to learn from India. A lot of parents are actually getting educated from other successful parents. So that's what needs to be done in Indonesia. We need to put a small curriculum for the parents, because that's where it will come from. Otherwise, I will be telling, let's say the student will be telling the parents, I want to do AI, and parent, what is AI? I want to get into electric scooters or electric mobility. And parents, are you mad? Every car is diesel, petrol. Why you are going to electric, there are so many problems and all that. How will you charge? Where will you charge? It's exactly like 100 years, 120 years back when horse carts to diesel engines. So I think there should be the gap should be met between the education of the parents also from the same university, maybe counseling or something like that. That needs to be done, even in India, even in Indonesia, which can be done at the same time. Apart from that, I think Sir put a very good point that, academia needs to work with the industry. And both, I think Vinod Pa and Nalin ji, both are doing the same thing. The skill development so that, the students are job ready. They are not doing their degree like Manoj Pa said that my daughter is thinking that whether she will get job or not, because she was not job ready. If she was cyber security expert, she would be getting 100,000 package immediately out of college. I'm damn sure about that. If she was into some blockchain expert, she will be hired by a banking or a financial institution immediately. The minimum package is $50,000. So that's what needs to be done. India is also behind. So we can catch these things at the same time. I think that's what needs to be done at the parents level, at the government level, and at the students level.
It's interesting you say that. There is definitely a social issue also, where you have to educate the parents to allow innovation, allow risk-taking, allow different channels of learning. Esther, I want to come to you. She's from USAID, and you work a lot with the government. Have you noticed a shift in the kind of conversations you have with the government on skilling, etc.? Is there a change? Is there a greater awareness and urgency? I mean, in relation to government speed. I don't expect them to be that fast, but is there a shift in their thinking?
Yeah. Proven by some of the key initiatives or priorities outlined or laid out by the Ministry of Manpower, who is our main partner in supporting the vocational training center to provide more market relevant skills, as we call it, the skills that will make the training participants to be ready. I think they have made a good breakthrough or shift, if you like, or transformation, how they call it. So their main focus, I can cite two of the nine breakthrough initiatives that they have laid out. First is to support the link and match. And we are all talking about how to
link whatever it is that the curriculum, the training programs, the skills area currently offered by the vocational training centers to the needs or the demands of the industry. And this is all like an ongoing analysis of how to understand the demands or the requirement, as we call it, of the industry, and what is the industry of today and of the future. And that's how we support them to analyze the data, the input, to bring in the input from the private sector industry to the government training center, so they can, from the outset, really try to forecast or to, let's say, to predict quite accurately what is this industry needs by the time the participants finish or acquire their industry certified training or certification. So I think breakthrough has been made, but as you mentioned, government officials are in the need of sort of, what do you call that, hands-on experience to approach the industry or the companies. And Hairil, the section was mentioning about the FKLPI. When they started the FKLPI, the idea was to really have a forum represented by key actors of the region, which is Kadin and Apindo, the Employers Association, to be part of a strategic building team for the BLK or the vocational training centers. However, in reality, this kind of forum only functions as to the maximum extent when there are really a passionate and committed private sector actors in it. So I think they have about maybe 50 something, or I cannot cite the right figures, but out of, I think only 20% of the forum koordinasi or forum komunikasi industri dan pelatihan, or the forum for communication between industry and vocational centers, only 20% is really functioning well. If we can support them at the district level or provincial level, where they have the vocational training centers and the forum, I think that will help them to really get transformation in the vocational programs.
It's heartening to note that there's a change in the government's thinking, and you said committed private sector actors like Orbit. Oh, I want to move to Obert. Obert, in his past life in Microsoft, helped us get an exclusive contract from the Ministry of Education to upskill 1 million school teachers. Now, in his present avatar in AWS, he helps us train thousands of students free on AWS Restart and then get them placed in jobs through our jobs portal. What's your take? Because you've been working in the skilling sector in Indonesia for a long, long time.
For me personally, everything that all the other speakers have mentioned just now really resonated with whatever I've done in my whole professional career, because Pak Nalin mentioned I was in Microsoft before I am in AWS now, but previously I was also in a university as a lecturer, and I saw there's a gap between academia and industry, and when I moved to the industry, I saw even a bigger and wider gap that I tried to figure out how we can minimize it. And still, I would say I'm not successful in doing so. But what we are seeing now is that people starting to shift their minds of not necessarily getting a degree. And that's probably fueled also by the fact, we've read articles where companies like AWS, Microsoft, Google, Apple gave internship to high school students in the US, not in this country, and they get paid big money. They get paid like $5,000 a month for internship for a 17-year-old student. So we're shifting to see that you don't need a 4-year degree, you don't need a bachelor's degree to get a job. You need skills, you need proper skills, and you need real-life experience. And that's what we are trying to provide with AWS Restart program. where they go for 12 weeks program, training them on foundational cloud skills and combining them with soft skills. So this is very unique, very different, and for me personally, very close to my heart, because I've hardly seen any other programs combining the soft skill part. So this is a very different take, and like what everybody else said, we still need to educate everyone else, the market, the industry, on taking people with foundational skills that can help them to grow in the company. Meaning, the company will grow when they hire entry-level people, because they tend to stay longer compared to those who are professional hire. Usually, depending on who offers bigger pay, they will jump ship immediately. You know, they just wait for their sign-on bonus to finish, then they jump. But usually, for those who start building their career there, building the company together, they will stay longer. And that's what we need to educate the market further. So it's a work in progress. I would hope to say it's becoming a disruption. I don't think it's up to that level yet, but we are slowly making progress. Because right now in Indonesia, like what Pak Nalin said, Orbit alone has trained, by this year, it should be around 1,800 people. And throughout Asia Pacific, we are training about, we will hopefully close the year with 8,200 people trained throughout Asia Pacific, from India all the way to New Zealand. So there's quite a shift. It's not yet up in the millions or hundreds of thousands, but we are slowly getting there with the support of USAID and other partners. We are making, I don't know if we can call it like a startup or like a movement or an initiative, but this is what we see hopefully can make a change in the world.
So we are the only partners for AWS Restart in Indonesia.
Right now, yes.
Across your 240 plus partners, we run the largest cohorts, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. So Orbit Future Academy right now is, during the last 21 months, 22 months, is training close to 1,800, more or less 1,800 people, and that's the single largest collaborating organization that delivered training 1,800 people in such short period of time, and placing quite a good number of them, close to 40-ish%. I can't remember the exact number, 40-ish, somewhere between 40 to 50%. So that's a good number, and we're expecting to expand more. Meaning, we want to get more people placed in jobs, not necessarily being trained, because everybody's been telling there's a lot of trainings happening and available for free, but how do we bring these people with the soft skills? Because that's what really difficult, honestly. Like you said, Pa, yes, we all have teenagers in our house. I don't have any problems teaching them, mathematics, English, science, but teaching them attitude, oh my God. I'm grateful. My wife is a full-time homemaker, and she takes care most of the time. It's only me taking care, like, not even an hour a day, and I'm up to this every evening.
All people with teenage children at home, sitting and whining here. Attitude, not bad. That's a good thought. We took the AWS Restart program, worked with IEF, and through ASEAN Secretariat, we created an ASEAN Digital Challenge program. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, ASEAN Secretariat, Ministry of Youth Affairs, ASEAN University Network have all endorsed it. And now we are taking it out to the 10 countries of ASEAN to 1 million youth. That's a program that's just being rolled out. It's called ASEAN Youth for Digital Action. We have a lot of programs with some very interesting acronyms. Sometimes I lose track of them. But let's move to a different segment. You have lived most of your life in the US and worked in technology companies. Now you are an investor. You're back at home in Bangalore. What do you make out of all this? I believe it's your first trip to Indonesia. So 2 nights in, what is your 2 cents on this? You have a mic right behind you.
Thanks, Nadan. I mean, Indonesia is very young, just like India, I mean, the population. So the opportunity and the threat are very high. One thing that, I want to make 2 points. One, you've spoken a lot about content and, YouTube being like the free biggest university in the world, you can get anything there. 2 years back, I worked with a company to develop a platform to train people in the IVF space. So you don't have IVF doctors, but you have, gynecologists, andrologists who have been there, take up IVF. And we thought, these are seasoned professionals, and, it's easy to build content for them. And these are the people who are very focused and, not like short attention span like people today. Luckily, we did a survey before we started creating content, and it was shocking for us to find out that even the doctors, right, who you think have spent a lot of time, studying, we found that the highest amount of time that they would spend on online content to study something was 22 minutes. And we had planned a typical, training a doctor over 6 hours and, in 1 hour sessions and stuff like that. So we had to change the content to between 15 and 20 minutes. So astonishing that even doctors are, doing that. So the focus changed from content to content delivery. And content delivery just not like, okay, here's how you educate, here's how you can give skills. It's like, how do you gamify? How do you make it more interesting even for trained people to learn skills? So I think for people who are trying to develop, content and trying to skill, I think content delivery is also very important. Now, in terms of my experience from US to India, I think the university connect with the business or the corporations is very strong. I did some work with Texas Instruments when I was studying in the US, and then I landed up working for them. So that is a very strong bond between academia and the industry. And the professors there have figured out that their funding, if they do a good job and they have a good connect, they can go on endlessly doing their research and getting funded while also providing good talent to the industry. And I think that is something that needs to be replicated. I mean, I've worked with quite a few universities in India. They don't get it. Hopefully in Indonesia, you're able to do that.
Try it.
Right?
Come and
Make it mandatory for students to have 1 semester of internship. I think that is one of the ways you can bridge the gap.
Yeah. So Indonesia, a lot of good things have happened in the higher education sector. A lot of good things. But we are still stuck with an administrative layer, which is 3 decades behind. That we have to solve for. It won't go overnight. Ashish, you are working with entrepreneurs who are already funded, or they're not startups, they're started up. What exactly are you teaching them and skilling them up on? What do you think they need?
Thanks, Nalan. I was wondering when you would get me into this debate, time and again I was trying to raise my hand, but then I saw the smile on your face and I said, I'll wait for my turn. I want to take this discussion a little back, more philosophical, if everybody's all right with it. And I want to start off with a little story. So maybe just to lighten up the whole narrative here. Lord Vishnu, does everybody here resonate with Lord Vishnu? He had 2 disciples. One was Lakshmi, and the other was, can somebody tell me who was the other one? No? There's another one? No? Okay, so the story goes like this. The first disciple comes and says, she I mean, you know, they prayed, they took care of him for years and years and years. And she comes and says, Lord, give me something, you know, with which, you know, I can get whatever I want. You know, I want to have some sort of, you know, rights or powers or whatever you want to call it. So he says, fine. And he gave her blessings and said, you can have as much money as you want. But there's a condition that I can take it back whenever I want. So, you know, it could be taken back. And then came the next one. And she said that, Lord, give me something with which I can use to help others, and I can also develop myself, and so on and so forth. So he says, okay, let me give you something that you can have forever. The difference between the two, and this is the point I was trying, it's a very simple point that I'm making, is the first one was money. Money you can have, you can earn, but you can lose it. Skill, once you get a skill, you can never lose it. You can only develop it further, you can enhance it. Now, coming back to the skills we've been discussing for some time here, and I think the discussion has more on being modern skills, right? We've been discussing modern skills. In the morning, we had sessions that we discussed creative economy. Now, if we were to apply, you know, some of the chat GPTs of the world, the generative AIs of the world, to develop some of the traditional skills that are already existing within us. See, a handicraft or a plumber or a carpenter, you know, these are skills, and these are skills that we all need. And they add a substantial amount to our economies. I mean, just the creative economy worldwide is anything between 7 to 10%. It would possibly grow if, you know, if you start using technology and digitization and digital transformation and all of these principles around that to maybe 14%, 15%. Now, what we've got to realize is that there has to be a balance between the new technologies that are there and the traditional technologies that we've had forever. You know, these have been passed on from generation to generation, succession, you know, it's been passed from the father to the son to whatever. And so my point is, yes, we should have modern technologies, but we should not forget what we have had for thousands of years. And if we combine them and bring in an equilibrium, then we would be better as economies, we would be more resilient as economies, and we would be better as people, you know, because I've heard also about ethics in education. You see, one of the things that we've got to understand is that all the traditions that we have, our art and culture is a part of our traditions, and it also teaches and imbibes a certain amount of ethics in us. And that's the small little point that I was trying to make, just to set the narrative. Now, the question that Nalin asked me, we have been involved with the startup ecosystem. Now, not just the startup ecosystem, but the startup ecosystem has only sort of become vibrant in the last 3, 4 years, 5 years. You know, that's where the real narrative and the big stories have started coming in. We've been involved in taking tech companies to the markets that are unstructured, unwarranted, fragmented. So what we do is we build vendor-neutral channel ecosystems. That's the traditional business that we've done. So we invest in those markets, in resources that understand technology channels. Now, many of you, just to sort of explain what a channel is an intermediary between the technology owner and the technology consumer. So the person, the organization, the institution, the corporate, the enterprise, whatever it may be, that consumes, and the one that owns the technology. So the channel is the middle layer, the intermediary. It could be a distributor, retailer, e-tailer, system integrator, value-added reseller, cloud solution provider, anything, just for the sake of reference. So we've done it for many years with larger tech vendors. Now, whether it's an AWS or whether it was an HP or, I mean, an Oracle, just name it, we've worked with everybody. We've kind of helped them grow their business. And so going to the startup ecosystem was kind of a natural progression for us, because we come in at a stage where the technology is evolved, it's been funded, it is ready to scale, it is ready to go to market, and that's where we come in. And by definition, again, and I say this all the time, by definition, startups are meant to fail. So 99% of the startups are meant to fail. I mean, otherwise they wouldn't be called a startup, they would be called an SME, like we are. You know, so that's the other interesting thing about startups that I discovered in my whole journey was that you are an SME till the time you're funded. The day you get funded, you become a startup. So you may be 5 years into your journey, and you get your funding and you become a startup. So a very interesting sort of a narrative, you know, there. So one of the things that we realized about startups, and I'll give a very good example here. I was thinking of using this example tomorrow, but I'll use it today. So we have one large university in Singapore. I wouldn't name the university. They have a lot of patents, thousands of patents. And they have about 4,000 startups in their ecosystem. It's a very large budget in R&D that the university spends. It's about $630 million a year. I think they're probably cutting down the budget. So they brought in some people from the industry about a few years ago. And the job of these people, and again, they were Ernst & Young and Accenture and consultants from the industry who came in. The job of these guys was to assess what is going wrong. Why we have so many startups, but why don't we have a single unicorn? You know, I mean, it starts off with the startup, it ends at a startup, you know, fine. So is the objective to have startups, or is the objective to have successful businesses? So this particular guy who came from Accenture, he was given 20 companies, and he said, look, great technologies, we've also filed for IPs for these guys, you know, the owners are very passionate, so you know we've got all of that there. But what's gone wrong? Tell us what's gone wrong. So the guy was sitting on it for 6 weeks, 8 weeks, and then he called me one day and said, Ashish, we've got these really nice companies and great solutions. But you know what I'm trying to figure out? Where is the problem? So what are they solving for? So often what happens is that with entrepreneurs, because they're so passionate about what they're working on, they forget what they're solving for. And they get so much entrenched in the solution itself that they forget the real solution. So I always say this, don't try to solve a problem that doesn't exist. Right? So that's the first thing about my experience with the startup ecosystem has been that, yes, you need to be passionate, but you need to be passionate to a level where you're pragmatic. You can't be so passionate that, you know, you get entrenched in the technology and you forget what you're solving for. And that's what happens in most cases with startups. That's the first thing. The second thing is, well, I've got another story that I want to say, but I think it'll go very long-winded, so I'll cut the chase and come to the point. There is always the right time and the right place. So you have, and sometimes you get lucky, sometimes it's analytics, you know. I mean, you decide that, you know, you're on the right time, and what comes first and what is right, one doesn't know. But, you know, none of us thought that Facebook would be where Facebook is. I mean, nobody had anticipated. Nobody had anticipated that Orkut would fail. I mean, they came much before Facebook. So the point is, with startups, I have seen one of the challenges is the problem identification. If they have identified that, and if the problem statement is strong and accurate, the solution more than often is the right one. So that's one. Second is the right timing, right place. You could have the best solution. The timing is essentially wrong. You know, maybe 5 years later you'd be successful doing that. These are, I mean, few facts that we sort of see more than often. The third one is that, somewhere in the journey of putting the technology together and getting it funded, they lose the real focus that, they have to go to the market. End of the day, the investors are not investing just for the sake of investing, but the technology has to also go to the market. And there was a lot of, and you've got a few VCs here, there was a lot of easy money available in the markets and people were just putting in money. So I think the startups got spoiled. And they lost the focus. I think the end game was just raise money and exit. That was the end game. So the end game has to be, how are you going to go to the market? That's where we come in. So where the investments are done, you're ready to go to the market. You need to have a plan. How are you going to go to the market? And more than often, that decides whether the startup is going to be successful or not. Have I answered your question?
Thank you for those insights. Actually, you provoked a few thoughts with the disciple story.
Yeah.
That's why we have a statue of goddess Saraswati and not a goddess Lakshmi.
Lakshmi. So Saraswati.
In the garden.
The second one was Saraswati. So it was Lakshmi and Saraswati. Yeah.
And the other one, if you look at the sheer number of jobs that are in shortage, the number one is agriculture equipment operators. Number two is truck drivers. What are we discussing? Those two are adding 5 million jobs a year. And that's the huge shortage. We should be teaching people that if you really want to get them placed. Globally. So with that, I'm going to come to you. Vijay is a lawyer in the merger acquisition space based out of Singapore. He does deals across the world. He's just come off Horace's India meet in Adelaide, which I couldn't go to, though I was on the panel. And I want to hear from you if there is equal discussion in those forums on the skilling, talent, or you just discuss money and come back.
Hello, everybody. Firstly, it's been fascinating listening to everybody's insights. Everybody's experiences are very different. Points of view are not necessarily very divergent, but it's pleasurable to hear everybody's different experiences through which we are, kind of making the same points. But why I'm saying that at the outset is, it's not like my points are going to be divergently different from anybody else's, but it's more about sharing my experience and the way things have played out for me. So I'll come to your Horace's question in the second part of my response, if that's okay, Nalan. So as Nalan mentioned, I'm a corporate lawyer. So I advise on M&A private equity deals. I started my career about 25, 26 years ago. And when I started my career, it was an entirely different business. There was no internet. There was no email. So I started my career at one of the largest law firms and most successful law firms in India then. And believe it or not, when I walked in the first day, I got the shock of my life because what I was prepared for and what I saw were completely different. There were way more stenographers and secretaries than lawyers in that firm. There was it was like a shop floor full of stenographers with, what do they call those computers? A3, A6, whatever it was called. And there was an array of dot matrix printers. So it actually used to sound like a factory floor because those of you that remember the dot matrix printers era, we had about 100 of them on that shop floor, as I call it. So it used to be quite a racket. There used to be more noise made than work done in terms of how it used to function. And if you had the pleasure of working on, an IPO, for example, those were the early to mid 90s when I graduated and started working. Those were the early days of liberalization in India. So we had some great stuff that was happening, working on, GDR deals. So you have offer documents, which are like 250, 300 pages long. And the way we used to do that was we used to mark it up with pencils and fax it back. And it was, the fax operators obviously wouldn't stay back to do it because, they had to leave at whatever time they had to leave. So it was up to us junior lawyers the most exciting part of our job was sending out a 250-page fax, which was mind-numbing to say the least. Now, why am I sharing this example is because barely 3.5, 4 years later, when I moved to my second job, by then, the industry had already made a dramatic shift, right? no dot matrix printers in sight. Everybody had the latest laser jet printers. Maybe they cost a lot of money, but all the good law firms had them. Everybody was transacting businesses through email. And so I guess where I'm going with this story is, from my experience as a lawyer, is that this whole debate around ChatGPT and generative AI and whether it's going to kill the jobs, we have that discussion all the time in our firm as well and in our profession. There are lots of articles written by people taking each of those sides. I'm on the side that believes that some walls will come crashing down like a ton of bricks. Some walls will stay impregnable forever. And some, like generative AI, I put in that category, will be, instances of walls coming down and being replaced with electronic walls, which are, much nicer to look at and, look very non-threatening, but could be as effective or maybe more effective on certain things. So I think in every profession, the whole skilling debate has to focus on this, that a progress in technology is not a setback to the workforce. It's more a call to the workforce to say, let's use the options available more sensibly and move up the value chain. So obviously that's going to mean that all of us as professionals are going to figure out, and the needs are going to be different for each of the industries, but the messaging is the same. Technology doesn't have to threaten you if you're able to see what it can do and what it cannot do, and equip yourself by skilling yourself with the appropriate levels of knowledge. So that's one. The second point I wanted to make is more of a philosophical or a mindset point. And I think, and this is where I will refer back to the Horace's part of your question. He's asking about it because, just a couple of days back, I was chairing a session at Horace's India meeting in Adelaide. And our session focused largely on supply chain gaps caused by COVID and how our companies and economies recovering, particularly the Indian and Australian economies, how we are fighting back and so on. So one of the points that I'd made in my opening remarks there is that one of the biggest supply chain issues that we should be talking about, but we don't, is this whole mindset gap or the generation gap that we are all talking about today in different ways, Gen Z or whatever you want to call them, and their way of looking at work, their way of looking at education, their way of looking at instant karma. So everybody's talked about various different aspects of it, but if I were to summarize it in 2 words, that's what it is. They want instant karma. They don't have the patience to wait 5 years, 10 years to get that corner office they wanted from maybe the first 2 years. So I think that presents its own challenges. In some ways, it's very good because that kind of makes them think freely and come up with very creative solutions in certain fields. But in certain others, I think like law, where you need a fair amount of drudgery to achieve that level of robustness and meticulousness in your work, it can become dangerous because people start thinking that they've arrived too soon, and that can be dangerous. So I will conclude by saying this, that I think the key to the skilling debate for any profession is that we need to figure out when our skills are getting obsolete, and instead of fearing them, we got to, upgrade. And upgrade is like a patch in computer terms. It's not the whole software to be replaced. You need to put on a patch and move on. Secondly, the mindset that has to be, somebody mentioned the ethical aspect and how the education system is missing. I kind of agree with that. I think there's a gap in communicating the ethical aspects in education. There's a gap in communicating the importance of a good work ethic. And there's also a gap in communicating, in some ways, what is in store with respect to the profession. So I think the skilling part should also focus on all these softer issues as well.
Thanks, Vijay. Well said. Those dot matrix printers, for some reason, when you go to the airport and you are about to board a flight, when they print the passenger manifest, it's still dot matrix printers in such a modern industry. I think we are at the end of the session. I'll hand to Sachin to give a 2-minute quick summary because he's lived here so long. He has very good insights and perspective as well. But there was some talk about passion. I believe human beings and companies go through the same cycle. I have a disdain for passion. Passion only produces babies. I think we all go through the cycle of starting with passion, finding a purpose, and ultimately seeking identity. Most of us at the stage where we are trying to seek identity for ourselves, social recognition, identity in the family, etc. Passion, then purpose, then identity. On that note, I'm handing over to you to do a quick wrap up, and don't stand too long between this and that.
Thank you, Nalin. And a big applause for Nalin for hosting a wonderful session. Thank you. So, in summary, actually, you know, if you count back on how the whole day was spent, I think some of you were here right from the morning. We had a breakfast session. And we started out with Pagita Wiryawan, who, in my opinion, is one of the most accomplished narrators of Indonesia. In case you missed his talk in the morning, you can search on YouTube for Gita Wiryawan's channel, and he has a show called Endgame. And Endgame is, I think he's the only Indonesian person who has interviewed a lot of eminent personalities all over the world, including Sadhguru. He did a 1-hour special with Sadhguru, not on spirituality, but more on current issues of what's happening around the world. He's got Nobel laureates, he's got technologists from Google, he's got more than 150 episodes has already been done by him. It's called Endgame. The reason I'm telling you this is because he's one of our most compelling speakers. He's been with the Indonesia Economic Forum right from the very beginning, and I rate him as the best speaker that we've ever had. Apart from him, we had Shinta Kamdani, who is now the chairperson of Apindo. He was also the head of B20 when Indonesia hosted G20 last year. So very accomplished speaker. Then we had Sandiaga Uno, who was the Minister of Tourism. And so that was how we started the morning, and we went into the creative economy space. The reason I'm talking about the morning is because there's a common thread with what was there in the afternoon session, which is how do we develop human resources? And that has been, I think, a common thread, and I think it will continue even into tomorrow, where we talk about digital transformation and how the regional economies can be developed. You can be rest assured that the central theme and topic for digitalization being unleashed across Indonesia, it doesn't necessarily mean unleashed across Indonesia is a good thing. It could be a nightmare as well. If you do not have the right resources, do not have the right people, and the right attitudes, and the right approaches, and the right methodologies, and the right level of commitment into bringing this up, you could be unleashing a nightmare on Indonesia. So this is something that I think is food for thought for all of us, that we must think about. Great ideas are only great if they're implemented well. And we have a responsibility when we also propose great ideas, we also must be part of the solution. Otherwise, you're part of a problem, because you unleashed a problem which otherwise would need not have been addressed at all once and for all. You know, simplicity, if you were to look at life in its simplicity, there's a lot of tools and technologies we actually don't need. We could do with a lot less, right? But we do have a lot more, and that's because a lot of people are enforcing their ideas on all of us. We've got even more and more handphones and laptops and technologies to worry about. We're looking at, you know, the renewable energy. We're looking at, these didn't exist 10, 15 years ago. And why complicate our lives with new things that we have to learn and deal with? We do it. So we do unleash a lot of ideas onto ourselves. And we can only be having a good outcome if we manage everything that comes around with it. So I'd like to close with that. We have just managed to make it a sundowner cocktail because the sun has just gone down. If you look outside, we have a beautiful view here. I'd like to actually just, before we leave this room, just to highlight my team here. So Shara, can you just come up here? Shara is the program manager of the Indonesia Economic Forum. And we have another whole bunch of team. Leah, come in. Olia. We have a whole bunch. We have Jenny also from Groovy. Jenny, are you here? And Harlan? Yes? So this is the team that has been working very hard to put together this hybrid program. And you'll see more of them tomorrow in case some of you are joining the sessions tomorrow. The purpose of today is a closed group discussion because it's a more intimate discussion. And the audience is out there. So in the next 30 days, this is the team that would be taking essences of all our discussions through short clips, into summaries, into highlights. They'll be putting them on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok this year. That's a new channel that we started, Facebook, etc. So that our job would be to amplify the key messages of the discussions that were held today. So you'll be seeing yourselves a lot more on the social media, thanks to the team that we have here. You can see they're all young. They use social media more than I do. So thank you. Thank you, Shara, and everybody else. And look forward to hanging out in the garden. This is just to give you a little bit of a tour. When you're out there, I'll personally take you around. You'll see many statues there. This entire building was designed by President B.J. Habibi, and he designed it to a philosophy. This room that you see here is a temple of knowledge, because the library, in any place, a library is the center of knowledge. Even though Habibi was known as the father of technology, the books here, not a single book here is about technology. All these books are about economy, sociology, a lot of other topics. The technology books are in his personal library in his house, which is two blocks away. It's in the part of the same complex here. And now, after he passed away in 2019, his son, Ilham Habibi, has used this place and made it available for us as the home of Indonesia Economic Forum. This is where we hold a lot of roundtables, and we have discussions on an average, I think 2 a month, but I think next year we plan 4 a month, am I right? Yeah, the team has got lots of ideas. So we've got verticals. We'll be having creative economy discussions, digitalization discussions, and a lot of topics. So we'll be building a series. So you're more than welcome to either be here physically and participate, or you can watch it online and then you can get a see. You can see that from wherever you are. So we'll be giving you more information about the program next year, later towards the end of the year. Okay, thank you very much. Hope you had a great evening today. And let's meet over a drink. We have juices, we have beer, we have red wine, white wine, and we have a cocktail bar set up by Aberfeldy. So Aberfeldy is a single malt, and they make not only the single malt raw, but also several cocktails around it. So please enjoy, and see you soon at the Sundowner Cocktails in the lawns. Thank you.
Don't you cry, just let go of your pain. And when you fall asleep, know tomorrow's a new day. Tonight I'm moving like, just let go. Just let go.